much damage it does until we get to something that stops it. Let's be honest, we're not going to stop there. We're just going to keep shooting shit out of it.
How's this one? Oh, this one begins with Jayce's story. That's right.
Yeah, we completely flip script here.
Yes, yes.
We get the other end of the spectrum.
Find out what was happening.
Man, doesn't that look like a hotel? Like...
Yeah. It's an apartment building.
A Celsius Live Fit Essentials from Walmart.
It's an apartment building.
Yeah,
so
it's an apartment.
Everybody in the apartment building is
chunky log. We have Caitlin.
That's your parents' money you're dropping.
It's interesting we don't really see his face until...
Hello?
Yeah.
Is someone in there? Hey, open up!
And
that just sort of stuns him. That doesn't...
Yeah. Well,
it looks like it's just the blast. It doesn't look like any... Like, it's just concussive force. There's no debris.
Yeah. Well, so the thing is that that's what kills you more often. It's not like there's... The explosions kill you. I guess you would know more about this than I do.
I think you have to be pretty... I might be completely wrong, but the concussive force is very dangerous when you're very close to it.
Right.
If it has enough energy to fling you like that, that's probably not a good sign.
Yeah.
But like with
the main thing
with grenades,
is shrapnel, right?
With grenades, yeah, it's the shrapnel that it flings a bunch of shrapnel out, and that's what gets you. It's basically like a bunch of little tiny bullets that just eat you. So
right. So I had it in my head that like the explosion damaged the apartment, so like stuff fell into the street. Did I just completely remember that? Yeah, it does.
But it's on the other side. It doesn't do anything to this side of the apartment.
Okay.
It's very directional. I think it's because it taps against that wall, and it decides it hates that wall.
Oh, okay. Right. It's going to explode at that wall, but it still knocks him. It
flings him pretty hard. That's a pretty.
It didn't. It's weird because it didn't blow the. Did it blow the door?
No, it like blew a gap through the door. You can see it.
Okay. Yeah. But it was
because there's just this like gap here in the door that
that doesn't make.
I don't know.
That doesn't really.
This is a really nice framing shot, Michael. Look how beautifully framed that is.
I just feel like there should be a chunk of metal stuck in his heart.
You think that you should have that explosion, and then it cuts to like just the door with a Jayce-sized imprint in it on the other side of the wall, like a Looney Tunes.
No, I'm saying that a chunk of metal should get stuck in his heart, and then he has to become Iron Man.
Yeah, that's what people compare him to a lot. Is Iron Man.
Yeah, he's kind of like
he's nothing.
He kind of is.
No, I'll explain why he's nothing like. But anyways.
Oh, there's many reasons why. Okay. Point is he gets blasted, which is really bad.
He sees Vi.
He sees her.
And he is out.
Also, yeah, he is out. Very bad. Has a vision or memory, a flashback. Perfect time for a flashback.
I don't have flashbacks. I remember things vividly.
Quick question. So, how old is Caitlin at this point?
She looks like she might be 14.
Because she is definitely younger.
Much younger than him.
Much younger than him. Okay, yeah.
Which it's kind of weird that they have. It's not here, but in Act 2 they have this sort of like very slight romantic there's not really any.
Right.
But there's like a slight hint of it, and it doesn't quite make, or at least maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe I saw a slight hint where there's not supposed to be a slight hint, but it's really weird where he should really just be like her older brother.
Right.
But they don't follow that rabbit at all, so it's not like it's a bad thing.
I suppose part of I suppose it was partly like, I mean, yeah, she looks younger there, but doesn't it establish that she is just like short, like comparatively? Because there's that one scene where she has to, which I really like, where she has to stand on a bunch of books to stand at like Jayce's level, which is hilarious. But
I don't remember what you're talking about. So
there is a scene. It's in Act 2.
Act 2.
We'll get to it. Yeah.
Okay, we'll see.
Anyway, he and his mother are in a snowstorm for some reason.
They're immigrating, maybe. I don't think they explain why they were out in the snowstorm.
Yeah,
like
why
this.
are they in the snow? I guess it doesn't. Yeah, no one's gonna help you, kid.
No, that's the kids react like that sometimes.
Okay.
But yeah, why? Because they say that his father was like a big, not a big guy, but a guy within the industry. So is this supposed to be? Did he just like? It was like the pioneers, except for he went in front of his wife and son, and then just didn't give them any supplies to like walk over to build over.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. Why are they alone?
Why did they get stuck out alone in the cold? That is an interesting question that we do not break down.
We don't break down.
We don't have time for it.
I guess the thing is that it doesn't really matter.
No, what matters is magic saves his life.
Yes, magic saves his life. There was any number of different ways they could do it. They chose this way. Fine. It's just, I guess it's when you have like I understand it, but when you have storytelling where you realize, okay, we just need something to happen that will serve a function. Like, so the sky's the limit, right?
It's such bare bones storytelling where you don't consider.
Yeah, because in my mind,
you don't ask the question why. Which, I mean, I come into this problem a lot when I'm like making D&D characters, because it's like I want this traumatic event in their past, and it's like, okay, why? And
you end up
sometimes you have to scrap your idea when you ask that question because it ruins everything. But it's a very important question to give a fullness to the story you're telling.
Yes.
And they definitely didn't ask it here with why is there a snowstorm? Or if they did ask it, they didn't explain it to us. Because it is possible. Yeah. It is possible they did ask it, but they never explain it.
Yeah, because they were probably worried that if we ask that question, then it might ruin our idea. It won't end up making enough sense, or we have to bring on all this other baggage, you know. Mm-hmm. But anyway. Also, who's this guy? I guess we might learn in season 2, but...
His name is Broken Nail.
Why does he save them?
Wait!
He's a good guy.
Okay, I forgot about the teleportation. Okay, so that's why... Okay. How did he know where they were going?
He's been following them for 3 days.
Trying to decide, should I save him? Should I not? Also, he just gave the kid the thing.
Maybe it's a one use.
Oh, he's there. Wait, no, he's there. Okay, pause it. Okay. Sorry, everybody. I talked over that whole scene. It's a lovely scene. It's excellent, blah, blah, blah. But here's my question. And don't you say a word. The wizard man, who is super cool looking, by the way, like super cool looking. But I guess really this is just me repeating like everything we said about the snowstorm. Is it's like I want to know like, and I know the whole point is no, he's mysterious. We don't know. He's not going to tell them who he is. And I'm just like, but why? Like, and we don't have an answer why, because we don't know why they're in the snowstorm in the first place. So we don't know why he saved them at that moment and not at some other moment. How did he find them? Why was he out in the snowstorm?
So I would be fine if he's a traveler, like he's got magic that's keeping him safe, right? You know,
sure.
So he's traveling, and he's on a nice walk, and he runs into these two.
A nice walk in a blizzard.
But you would think he would have maybe something to say, like maybe he doesn't say his name but just a brief moment, like right before he departs, where he's like, cherish your mother because I never had one, or something like that. No.
Right.
Right, where it's like...
Or he could say something that would really set Jayce on fire to figure out magic. Like, if he had a relationship with this guy, like, then
well,
you'd
no,
have to...
he can't have a relationship because then there would be too much magic. But...
There's too much stuff going on. But yeah, it's like, why does he let him keep the thing if he's like, hey, I'll let you keep this thing, but I'm not going to tell you how to use it, or like what it does?
There are some oddities in the interaction. I feel like you could workshop it a little bit and you could smooth out.
Yeah.
I feel like he probably needs to say something, and maybe you can have it both ways, right? He doesn't say anything in that scene, but then when Jayce is recounting it, he says, yeah, he told me this or that, right? That way you can keep the mystique in the scene where he doesn't say anything, but you can get some information later where it's like, yeah, he talked to us and gave us bread or something. And,
right, sure.
So I can't tell if they teleported or if he just got rid of the weather there. I can't tell.
Oh, it seemed to me pretty clear they were teleporting because they went through the like weird portal thingy, and then they were on the other side of the mountains.
Is the other side of the mountains? Okay, I can believe that.
Yeah, because there's flowers and stuff. So I just assumed he teleported them out.
I assumed he just made where they were just summer. He was just like, it's summertime.
I mean, sure, but then they'd still have to walk through the blizzard later. So I assumed he teleported them.
Yeah.
But the other thing is that, and this is just a more general problem, is what is like the relationship of this whole planet to magic? I know that Hoffenheimer man.
No.
He doesn't like magic. They've got sort of like a policy against magic.
Piltover was founded on this principle of no magic, it seems to be. Well, I mean, we're about to get there, but
okay.
It seems to be it's founded on this principle, on the theory that it's basically almost like the same theory of like why we shouldn't give tanks to the average citizen. Like, that's too much power and they just blow up stuff whenever they have access to it. It's sort of the implication. Okay. But we'll see. But they no longer shoot bows and arrows, unlike this Versailles Eros energy individual.
They do not. They do not shoot bows and arrows. Okay. Well, does his mother have frostbite?
Yes. She loses two of her fingers.
Oh. Well, couldn't he have like saved those?
No.
Yeah. So he just gives him the piece.
Yeah.
I like the song. I'm not saying I like the intro. I'm just saying, if anything, it bothers me because I like the song.
You have to.
Okay, so here's the rubble. Look at that.
Relax, kid. We know it was a break-in, but that doesn't explain this. There's a lot of restricted items here, and I don't see any permits.
So was this before or after she went to?
This has got to be before.
Okay.
I think. I would love to know what those restricted items are.
Yeah.
They never say, I don't think.
Were they the thing? They're presumably the things he had to get from Benzo's shop.
But we never really know what those are. Because the only thing I can imagine of everything that I see in his shop that I would be like, you can't have that, is the nose hair trimmer, because that thing is an abomination. No, no, is the fun balls, right? You know, is the blue balls. And most of those, there's only like one of them left. Like,
right.
And so it's like, what else? Now, if it was like, and there's these books with, you know, that are just full of information on magic, like why the heck you have that? Like, no, you can't even have this as a restricted item, like, you know, like, what the heck is this, and throws it at his head right now. But
right,
but they don't break that down, and I feel like it would have been nice to break that down at some point, to be
again, and you end up having to follow all these different threads whenever you do something in a story if you want it to have the proper fullness. and not just serve certain functions to move things in a certain direction. Like you have to do the world building here. Because, you know, the question, it's like, depending on how this interaction goes, it's going to change significantly, at least in certain respects, her interaction with Vander later. Because if she's like, okay, wait, you've got a bunch of restricted items. Where did you get those? Oh, you got them from Benzo. I know Benzo. And then she goes down there and he's like, why did you sell all this stuff to a topsider? And he's like, I didn't sell all this stuff to a topsider. And she's like, well, he had this stuff and blah, blah, blah. And then he gets mad at Echo because Echo was sold it to him behind his back or something. Like, anyway.
So you bring up a good point, actually, when you say, is this before or after she goes down there? Because if it were before, right, because she attributes the destruction and supposedly the people who were injured in the destruction to the thieves, right?
Yeah.
But this implies if she had had this interaction before, she wouldn't have done that. Like, obviously, the top side still wants the thieves to be caught because this was a big incident, but like they become two separate issues in some ways. So I don't know where this falls in, and I don't think they do. The people who wrote this probably.
Yeah, because that's actually a huge point, because she ends up having to go down to Vander and say everyone's going to riot unless you give us a pariah. But it's like, well, I mean, I don't mean to be cold, but you have your pariah sitting right there. His name is Jayce. You just say, yes, there were thieves, but the main problem is that this person was
making nitroglycerin in his basement. And...
yeah, so it's not that, like, she knows it's not really, I mean, it's sort of the thieves' fault.
They're going to still want the thieves because Piltover doesn't have any theft, apparently.
But it's not the main issue.
It's not as pressing. This right here should have separated it into two separate issues, and the man making nitroglycerin in his basement should have been the bigger story.
Yeah. If you're looking for somebody to make the fall guy,
scapegoat,
he's the fall guy.
Yeah.
He broke the law, and he reaped the consequences, apparently. And so if you're looking to calm people down, then that's the story you tell. And it's not even a public issue, because they'll probably still want the thieves. But if you're trying to calm down like other people, well, you tell them that anyway. It doesn't make sense.
You want to tell me how you got them?
Hey, be careful with that, please.
I believe someone should have said that earlier.
Oh, burn!
I wasn't even. Yeah, that's a great line. Viktor is one of my other favorite characters. I really like Viktor. I haven't seen the whole series, but I like what I see of him. But I was going to say that Jayce is kind of right, though. It's like, I was messing around with magic in here, and like, if you just go running around knocking things over and stuff, something else might explode. So, like, he's got a point.
Yeah.
Like, obviously they're playing it more for like, oh, don't touch that. That's delicate equipment. But it's like, no.
That thing has a nuke attached to it. Yeah.
Yeah, like,
He probably wants to come clean right now before they detonate something.
Yeah.
Science, I guess.
Last time I checked, science didn't require illegal equipment.
What is the illegal equipment Anyways.
Sometimes it depends on who has it, whether it's illegal. When they made the atomic bomb, they needed a lot of uranium.
But it's just like...
yeah, also...
I want to know what is... Okay, aside from... Because there's only one of the blue balls, and they just found it, right? They just uncovered the last blue ball. Nothing else in here is going to blow up. Like... what if they found that it's like, this is blow up equipment? Like...
Right, like, yeah, why is it restricted? It's not like...
What is she talking about?
Erlenmeyer flasks, Brigham. Like, did you know that there are many deaths caused by Erlenmeyer flasks?
There's many deaths caused by dihydrogen monoxide, okay?
There are many deaths caused by
In fact,
basic
everyone
lab
touched
equipment.
by it
Yeah. Everyone
dies. No, there was a great thing I saw on dihydrogen monoxide where I think it was I forget if it was like a professor or if it was like a high school teacher who did the whole dihydrogen monoxide thing, but they had like a flask that they had it in, right? They were like, this is dihydrogen monoxide, and like went on the whole spiel about how it's the worst thing that ever existed, and then at the very end just drank it, and like the kids freaked out.
there you go. That's great. That's great. Everyone who touches it dies.
Just look.
It's like eventually. Anyway.
Eventually. But yeah, I want to know, what are they connecting to this explosion? I want to know, what have they found? Because so far, the only thing is that blue ball that they just uncovered. Like,
you're right. Okay, I feel stupid now. That's actually,
Like,
okay, sorry. I was not grasping your point earlier. They have nothing to pin on Jayce.
Until they just uncovered it. Like, they don't... I need to know what they're pinning on him.
Right. How do they know the
if it was like
was his fault?
This book, they come in here and they like look at some of the books and they're just all about magic. They could assume... They could assume, like, oh, you have all these books on magic, and then tell the audience he has a bunch of books on magic and not illegal equipment. Like, give me the details. Anyways.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Because they up to if they don't know that, then they would still blame the kids and think it's a terrorist attack.
Yeah.
If they have no, anyway, whatever.
Nor was this approved by the Academy. Who authorized?
Okay, go back a little bit.
Hey,
that's
be
important.
careful with that, please.
I believe someone should have said that earlier.
Bird!
What happened here?
Science, I guess?
Last time I checked, science didn't require illegal equipment.
Nor was this approved by the Academy. Who authorized your research?
So that tells you an interesting thing about how you're not allowed to just research things on your own. Right.
Okay.
It has to be, like, if you're engaged in invention, it has to be approved.
Right.
Which makes sense, especially if they're very afraid of magic, because you don't want...
Right.
Yeah, so...
Okay.
That does tell you a lot about the restriction of the society. Right.
Right.
You're not allowed to just make things.
Right.
Which is interesting. Very different than our culture.
That's especially, yes, very different from our culture. That would have certain ramifications, but it's not possible to follow.
It would stifle invention.
Oh, yeah.
Very heavily.
It would cause all kinds of problems, like what counts as an invention.
Yeah.
Also, Powder is like in real trouble because she's building bombs, like not just because they're bombs, but because she's a little inventor. So that'd be another interesting thing to follow. But
the Undercity is unregulated, so maybe.
Yeah, that's true.
It was an independent study. Who are you anyway?
I'm assistant to the Dean of the Academy, who it may serve you to remember is also head of the council. He sent me here to ensure that anything dangerous is removed safely, which, according to my list, includes you.
What? How am I dangerous?
No, that's for the council to decide.
Okay, pause it again.
A little bit of clunky introductory dialogue, but it's fine.
Yeah, it's kind of clunky. It's in the sense of, like, it sounds like cool and like quippy, but
it doesn't. It
doesn't. It doesn't quite make sense, particularly that moment where he's like, including you. And it's like, well, okay, sure, that makes sense. Like, you're the guy who built the stuff, so that's kind of an interesting. But then Jayce is like, what? Why me? And it's like, well, it's pretty obvious, Jayce.
Yeah.
But then the thing that he says next is, that's for the council to decide. And it's like, no.
You've already decided to some degree.
You already, first of all, you already decided, what is that supposed to mean? We already know you're the guy who built the bombs. Well, that's why you're dangerous.
The other thing that's interesting is he says, according to my list.
Oh, yeah.
It sounds like he had a list pre-made, and he's not, like, sifting through here and find, like, he's...
Yeah.
I think that's also, just clunky dialogue, right? It should have been, I'm here to remove anything dangerous. It's also just really weird because it's clear that the enforcers are the people who are arresting, so why would he be... He should only be here for the materials, like, to check materials.
He's not here to talk to Jayce, except in so far as that might help him decide what is dangerous and what isn't.
He shouldn't be the one saying, okay, we're arresting you now. Like, that should be the enforcers.
Yeah, he doesn't...
He doesn't...
He's not the one who makes that
authority
call.
here.
Yeah. That's, I guess, the dialogue. I guess the main thing is it's like, if you're here to check what is dangerous and how best to remove it, why are you staring at the blackboard while the enforcers are just rummaging around?
Yeah, I guess he should be on the front line of the rummaging through things.
Yeah. He should probably have a team.
He should be directing... Maybe he should be directing the enforcers where it's like, okay, that you can take. Do not touch that. Go get a hazmat suit.
Yeah, and that, I mean, in some sense, you could really play with that,
and you can make him appear more intelligent too, if they're going.
Oh yeah.
If they're kind of like not bringing things to him, but like, I found something, sir, and he's like, that's a nose hair trimmer. You can leave that alone.
Yeah, you could. That'd be a great little gag.
Except for the nose hair trimmer. That's stupid.
I know you don't like it, but that'd be a very... I would laugh and congratulate them if they're like, look at this, sir. What is this? And he's like, that's a nose hair trimmer.
That is a defective nose hair trimmer. You just throw it in the trash, man.
You could have him say like, he's like, that is a nose hair trimmer. And he just like looks at Jayce like a very poorly made nose hair trimmer. Poorly designed. Yeah. Well, the point I was going to make is you could do a lot of visual storytelling here in setting up the attitude of people towards magic and towards science as well. If you have this like a Chernobyl situation almost, where like they're in like kind of like equivalent of hazmat suits because they have no idea, and Viktor is like directing them, and then you have them questioning Jayce outside of the room or separately or something, and you get the real sense of like they quarantined this off. They're like, we don't know what happened here. We're terrified because we're scared of magic and science.
Well, okay, so I think the way I would do it if I were rewriting the scene, right? You have Jayce not in the room, right? And you have the enforcer lady talking to him, and is trying to break down, like, we found a few odd things, like, what do you have to say about these odd... Not, like, too accusatory, right?
Right.
But it's like, there's some odd stuff in here, the person sent over by the Academy says that the diagrams on the board match no, no logical inventory practice that we know about, like what's going on. And you have Viktor inside find the last of the nuclear devices, right, and brings it out, and that is the damning evidence that gets Jayce put in chains. It's like, this is a magic stone. And
that'd be a great way to do it. You could, I mean, maybe this would be going too far, but you could even have like intercut the scene. So
I would go back and forth. Yeah.
You have the interrogation of Jayce elsewhere while you have Viktor. So Jayce doesn't, you could even have it so that Jayce doesn't even meet Viktor until Viktor saves him from suicide. I mean, maybe that's not the best idea, but anyway, the point is,
we get to that scene, don't we? Anyways,
we'll get to that scene. Don't you worry. We'll. Yeah, but anyway,
it's just clunky. Okay. This opening scene, very clunky.
Yeah. Oh, yes, that thing.
It's interesting. I mean, we don't know what we know of magic is they all involve blue stones.
Right.
Which maybe that's not the case, but from what we know about magic, they all involve bluestones. So it's interesting that no one has ever questioned him on having this.
I mean,
now this world could be very diverse with like the kinds of magic, and so something like that could maybe fly under the radar very easily. But
right.
as far as we're aware, they all involve bluestones.
If anything, you would think Hyman Dingerface would.
I'm sure that's his name. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So thank you for never correcting me.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Let the illogical speak, Michael.
Benedict Cumberbunch's votes.
Yeah.
I can't remember what. Oh, you would think that he would be like, wait a second, you have that blue stone on your wrist. Like, I know what those things are. I just told this horror story about how magic blew up everything. And you got a blue stone.
Then he does
no
a bit
one else knows what it is.
It would be interesting if he had a cuff with like a... If he had a cuff with like a... It was like a fake cuff, like so he could like unbutton it and like look at the stone whenever he wanted. But like...
Right.
But it was hidden. That would be interesting.
Right.
And maybe fit a little more with the secrecy with what he was doing.
Yeah. You could, because it seems to me that a very important part of Jayce's character, which I don't think gets properly explored at all, but the whole thing, which is very compelling to me, is the notion of he needs to be like, this is how he's set up. He's the genius. Or he's not even necessarily a genius, but he's the visionary who's like, he's had this experience that has effectively left him isolated from everybody else, where magic saved his life and his mother's life. And everybody else thinks that it's terrible. And he's like, I see the good it can do, but I have to keep this a secret. My whole life, I've had to keep this a secret. And like, you see how this could isolate someone. And then you see later how basically it does change everything, and he's like practically a god now, and it's like, okay, is this going to go to my head or not? Like I get, again, it's all sort of
play with it, but they don't play with it enough.
I would write it different.
They brought the toys out, but they didn't let anyone touch them.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Now for Martin.
Man,
Heimer.
That's a big cell.
Yeah, you're right.
He's got a nice cell.
He's got a really big cell. It's
imprisonment.
We never see another creature that looks like him in this gosh darn season. That shouldn't bother me as much, but it's like just sprinkle one in the background every once in a while, and like
so we know. Or, they probably don't want to go down this route, but he's the last of his kind. Why? Because they destroyed themselves with magic.
They could Yoda it or something.
He's the last one.
Yeah.
Because all the others got destroyed.
Yeah.
Which would give him a bit more emotional oomph to his whole I don't like magic story, but also make it much more difficult to have him just sort of switch later on, but anyway. There he is.
He's supposed to be quirky.
What a curious principle.
Yes.
We confine the physical body, yet the mind is still free. I do love a good conundrum.
What the heck does that even mean?
Now is not the time, Heimer face.
Okay, it would be interesting if he came in and was like, imprisonment is a fascinating thing. Like, we imprison the body and we let the mind run free. I would almost assume it does more harm than good. Like, he has this take where it's like, you shouldn't let people fester in jail kind of thing, because it makes them go crazy. No, I have no clue what he was. I have no idea what he meant there. I have no clue.
I think that's the.
No, I don't.
I think that's the implication. I think that's the implication. The main point I'm having is, okay, I guess I really shouldn't. I'm not going to complain about it. It's fine. It's fine.
It is
meant
really.
to set him up.
It's supposed to set him up as so quirky.
Well, it's to set him up as quirky, but also kind of like enlightened. I actually kind of.
It doesn't feel enlightened, because he should be talking to Jayce about his problems instead of just.
Yeah. No, that's the first thing. Yeah, but the fact that he comes in there you know, you could play it so that he's already like he's done this before and he already knows that like people, like I don't know, it's weird because it's like he seems to have kind of quote unquote enlightened ideals about how, you know, to deal with like society or something, where it's like, no, we shouldn't have prisons. This isn't going to help anything because
I was going for blah, blah, blah. You should either just kill people or no.
No, you see, the problem here is that you're just like, you're for the Empire.
Well, no, his philosophy is like, either you give them a slap on the wrist, or you just kill them because they're of no value to society.
No, you freak. That's why you don't like Heimerdinger face, because I need a better, funnier name than just sticking. It's because I know what his actual name is.
Heimerdinger. Like you say, his whole name, and then you just add face at the end.
I say
You're doing more work than you need.
I literally, every time I do it, I'm like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if I were to mess up his name and then add face at the end as though I were confused, right? Mm-hmm. So I try to do it, but every time somehow I get the stupid name right, and then I'm like face, and then I'm like, dang it. Yeah. It's like, because it's hard to not say Heimerdinger. I'm like, Heidegger face? No, that's stupid, because Heidegger is like a philosopher and it needs to be a more headier joke. Whatever. Heimerdinger. I don't know why his name bothers me. It shouldn't bother me. The name is fine. It just bothers me for some reason. So I'm going to do a poor job of making fun of it.
Anyway,
I think it evens out. Anyway, well, let's watch the scene.
Let's see if he has anything of more value to give.
I like that quote.
I saw you at the academy.
We don't have to argue about it.
I don't understand. Okay, maybe it's the thing at the end where he says, "I like a good puzzle." It's like, what puzzle?
Oh
There's a puzzle. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's ham-fisted, and also you could just cut it out and have him start here.
It would be
I remember when I first saw you.
It would be way better if we did that.
I do love a good conundrum.
Yeah, pause it one more time. I have just one more thing to say. Is that I'm okay. Like, I am personally fine with the quote, but placing it here feels so
very
clunky.
Awkward. It's so ham-fisted.
It's just like, it is. This feels like you're making...
It's character speed dating is what it is.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we want him to be a whimsical character.
We want him to be whimsical.
Who might have some philosophy if he weren't such an idiot.
Sorry. Oh, hush. I feel like people are. I actually kind of like Heimerdinger.
It's the thing at the end where he says that I like a good conundrum because it doesn't make any sense with what he said before.
I understand what is going on there.
Okay, I'm just not a philosopher. That's what the problem.
You're just an imperialist.
I'm just a rube.
That's why.
Anyway,
I am the philosopher. I can decide what is
okay.
What is wise. Okay, let's watch.
Still free. I do love a good conundrum.
Yeah, it is annoying how he says that.
The first time I saw you at the academy, you reminded me of myself, a scientist, ready to forge a new vector of experimentation. But sometimes we venture too far. No great science should ever put lives in danger. Be honest now. What manner of inquiry was this?
Professor Heimerdinger, I believe I discovered something truly incredible. A way to harness magic for science.
Magic?
Yes.
No.
No?
The Arcane is dangerous, Jay.
Now, it is interesting that he doesn't flip out at Jayce.
Yes.
Right. Which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, right? Because it depends on if you want to play up. How much of his magic PTSD do you want, right? Because this comes off as very level-headed, very, very understanding, but also firm with like, no, we don't make nitroglycerin in our basement. Bad.
Right. Right.
But yeah, he doesn't flip out on Jayce.
Yeah. It's interesting. I don't have articulate thoughts, but I think I will by the end of the scene. But yeah, that's a good point.
Nature. Science cannot control it.
But
It's really weird to call it a force of nature and then say that science can't control it. I mean, there's some forces of nature that science has a really hard time controlling, right?
I didn't even
like
think about that.
Hurricanes,
yeah, you're right.
but like but like air conditioning
the whole idea
is
the
like
whole
that's like
idea
the
of science.
Well, science is
to control
understanding
nature.
nature, right? And then scientific implementation leads you to controlling nature. And so that's kind of an odd. Now, if you were to say it is a, you know, like an unstoppable force of nature, like the wind, right? We can perhaps build a shelter against it, but we cannot turn it the other direction. You know, that would be a better thing.
Or you have him say something like magic and science are complete opposites. Magic is, you know, he could be like, magic is irrational. Like, you'll never be able to. It's a conundrum. It's a paradox. You know, you can't. Which then you'd have to come up with a clearer theory of even like what even is magic.
Well, they don't know what we'll see in the show. They have no clue what magic is. But anyways,
it's not clear at all. Like what. Like, because that's the first question is like, okay, what even is magic?
Yeah.
Like, and what is its relationship with science? Like,
and how
shouldn't it all really just be science?
Yeah,
technically?
kind of.
It's not. Yeah, it's very strange.
But anyways,
maybe it can. I'm close to a breakthrough. I know it.
How old are you, my boy?
I'm 24.
Ah, well, I am now 307 years old. All my life I've pursued the mysteries of science, only to discover some are better left unsolved. This, I'm afraid, is one of them.
So, the age thing comes off as poor reasoning, right? Because it's like, I'm older, therefore I know better, right? Automatically. Now, if it were, how old are you? And it's like this, and it's like, oh, but he should definitely know that Jayce wasn't around before Piltover, right? Now, if he was just, instead of asking him his age, it's just like, I know you're young and much younger than me, and so you can't remember what things were like before Piltover, right? Like, that would, I think, be a better use of his age credential.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's pulling the card of like, you haven't had the sufficient life experience, you know. He's almost like he's being paternal, you know, in a way.
Yes, but he doesn't do it the right way.
It doesn't bug me as much.
It bugs me.
But okay.
But anyways,
point is taken.
I'm just not sure what the problem is. Once again, I'm not sure what they want from this character.
Yeah,
and because of that, I'm not sure. Yeah, I just can't grade. Once again, it seems kind of like he's shotgunning different things, and it's like, okay, I want to know about the character, and you won't tell me. Anyways.
Yes.
Own your mistakes before the council, admit your work was dangerous, but speak nothing of magic. Do that, and I theorize you'll get away with, how do you say, slap on the wrist.
Okay, pause it. So, that's very interesting. So he's encouraging Jayce to lie about what he was actually doing.
Which, that shouldn't be possible based on what they find in his lab.
Yeah.
Right. Like, it should be like, you were found with magical equipment. What do you have to say for yourself? And it's like, well, there was no magic.
Yeah. but no, we found like,
his advice should be.
Is that why earlier they keep emphasizing you had illegal equipment? And they never actually specify?
Yeah, probably, because
that's probably what they were trying to do, is they're like, oh, we kept assuming they know that it's magic, because how would they not? But I think the whole idea is that we're supposed to not know as the audience, or they're supposed to not know this was magic. They just think this is science. So it's supposed to be a great big revelation when for some reason he decides to tell Heimerdinger, who I would think he would have already known at this point, like Heimerdinger's not going to be happy with it. So why is he telling, like, maybe because he thinks Heimerdinger is very approachable, or that he's on his last rope?
Should have come in knowing that there was evidence of magical, like, fraternization in there.
Yeah, and then his reaction shouldn't, like, it seems odd that he would be so forgiving of it. It makes it sound as though this has happened plenty of times before, where young people are like, I want to harness magic, and Heimerdinger's like, nope, you're just going to blow your fingers off. I told you once, I told you twice. You know, it feels kind of like that.
My thing keeps glitching out where I, like, just, like, go nuts. Anyways, the image, my caricature.
Oh.
Maybe I need to fix something, but people will forgive us.
Oh no!
Probably.
Is it glitching out right now? Or are you glitching
it's
out
fine.
Right now? I can't see. It's dark in this theater.
Yeah. Anyways,
do you run on magic?
Yes. The magic of souls. I have to eat 10 souls a day in order to survive.
That's why you're on YouTube.
Where they get wasted away into nothing, Michael.
That's right. All of you watching this, your soul is slowly being drained to power the Necromecha King.
To power the infernal nature of my kind. Anyways.
Wow, we have lore. We have lore now.
Great. That's just what we need.
We're slowly developing lore. Great.
But yeah, no, this shouldn't be something that he can hide. Like, magic should be the first thing on the table. Why were you working with magic? Brianna, what do you think?
Yeah, and if it's not the first thing on the table, then Heimerdinger should be far more surprised and, like, shocked by what Jayce says. Like, he should be like, what?
Magic?
Like, that's what you were doing? I just assumed you were doing illegal
I just thought you were making nitroglycerin in your basement.
Yeah.
Everyone
like,
does it once in their life.
You could still maintain his grandfatherly demeanor if he's like, magic, okay, sit down.
Yeah.
We're going to have a chat. Explain. Like it should be like, and
his advice at the end should be, all right, you got to own the mistake. And you have to truly tell them that it was a mistake and it will never ever happen again. And maybe you will get off with detention.
Like I like you. I don't want this to be worse.
I don't want to ruin your future over this one incident. But you done messed up. You done messed up.
You really messed up. I will put in a word for you. We can figure this out. But what you need to do, and this way you could still have his little scene where he's like, I'm not going to give him my principles. It's not that you don't mention magic. What you do is you have to denounce magic. You have
entirely. You have to
denounce what you were doing.
You have to say what you were doing was stupid. And
yes. And it's not going to work. I talked with Heimerdinger. I was wrong. You know, this is not, you have to say that. Otherwise, you're going to be in a lot more trouble. You're never going to work in the academy again. Like, if you say this, if you don't say this, otherwise I can't help you.
Yeah.
So you could still retain that, because that is an important thing for his character. That's another thing I distinctly remember, is that he has to basically stand up. He stands up to the council and says, no, I'm not going to denounce this idea, which I think is great, character-wise. But yeah.
Well,
anyway,
it's his vision and his devotion, and he can't lie about it. He can't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which I really do like.
He's too pure. He's too good, Michael.
He's good.
But that's a good scene. But to keep that scene, it has to be magic is already on the table, and he's trying to get away talking about it without flat out saying my idea was stupid. And eventually they push him enough where he says, no, what I did was right, and it will and when I figure it out, it will be a benefit. And they're like, okay, you're never never allowed to make things ever again.
Yeah,
And
we will never allow you to because it would work a lot better if they established that Jayce isn't the first person.
Yes.
To do this. If they were like they've had other scientists, this is like a known
People
thing.
flirt with magic occasionally.
And it's like it always leads to down a bad road, and that kind of sets up more of Jayce's character, that he's like, no, but
they did it wrong. I know how to do it.
I can do it. I'm the one who can do it. I know that's pompous, but I know that
am
it's
the
truth.
Messiah. Bow before me, mortals.
And then you also could add in Viktor is also being turned a bit because he's seen what they've been doing and he's been thinking about it on the side, and then he's like, you know what? I think this could work. I'm rolling the dice. I'm crossing the Rubicon. I'm teaming up with Jayce here to try to, because I think he's right. We could solve. You'd also have to set up a bit more clearly, like, okay, here's all the problems that this could solve. Like, I know it's implied, but by like all the,
it's not implied until it's done. Like, it never. We'll get to that, but they never make the case for it. I meant the
implication by like, oh, look at all these cool gadgets and things we can make. It's like, oh, okay, I guess like the trade and stuff like that they talk about. But it's like, they need to set that up before to like really kind of create the stakes of, okay, why is Jayce so driven for this? Is it just to like prove himself? Because it's a whole lot more noble if it really is. He
believes it will make a better world. Yeah.
He believes it'll make a better world. It saved his life. It saved his mother's life. How impactful would it be if it were like his mother, like you see her, like she's like her flesh, maybe not this graphic, but she's got terrible frostbite. He's got frostbite. She's like, her face is going to be ruined, and the magic guy fixes it. Like he doesn't just teleport them out. Like he heals her instantly, and he's like, and you could have a like
we
this
should
is again adding
that. Yeah,
we need that. You could have a scene of, I guess this would push it too much over towards the medical, but you need to have a scene where Jayce is like looking at like people who are suffering, and you
he
see
can't
that
help them yet.
he can't help them yet, but it's like directly parallels what he and his mother went through. It'd be interesting if it was like, I guess it's really hard to. It's much easier to compare it with like medicine.
Yeah.
Than
because
with
medicine is
other
an immediate, right?
Yeah.
When someone's bleeding out, that's an immediate, like, but like maybe
the other things are a bit harder to show.
If you could make more food with this somehow, like,
right?
And it's like people won't have to go hungry anymore, but the only people who are going hungry are the Undercity because they're stealing from themselves. But
it's fine. It's
yeah, it would have been nice to have a little bit more of a build up on, like, not just he's driven because he saw magic, but he sees around him all the time things that it's like, well, if we had magic, it could.
Yeah.
Like, you could have him, when he makes his defense to the council, it's like, I read in a book about a sorcerer in such or other who was able to, like, multiply crops. And, like, he's like, shouldn't we want that? Like, think about the people, you know, that go hungry sometimes. And, like, shouldn't, or how about this person who did this? Like, shouldn't we want that? And it would make his case more compelling, and also make the fear that Piltover has of magic more tremendous if he brings like sort of factual knowledge against them and they still reject it.
Yeah. I would set that up well. It'd also make it like, it would like, they have the seeds there, but it's just
they don't water them.
They don't
give them any sunlight
properly. Yeah, it would really make a huge, like, just simply setting up that people have tried this before, even somewhat recently.
Well, it would make sense. It would make sense, and it would also, make Viktor's maybe change a little more. Like, He's like, I know a little bit about magic. I've had to read all the books that we confiscate. I mean, I didn't have to, but I did it anyways.
I did it anyway. Yeah, and also it would set up the tension where when he starts, going off on the council is just like, we've lost another one. He's lost his mind. Like and they're frustrated. It's like Jesus before the Pharisees.
Whoa!
It's like you were saying he's like the Messiah earlier, all right?
I was joking, Michael.
It's a lot like that because he's like they're angry with him because he's actually got a point, and that's why they can't stand furious.
Yeah,
they can't stand that he actually has a point. Even because
even if they believe differently, they still can't stand that he has a point.
Yeah, they're like, we can't have him. We can't take away your freedom of speech. I don't really know what the Bill of Rights is in this place.
I don't know.
That's too much to ask. Whatever. But we are kicking you out of the academy, and you don't get funding from Caitlyn's family.
Yeah.
Caitlyn's
Caitlyn's family is under arrest now.
Yeah, that's actually that's an interesting point.
You.
I guess they're able to weasel out of it.
They can weasel their way out of it. We didn't know what was going on.
We didn't know what was going on. Here's some money,
Anyways.
Okay. Anyway.
Continuing on.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So this.
Yes.
This has to be freaking microprocessors. There's no way that this is not. This is the first evidence that there's computers in this world. Like, there's no way that this thing works without a computer. Like, I'm sorry, there's no way. This is a microprocessor. They have microprocessors, Mike. This is an arcade machine. Arcade machines use computers. Like,
I can't. I have no argument because I know nothing about.
It has to be. It has to be.
Yeah.
It has to be a computer.
In an arcade.
Like.
Yeah.
The only
it has to be a computer.
It has to be a computer. Like, this puts the level of technology. This jumps the level of technology post World War II, Cold War era, like capabilities. You have a
it's very unclear.
And beyond, like this computer is not only a computer. It's being used for entertainment in the slums, right?
Yes.
Think of what monstrosities they must have up in Piltover. Like,
well, it could. Now it's stupid, but it could be that they don't. They'd have to create this in the story. That maybe it's it wouldn't. Like, the only thing you could say is that, the people up at the top of Piltover are like, their knowledge is so constrained now because they're so afraid of like magic and stuff like that they're like, the computers, we're not going to research that anymore. Like, and so all that's left is these things that nobody knows how to operate. And this is like only the thing that's still working.
I don't buy that. You have to have a catastrophic fall of civilization for me to buy that. And Piltover hasn't had that. But no, it simply must be a computer. Like,
right. Especially that shot right there.
It must be a computer. Well, there's another machine we see in a second, I think. Also, it's got Milo's face because everyone hates Milo. We switched to him picking his nose.
Yeah, you're right. Did they just draw his face on it?
That's what it looks like.
That's so rude. Wait,
That's
go back to it. Go back to it. Yeah, go back to it. Okay. Okay, wait.
Oh, gosh darn it.
Yeah, it does look a lot.
It resembles a lot. I guess it might not be Milo, but it looks a lot like him.
It does, and it looks like it's drawn on there.
It looks like it was drawn by Jinx, is what it was.
Yes.
But I know I'm supposed to be like,
really
wow, look how cool Vi is doing this, and I'm like, they have a computer. they have a freaking computer. Like,
yeah.
Where is this in the rest of society? Like,
I know.
I know. Okay, so part of the problem is people have this distinction in their mind between like steampunk and reality, and it just does not exist for me, because it's like, this has to be a computer even if it's running off of freaking gears and steam. Like, it is accomplishing what a computer can, so you have to take that capability and put it everywhere else. Like,
well, yeah, because people don't know like what a computer truly is. Like, they don't really know what it means. Which, in some sense, I mean, I mean, it's kind of my You'd have to. Never mind. Sorry, I'm not making sense. The point I wanted to make was. Well, I can't remember now. Dang it. The computers... Oh, terribly sorry. Please cut that out. Oh, good grief.
Nothing gets cut.
Nothing gets cut.
Sucker.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Man, I am wasting everybody's time trying to remember what my point was. Oh, yes, no, I was just going... I was just going to agree with you. Sorry.
Yeah.
About this. Steampunk is an aesthetic. People don't think hard about it. All they have to do is just. I mean, they want to have this cool thing.
But they don't want the implications of the cool thing is the problem.
Yeah, they could just have a punching bag. The only it serves one tiny little story purpose, which is when you look at the scoreboard,
it's all Vi, except for Clagger at the bottom.
Clagger at the very bottom, which it's like,
Vi's the best.
Vi is really good. Hey, listen, it's character development.
No,
so it serves that purpose. But
it's a computer. Yeah. It blows.
I know.
It blows a hole in what I thought this world was, Michael.
It's just so interesting to me, because in my mind, I am just able to say, okay, that doesn't really make sense. I'll just imagine it's a punching bag. Because it would be a far bigger problem if, like, halfway through the story, like, it was a big plot point that someone was like, I'll just use my cat. Well, I don't know if that would even bother me that much.
I mean, there's things that happen later in the story that make me go, what the heck? Where is this everywhere else?
I guess I just don't think in technological terms like you do.
Yes, that might be fair.
Technology, I don't understand the technology enough, so it's just like, it might as well be magic in my mind at times. I think that's the real problem. You see, the problem, as they said of the great Brennan Lee Mulligan, is that you know things.
Yeah, I don't know as much as that man.
I need to show you a clip. It's a wonderful quote where Brennan Lee Mulligan is criticizing this like goofy drawing that somebody's doing.
Snilk thing?
Yes, the snilk thing.
You gave this reptile mammalian breasts.
And he's like, see, the problem, Brennan, is that you know things. and I just wanted to do a silly drawing, but then you had to come in and explain how this doesn't make sense. That's like a perfect encapsulation of the problem here.
Okay. Well, I guess let's continue.
I'm not trying to shoot it down. I think it's very funny you pointing out it's a brilliant little point, I think, where you're like, that runs on a computer. You guys didn't think very hard at all about like how the technology actually works.
No.
Yeah. Oh.
Remind me why we bother with this dump.
Yeah. What do you mean bother with this dump?
Lay low. Enforcers never come down here, so this is as good a place as any.
Well, don't the enforcers not come down anywhere in the Undercity? Like,
Yeah,
I thought that's
it's
what
not
the
clear.
implication was, but I guess they do. I don't know.
Maybe we had that wrong this whole time.
Maybe they pretty heavily implied that the enforcers stay out of Zon.
Yeah.
Honey.
Yeah.
What's the matter, Milo? You worried Powder's gonna beat you again?
Hey, if she didn't keep fixing these things, I wouldn't keep missing.
That is like the most emotion we've gotten out of Clagger this entire show.
Yes, he's normally very
quiet and
stoic
and reasonable, if that's the like.
Yes,
and that's like the
least
least
out of character for him. He never accuses other people.
He never accuses other people. He's never made fun of them or anything like that.
Yeah,
like that's Milo's thing.
Yeah,
and he just digs a knife into Milo's back there. just
like weird.
Brutally. Anyways.
It's character assassination. That's what I think. Also, she just fixed a computer device.
So this one you might be able to say isn't a computer. This is just a motor on a belt, right? Because you just have them go back and forth, unless there's a device counting how many shots they get, right? That one's not a computer. That's just a motor on a belt. So this is the problem, Michael, is I know things.
You know things, yeah. Well, the funny thing is that I know enough-ish about, not about computers and stuff, but that now it bothers me a little bit because I'm like, okay, so wait, actually, come to think of it, clearly they have electricity.
Oh, yeah.
So,
we've seen that, though.
Yeah, well,
it's green goo,
okay,
but it's electricity.
That's one of the stupider things I've said. Of course, they have electricity. They have electric lights.
Yeah.
And all this other stuff. What am I talking about? But I guess the reason it strikes me is it's like, how long did we have electricity before we got computers?
We had it for a fair bit.
I guess you're right. Yeah, we had it for 50, 60, 70 years.
Late 1800s, I think. Well, actually, not late. Well, it depends on how widespread it is, right?
Right. Well, so you have in 1830-ish, you have Michael Faraday creates the first effectively the basis of the electric motor. Mm-hmm. So you have it as early as then.
Yeah.
But it doesn't.
It's definitely widespread before World War I, right? And technology that we've seen, right? We've seen what looks like well-regulated rifle firearms with multi-shots. So that's post-Civil War. Possibly, we're looking at World War I, World War II technology now and then, right?
Right.
But with the arcade machine, that jumps us Cold War is what happens.
Yes.
So we've jumped a fair bit in how things have done with that one arcade machine.
Right.
That's a pretty big leap. We're about to go to the moon is what's happening.
And then we know that they have a moon.
Yeah,
we saw it in that one little moment. They have one moon.
Just like us.
Okay.
You guys know I wouldn't take you on a job you couldn't handle, right?
Are you kidding? That was the best job we've ever done.
Okay.
What jobs do you do? She's all of a sudden very apologetic.
She's suddenly very apologetic, which is odd. And also Milo was not happy about that job.
No. He was very upset
about
about that job.
Yeah, it was. Why is he saying that was the best job we ever pulled?
He should have been that would have been the best job we'd ever pulled if Powder. I don't think he does that, but
okay.
But that would have made sense. Yeah. We were way scot-free until Powder bungled.
I think that's what he's about to do.
I don't think
Let's
so.
see.
Maybe just don't take Powder next time.
Okay, a little bit. It's just not as.
Yeah, it's not as.
It's
obvious.
not as targeted.
Okay, now, let's watch this a minute. Okay, pause.
I don't mind.
I have things to say. What's that?
I don't mind that. I like that. It's not bad.
Okay, it's a good little scene. My problem with it is it completely undercuts the idea that Powder can't fight.
They don't have guns.
I guess so, but couldn't they just like give her like
a ping pong ball?
I don't know, like I don't know. Like, so there's got to be some. Like, clearly she has skills. Why has no one ever brought up like the fact that she can like do that? And also that
because
she can
it's not
fix things.
It's not valuable. Like the fixing things is valuable for like making money, but if you're doing a heist, being able to shoot something with a ping pong ball is not. That's not a valuable skill.
Yeah, I guess so. But
now, if they had guns, all of a sudden, you know, Powder would be an incredible force, right? But they don't have guns.
Yeah, I don't know. There's just a part of me that's
skill that is.
Just a part of me that's.
I mean, maybe they can make a bow and arrow, and that would be useful for her.
No, that's not the same as shooting the little gun. I guess
it uses some similar principles.
No.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm just thinking in terms of just like the actual motions of the hands and everything you have to do.
No, they're very different. But
it's very different.
But anyone can shoot a gun. What matters is hitting the targets, and that uses the same principles between the gun and the bow.
I won't argue with you on
because
I haven't. But no, I do not think you are correct on that. But the point is, I don't know. It's just like clearly she has like she's able to fix all the stuff. I don't know. It just seems weird.
It would be better. It would be a better use of her time to be like a mechanic's apprentice.
Yeah.
But the problem is Vi is toxic and wants her to be a criminal. And
wants her to be a criminal.
But they don't want to show that.
Yeah.
Or you could say, so one of two things. Vi is toxic and wants this particular life for Powder, or Powder idolizes Vi and wants Vi's life, right? And so these skills are being unused. But no, it would be way better for her to not be doing whatever the heck Vi says and to be fixing things.
Yeah. She could hang out with Echo.
Yeah.
We know she already hangs out with Echo. Though we never see
We
it.
don't know that until like the end of Act 2.
yeah, which is interesting. It's just interesting. I guess the thing is that because obviously her gun skills become important in Act 2 when she grows up. So they're setting that up here. But it's like, I don't know. It just seems like in order for you to be able to do that, like to be that good with a gun, like it just seems to, I can't reconcile that very well with her always messing up on the missions and stuff. And also, I just feel like, I know Milo is, painted to just be like a jerk.
Wow, a useless jerk, yeah.
Whatever. Yeah, a useless jerk. But it just like at a certain point, it just strains like I can't believe it anymore because I'm just like, I feel like even Milo would be able to see like, shouldn't he be making the argument of like, because he can recognize like
to do something else.
yeah. Like he can recognize other people having skills.
Yeah.
Like why doesn't he just say, just don't bring Powder. Have Powder make us gadgets we can use or something.
Yeah,
it makes a lot. That's why. Yeah, it just doesn't. Yeah, sorry, I've gone too long.
You would think, but the problem is if he's like, why don't we just have Powder as support? We can't have Vi be like, no, she has to be one of us and be toxic.
Yeah,
right? They don't. Yeah. They don't want to address it.
Yeah. Anyway.
Freaking arcade machine right there.
Yeah, there's an arcade machine.
Okay, so this is like the worst thing we see the enforcers do. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, what is happening?
So it seems like they just came down here and they're just like arresting people.
Okay.
Because they're trying to get information. It's very untargeted. It's very...
Yeah.
It doesn't match with what we know about their leader, who would be a little more precise, right?
Well, she did say that they were going to come down here, but yeah, you're right. She would be more precise, but maybe I don't know. Maybe she's not able to
But
control them as well as she would seem.
We don't see that. That's the problem.
Yeah. Also, like, what exactly is their plan? Are they just going to untargeted?
If you just kill everyone,
terror?
then if you kill everyone down here, then we know that we have killed the.
It just seems to me this is a terrible idea. Like the whole point was that there was that uprising before. And we were under the impression that that led to them not being down there, but then they contradict that a bunch, so I guess we've misunderstood that.
We don't know, yeah.
But it's like, okay, are they down there or are they not? And if they're not down there, then that means the uprising worked to some extent.
You would have thought...
And if they ever come back down there, the reason that they don't come down there is because if they ever do, then Vander's like, well, we're gonna fight you. Like, that's why I'm in charge.
Well, I think the fight is out of Vander. That's implied, right?
Right, that's
but other people
true.
rise up. No, I think they should have had a scene, right, where the enforcers come in bulk down the elevators, right?
Yes.
And they section off a part of the Undercity, and it's like, this is our little headquarters here until we get what we're looking for. And that would have been a compelling scene before this one, right? Where something breaks out here, but we know that they're down here. We know what their plan is, right? And then the lead up to this, we can understand why it's happening a little bit better.
Right. Also, that enforcer is super close to that arcade. So, like, that arcade is I don't know, man. Like, I feel like that, I guess they can't go into every building. But
we don't know what they're doing.
Right.
We have very little context for why this particular incident is happening the way it is.
Right.
Where I can find them.
Top side of business ain't my concern.
What's everyone in your trenches concerned now? Give me a name.
A lot of spit. Anyways.
It's a loogie. Also, what are you doing, Marcus? Like, how do you just grabbed a random person and you're like, give me a name. And the guy's like, I don't know who did it. Like,
it should have been like, we're looking for 4 kids, 2 with anime hair.
Yeah.
Have you seen these people? And you could have him be like, I don't talk to topsiders, right? And it's like, just tell me what you know. And
it's kind of like, at this point, it's like, surely like somebody in the Undercity is going to, quote, give them a name. Like,
it's gonna be some random name.
Yeah,
they get Silco and he says Vander.
yeah. It's like, if they just go down there and they're just randomly grabbing people and they're like, give us a name so that we can crucify them or something.
I'll give you a name, Billy Bob Jr. What do you say about that?
Yeah, it's some, like, they're gonna get a bunch of names from just they're gonna get a bunch of people who do what this guy did, sure, but they're gonna get a couple of people who are gonna be like, sure, I'll give you a name, and they'll give them either a fake name or more likely they'll give them the name of an enemy and be like, go talk to them. I'm pretty sure, you know.
But yeah, Powder also should be at this moment being like, guys, there's a whole bunch of enforcers outside. Like,
yeah.
I think that's what you're trying to get at. Yeah, Powder should be like, guys, we might need to leave. Like,
yeah. She should just be like, I feel like they should have figured out they were out there way earlier. Yeah. Like, there's a bunch of enforcers. Like, it's not just a street
There's
brawl.
an army. Yeah.
They're right there. I guess that's kind of what's going to happen. We haven't let the scene go forward. We shouldn't be complaining about that.
Hey guys,
yeah, she's yeah. Oh!
He's dead.
Yeah, he is totally dead. Also, okay, pause it.
These guys are like super troopers. They just like freaking toss.
Yeah, how did they do that? Like, also, that was stained glass. That had like metal wire, like in between it.
Yeah, no.
He wouldn't go through it. He would just bang against it or get sliced and diced by it.
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
Sorry, my
anyway.
thing's freaking out.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Is it doing the jig? Are you doing
It's
the
doing
jig
the jig.
there?
Yeah. It's just
Oh
going.
no!
Blah, 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 blah.
I'm so sorry, everybody.
But yeah, how did they not notice? I mean, I guess they had music, but like, I feel like you would have noticed the enforcer army that showed up at your doorstep.
Yeah, that are just out there like doing this. And in my defense, so I feel like I jumped far too quickly on, okay, why isn't she immediately like freaking out? It's like, okay, just let the scene play. But in my defense, she doesn't say we need to hide. She says you ought to come see this.
Yeah, no, it should be.
Like,
she looks outside, sees a enforcer. It doesn't look any longer, and is just like, guys, there is enforcers outside.
Okay, I'll be fair and say like, if you change it around, it could be like she whispers, guys, there's an enforcer, and they're like, okay, hold on, let's see what they're doing.
Yeah,
but everybody get ready to hide.
But everyone should be alerted, but they don't do it well.
Whatever.
Anyways,
it's fine. It's just poor execution.
We got a scene here.
Search them.
Oh.
Yeah, there's like metal bits that flew out of that.
Nothing.
You didn't leave those at home? Like,
yeah, well, they don't want Vander to find them.
I guess that's true.
So it makes sense she has them on her person.
I feel like it would have been better if it was just like, bring them out, right? And then once they're all out, it's like, oh, you guys match the description of the ruffians who are running.
I was going to say, hey,
two of you have anime hair, but they don't recognize. They have no clue what they're looking for. Like,
yeah, which is bizarre.
Which is absurd. Like,
it doesn't make any sense. From the beginning, the fact that she's like, we need a name. It's like, no, you need four names.
You need four names. You need four.
In fact, you don't.
Four names of children. Like,
you don't need names. You need bodies. That's what you need. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's just weird.
We sound cool like, when we say we need a name, Michael.
Yeah, they sound, but it's like, that's not, what are you talking about? Like if you're, I don't know. It's very strange, but whatever. There is genuine tension in the scene because it's like, oh, okay, they don't know. Oh no, she has the blue. But wait a second. Wait, hold up.
Yeah.
So, do they know about the blue balls?
I don't know.
So, like, it may not even be an issue if they find the blue balls. Though I suppose maybe Powder doesn't know that.
Yeah, they don't know that. So it could be that, right? The Powder believes they might be looking for these, right?
Right, because they don't know about the deal, so. They just so it could make sense that Powder is just like oh, they're looking for the people who stole the stuff, and so this is some of the stuff.
We don't know that they don't know that this was part of the stuff. Maybe.
Okay.
So yeah, no, this fine. That works.
Okay. Poor girl. Oh, interesting. Hey,
he's dead.
There you go. Yeah.
Vi just killed someone.
That's a pretty good shot, though. I do like that ferocious looking Vi there. That's pretty good. And it's interesting.
She just killed someone. We don't acknowledge that.
Is he necessarily dead?
No, I don't know. It could be. He's got a concussion at the least.
The guy thrown through the window is definitely dead.
He's dead.
Yeah, he's dead. The guy who got the thing thrown at him, he's definitely got a concussion.
It hit him in the head. Like,
yeah.
It hit him in the head and he dropped instantly. Like,
he did, yeah.
There's a good chance that he might be dead.
The fact it's a possibility, is very important. But it's, it's an action thing.
Kudos to the enforcers. They don't draw guns at this point.
Yeah,
like that was an assault with a deadly weapon. Like,
Oh, yeah. Well, also when Milo pops up and, well, I guess, you know, he's firing the thing.
Yeah, that one doesn't matter. But the...
when she does that...
you might be in... Well, in American law enforcement, you'd definitely be allowed to draw your weapons. Maybe not fire, but you would definitely be allowed to draw your weapons, and if they do anything else that would lead towards potential... grave injury or death, you would be allowed to open fire. But
I'd also like to acknowledge it's interesting. It does make sense that she makes the signal to turn on the stuff because she knows Powder has the stuff, and she probably yeah, you're right. They don't as far as we know, they don't draw their weapon. Oh no.
What was the purpose of that thing within the context of the game?
Presumably it's like the mouth of some monster or something?
So it has a three-dimensional structure to it.
Yeah.
That doesn't have any purpose in the context of the game. I don't know why that exists the way it does.
I can't really tell. I assumed it was one of the figures.
Also, that might just, because it looks like it's metal, that might just mess up Marcus's arm. Like, depends on how it closes.
Yeah, it depends on how it closes. She hits a thing. Yeah, that's pretty bad, potentially. Good chase scene, though. Like, I'm feeling the tension while I'm watching them. Like, it's good. It's good. Yeah, they're just running around, like, beating people up. I guess that's the point, but...
There we are.
Huh? Yeah, he drew the weapon. He may also be dead.
Yeah, the guy on the top of the ladder is definitely severely injured.
Yeah.
It's about time that they draw a weapon at that Looney Tunes. Like, I don't want to condone shooting children, but they've done a lot of things to really hurt people.
Well, I'm not going to comment on that. I'm just saying it does. To be honest,
it fits his character.
That they are. It fits the character we've seen where they threw someone through a window. You saw two enforcers were just like beating somebody up in an alley. Like, this is madness. Like, surely the people who have like rioted before would have rioted by now. Maybe they just haven't been down there for very long, but we don't know how long the enforcers have been down there because they didn't do that scene, which I absolutely agree with you.
We don't have
they should have done.
Yeah.
Where they all come marching down and we see,
in the Imperial March plays.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, do they have like walkie-talkies or anything like that?
They should, based on the level of technology that we've been
that would
given.
Require computers.
So I think you've hit walkie-talkie era if you're in Cold War. So
yeah, so you should be able to.
They should
signal
have
everybody.
They should have a radio communication.
Also, how did Marcus get his hand out of the thing? Because we see him at the end of that chase scene. Right?
Magic.
He draws his gun. Like, but how is he getting it out of that? I guess he just hits the button and it opens up again.
We don't know anything about that machine, so.
Yeah, we don't. So I'll give it that.
Yeah.
That's all he's got to do. But anyway, they've escaped because Echo was there just at the right time.
This is the only scene you see Powder and Echo together, I think, in Act 1. It's not important.
Oh god.
Yeah, no shit. The House Pharaohs received your letter.
Okay, hold up. Just as a little side note, do we actually see them in the same shot together?
Oh, probably not. Let's
I don't think we do. They're in the same scene, but I don't think we ever see them in the same shot. Gloriously animated, I must say.
Brianna, you are fine.
Gloriously animated. I mean, mwah, it's great. Like that.
There's
that
just some
little
guy
shot.
they're beating.
Yeah, it's just beating up some guy, and then they just drop him.
You think Vander would bring up the treatment they've received to the boss lady the next time he talks to her? Be like,
well, I think that was. Well, I guess that was the point, is that she's like, I won't be able to stop him. But it's like, it doesn't make any sense. It's like Vander's like, listen, I have power I can leverage.
Yeah.
Here. If you come, well, you're dependent on me. If you come marching down here doing this, then, I mean, the fight is out of him, but he could, I don't know.
Bluff it, yeah.
He could bluff it, I guess, which would be interesting.
Based on all of their interactions so far, this seems out of character for the enforcers. Maybe not out of character for Marcus, right? But for the other enforcers, just the sheer level of brutality doesn't seem to compute.
Yeah, because we've only
with their leaders. The only time they've shown this level of brutality was when they were in an active fight, and it's like, you kill people in active fights. I can't be upset with you for killing people in fights.
Right. That was the scene at the bridge.
Yeah, at the very beginning.
But then also when they're chasing the kids, they don't use lethal force, as we know. Well, I mean, frankly, one of those things could probably kill you, but
it'd be a lot harder for it to kill. A taser can kill you. It's just a lot less likely for it to kill you.
Right. But here, you know, they look very menacing.
Here, they're
great design.
Just beating the crap out of people.
yeah. I mean, they're stormtroopers here.
Mm-hmm.
They're, and you know, it's why I'm conflicted, because it's like, man, like that one little shot where it just like zooms in on them and then they drop the guy. It's a great shot.
Mm-hmm.
Menacing. I believe it. It's well executed, but it leads to all the problems we're talking about.
It just doesn't quite add up with the way their leadership seems to want to engage with the problem. And the way that we've seen them interact topside.
And also just what would actually work to like solve the problem.
Generally, you don't get good information out of people that you're actively beating up. But if you have malice in your heart and you just want to beat people up, you're going to do that.
Yeah, they're basically, they've switched to being like Nazis.
They're Nazis now,
yeah, or something. I mean,
you gotta stop the Nazis.
I guess maybe that's, I mean, if you want to make a point that like, oh, they've got, you know, it's police brutality. It's like, okay, sure, but then then you're telling a story about
their boss is going to be upset with them if they're engaging this way.
Or the boss is corrupt, or they're incompetent.
I feel like
as far as I'm concerned, that's what it is.
We need some more in order to get this kind of behavior that we're seeing. Like Marcus, if Marcus is doing this, I believe it, right? Because he's demonstrated that kind of aggressive, unnecessary, right? But the other guy, like the entire battalion, like I need a little bit more, right? And it would be interesting if you had Marcus beating up people and you had the other enforcers like, well, he's our boss, but we're going to get chewed out for this. And they kind of have this strange middle ground where they're like, we don't want to do anything, but we're not helping you beat the crap out of people.
Yeah, or, I mean, I suppose the other thing you could do is you could make it...
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to... No, you're good. What you could do is you could have it so that the leader, they respect her, but she's like older, and all the enforcers are younger, and they're more the general attitude is more like Marcus, which would also explain why is Marcus like your second in command. Well, there wasn't anybody else.
Yeah.
He's the best one, but that's just a general attitude that's there. And as soon as this older lady dies, you know, you kind of just have the sense of the things are going to go south. So now they're just going to town, and she can't really stop them because Marcus is the rising generation.
If you wanted to have a scene that 100%, not 100% would justify, but would explain what's going on, you have them, they're stopping people, they're like, you're being detained for questioning, right? And you have someone throw a bottle at one of their heads, right? And then
they just lose it.
They just lose it, or there's something more like there's like a mini riot going on, and they're like, Well, it's like someone throws a bottle and it's like, okay, we're gonna grab you, and then people are like, no, you can't grab him, right? And like you get this fight that breaks out, and that would make a little more sense to me. Like it wouldn't make sense. Like that's probably not the correct thing to do if someone throws a bottle at your head, to just go and immediately beat the utter crap out of them, right? But it would explain the escalation of the situation. Right, and it would be a little more believable. It would make them a little less of just evil Nazis and a little more like actual people.
Yeah, well, and I think it would make the scene like a lot more compelling if, like, okay, they're in this arcade, and then they realize, oh, you know, there's like people walking around outside, and then while they're doing the thing, they suddenly realize, oh wait, there's enforcers, and they're like, let's just wait. We don't want to run out into the street because we don't know how many there are. And then the scene unfolds, and then a riot breaks out, and the enforcers are just like, we've had enough.
Just like we're putting you down. Yeah.
Yeah, and they just start beating the tar out of people, and that's when they throw a guy in, and then one of them comes in with a spark thing, and he's like, you guys get outside, you know, with your hands, and then that's when they run. Yeah. And then you have them running like through a riot or something. You know? It's like, and then they have to dodge into people, and that's also why Echo's there, because Echo's like, what's going on over here? And he's like, guys.
Guys.
Yeah, and then you see this real tension between the enforcers and the people. And
you can make it very clear it's one-sided, right? The enforcers have the armor, they have the time to actually like really develop themselves muscularly, like, and these people are like poor and weak or whatever, and they're just scrawny, beating that crap out of them. And but that would, I think that would work better. You know,
it's, you understand why the enforcers lost it, but it's also awful.
But it's awful. You're not allowed to beat the tar out of defenseless people, and they're like they're beating people like after they're clearly unconscious or something like that. Where it's like they just go over the edge, and it's just like, no, you can't do that. I guess the only problem is you would need to make a bit more clear, like, because you could make it very powerful, but you really need to set up like, okay, you really need to ratchet up to this point. And
you need to set up like, they hate the Undercity dwellers, and the Undercity dwellers hate them, and you need to set up, why do they hate them?
If you had down on them, they're like, if you had a little more of that that scene where the enforcers come down here, you could have them talking to each other, right? And them, like, you could have one person where it's like I lost my father to these people down here, right? And it's like, let's get out of here as soon as we can, like as soon as we can wash our hands of them, like the better. Right, and you really ratchet up that the enforcers really do not want to be down here. They're because it brings them close to something they hate, and like you could really ratchet it up so that scene makes sense, where they
and it like represents the tensions between Piltover
the cultures,
and you could make some pretty cutting commentary where you're like, okay. They start making, like, you know, comments about, well, you guys, this is your fault that you're down here. You're poor because it's your fault, right? And it's like,
you
and then they're like,
thieves, or not your thieves, you thieves.
And they're like, we're poor because of you guys, right? And it's like, great.
We can set it up. We can tell what the emotions are.
Stick the knife in. Stick the knife in. We all know these arguments, and it would be really cutting. And then to see, okay, well, here's what happens when that's all you have to say is they just beat each other up. Anyway, that's not what happens.
No.
Really. They escape.
We were seeing if Echo and Powder were in the same shot.
Yeah.
Maybe. That might have been the same shot there.
Oh.
You need to hide those crystals.
Yeah, no shit.
Well, they definitely know who you are now. Like, you need to hide more than the crystals.
You need to hide more than the crystals.
A honey bunches of oats.
That is... Also, that little quip doesn't seem like the appropriate reaction to what just happened. Like, y'all almost
got shot.
Nabbed.
You almost got,
he almost got shot.
More than nabbed, you almost got shot.
Business is steady, stagnant, Allura. They wished me to remind you that it's thanks to their innovations that you are the richest person in Piltover.
What an odd thing to say. Like, I mean, I know you're trying to tell the audience something, but like, could you use a lighter hammer? Like, just you're the richest lady in Piltover. But she seems to be a woman of import, even without them having to tell us that she is the richest woman in Piltover. It's such a heavy hammer. Like, I would feel like I'm a terrible writer, right? I would feel embarrassed writing that line. Like, it's the same thing as like, and everybody knows you're the most badass warrior in the realm. Like there might be an occasion where you could get away with that line. Maybe if someone is making fun of you, right? Well, not even if it's a comedy, but like if you have someone who's like like a squire, right? Like he's not like an amazing fighter, and his friends like, and they're talking, and it's like, I told them that you're the most badass fighter in the realm, and the squire's like looks at him like, what the heck? Like, why? You're gonna get me in trouble or whatever, right? But to say it and have it to be true, it's so hard to get away with the line, and it's so heavy-handed. Yeah, that's a better way to do it. Yeah, I mean the way, I mean, if I were to try to sneak this line into the show, maybe the way I would do it, right? Because later, this is spoilers, but later Mel like lets Viktor and Jayce go, right? And you could have Jayce be like, she's on the council, like who the heck is she? Like why is she involved with this so much? And Viktor's like, oh, she's the richest woman in Piltover. Like, she's got her fingers in everything. You know, like that would be a way to get away. But it wouldn't be the first line you hear about her is, right? Well, to her face, it's just, I feel like you can do so much better. It's interesting, right? This show is praised for show don't tell, right? No, like I can see instances where they do show don't tell, right? But they have so much tell too, where they and it's like the worst tell. Like it's not smooth at all. Anyways, and I guess people just let it go because it's pretty, which I guess that's a fair reason. You know, I'm distracted by pretty things. That's a line I didn't notice until this is like my second time watching this through, right? And that's a line I didn't notice the first time. So it looks like she's wearing, it looks like it's a dress, and then it's got like sleeves that are not attached to the dress, that are held up by like bands. It's a fine design, yeah. So it's, you're the richest woman in Piltover, and yet I remain the poorest. Insert her last name. Once again, another heavy hammer hit, right? Where it's like the poorest of her family. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what that means. I think, unless she's talking about the rest of the council, but I don't think she is. I'm pretty sure that's her last name.
Choice, Count Rimmerdaughter. A supreme challenge.
We need something revolutionary, Allura. Something to put Piltover on the map.
Once again, not heavy-handed at all. Anyways, you were saying that was very one-sided. There'll be some really funny music when I put this in post.
Oh, okay.
Breakup just talking to himself. We're good now.
We're good now. I was just complimenting the design for Mel.
Well, you said she's beautiful, but you said it unnerves you for some reason.
it doesn't unnerve me. That is not what I said.
You said you're intimidated by beautiful women.
See, for a moment there, I was like, that is kind of what I feel like I said. And I was like, oh, good. That was cut out. It wasn't recorded. But then you had to bring it up again. No, I think what it specifically is, and this is probably too early to be saying this, is that it's more... Oh. It's more that, like, all of the stuff about her background and, like, her motivations and, like, what they've set her up to be is, as far as I'm concerned, she's, like, not, like, super evil, but, like, lawful evil. Like, she's not good. Like, but she, it's not, and it's not as simple as just, oh, she's beautiful and I don't like it when beautiful people are evil. Like, that's obviously stupid.
I think what you were trying to say was, I thought for a second you were trying to say that because she's an animated character, you find it weird that she's attractive. Like, well, there's something unnerving there.
I wasn't going to get into that, but oh my goodness gracious. It's like the VTubers. I'll have to get back to him. Sorry, someone was calling me, but I am doing this show. What was I talking about?
You're talking about how she's like evil and pretty.
Yeah, but
and that turns you on.
Really,
I don't know.
Shut up. No, I'm digging a hole here, but it's an important point because it's not just like the way she just spoke, like the voice actress and like the way she says her lines and the way like her expressions and everything. There's something like subtly unconscious that is telling me, no, Michael. This is like Galadriel. I think is what it is. Like, because Galadriel also beautiful, beautiful character, and that's the point. She's basically like a goddess, right? Yeah. Galadriel is, but her motives on top of it are like she truly is a goddess. She's like pure of intent and wonderful and all this stuff. But Mel, like the writers have made her so she's cutthroat businesswoman driven by being in the shadow of her family, even though she's already the richest woman in Piltover. It's not enough. She must have more. And I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, it's a very interesting character, but the way that she talks, the way she moves, like everything and how she's designed, it's like listening to Galadriel from Lord of the Rings say these things in Galadriel's voice. So that's what throws me off. It's like somebody saying, I must have more money. It's that's what throws me off. It's like it's not unnerving, but it's like short-circuiting me a bit. And I know what the point of it is I think what bothers me about it is that it feels like wish fulfillment, that somebody is like, we're going to have a girl boss, and she's going to be the most beautiful woman, and she's going to want and desire power, and that's okay, but there's not going to be any consequences to that. And I don't know, I just smell wish fulfillment here, and it sort of, it disconcerts me. So there we go. We'll see how deep of a hole I've dug for myself here. I
mean, I don't... Oh my goodness. My mic just peaked horribly. What the heck?
Everything's going wrong.
It's all going wrong.
It's falling apart.
Well, I turned on noise suppression because I think I had some background noise.
Oh no.
We'll see if that turns out, if I just turn into an actual robot. It'll be on brand. I'm not bothered by any of those things. I'm more bothered by how we'll get into this. She's set up as this kind of ruthless businesswoman of such.
Yeah.
And
it doesn't really come to fruition. Yeah, she's not. Yeah.
And I was really disappointed by that because I was like, oh yeah, ruthless businesswoman.
Because you are turned on by that. I'm turned on by Galadriel. I've got nothing.
Galadriel scares me. Whenever I watch the fellow... Oh my goodness, why does it peak like that? Whenever I watch the Fellowship of the Rings, it's like, this woman is scary, man.
Oh, I mean, So is like a tiger.
Well,
I don't know
see,
where
a
I was
tiger,
going with
I
that.
understand what the tiger. I understand the tiger. Like, I get it's hungry. It wants to eat.
I understand what
Galadriel.
I get Galadriel.
Galadriel wants to steal my soul and make me a better person, and I don't like that.
I'm fine with that. I'm always up for becoming a better person.
Nah, you know me.
Anyway,
I hate being a better person.
She would take all of your souls out. She wouldn't really go for. Anyway. Oh.
She has like a slit that goes.
Yes,
all the
yes,
way
she
up
does.
all the way up her thigh.
Yeah. It's okay. Now that we've zoomed, I feel like I've. Anyway, doesn't matter.
What you're gonna say?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's all good. Doesn't matter.
Let's go back.
Look at her fingers. Her face. See, note this, right? Her fingers. Why does she? Okay, we're gonna not spend the whole time critiquing her dress, or we're gonna look like two.
It's a very.
Weirdos.
It reminds me of kind of dress that you might find at a very high-end celebrity.
Oh yeah,
shindig.
yeah, absolutely.
Why?
Yeah.
Man, I'm gonna have to repair my little avatar here. It's freaking out. It's all right.
Oh no.
Well, it's just there's a delay in between. I won't get technical.
Your circuits are. This is the worst episode ever.
Yeah.
I can't even speak. That's okay. If we can make it funny, then it'll all be good.
Yeah.
Anyway, she's wearing celebrity dress.
Yeah, she's a very celebrity dress, which probably adds to her.
Well, yeah, that's
status appeal. Yeah.
She's rich and she's elegant and she's got those two fingers that are like walking over this model of a city. I don't think it's literally
not a model of a city.
city.
These are all the puzzle boxes because she's juggling.
Right.
She's juggling her expositional backstory that she's telling to her assistant for some reason, with the picking a puzzle box.
Yes, she is like something to put Piltover on the map.
That
see,
so that seems like she is planning to poach like someone from the trial. Like that isn't a very aggressive tactic. Like have those back to back, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And we don't get that.
She's just like who's on the trial?
Who's on trial that I can exploit?
Yeah. What can I exploit for my own ravenous personal gain? Because I'm like so smart. I'm so smart. All these puzzle boxes, like see, none of this character development is bad. Like, it's necessarily. It's like, oh, okay, we're really setting up, and then, this is like kind of a supervillain. This is like a Moriarty character who's like, I have this ravenous intellect, and I don't care. But it's superimposed on, but she's wearing white and she's so good and pure. Like they would never say that she's good. Don't get me wrong, they would never say that. But it's really more just because their own moral compasses are messed up.
Maybe.
That's why.
Oh,
that's what I think.
I fixed myself, I think. Anyway.
You fixed yourself.
I fixed myself.
Were you not paying attention to what I was saying?
No, I was.
I was saying
there is a dichotomy where they seem to want to make her the best, but her actions don't seem to match that.
Yeah, and
until later, there's like lag.
Right. Yeah. And it's interesting. Yeah, and it screams, like I said, it screams like a kind of power fantasy from one of the writers, where it's like you see that a lot in power fantasies, especially of young people. Myself included, so that's why I can speak from experience. The desire to have people don't often have power fantasies where their character is portrayed as like Superman.
Yeah.
Their power fantasy is Batman.
Yeah.
Like nothing against Batman,
Lex
but
Luthor.
it's like, or yeah, but it's like they want somebody who is good, but they've seen the darkness, right? Because they want somebody who, if someone is just pure and good, then it's kind of boring. And that's not how we feel as human beings. So it's like you kind of get this weird thing where you have somebody who, it can be very cringy, where it's like they're an anti-hero, like young people become enamored with this notion of the anti-hero because they want somebody who breaks the rules, but they don't actually want to be evil because they themselves are not actually evil. And so then you get something kind of like Mel, who I think is a very extreme example of it. But that's just me. Either that or I'm just intimidated by powerful women. Maybe that's all it is.
They're toolmakers. I believe they came to renown for their design of the collapsible pocket wrench.
But I'm getting a favor soon?
As far as I can tell.
This one.
That's a child's toy.
Why is it on the table then? I don't mean to be offensive, but the assumption is that this guy brought her a bunch of puzzle boxes at her request. Right. Why did he bring her a child's toy? Like if he had a bag with him and she looked into the bag and plucked it out and he's like no that's for my daughter, right? Or something like that. Like I'm working on that for my daughter, and she's like, it's perfect, right? That would be a better way to do this, but he shouldn't have it out if he's going to be embarrassed by it.
Yes, that is a very good point. The only thing you could say is that maybe he's foolishly dumped them all on the table, but yeah, that doesn't solve it either. It's like, well, then why did you dump them all on the table at the same time? Yeah, which he may very well be, but I don't know. Second point is that the implication here is that, so she has, from the beginning, right? And this is actually kind of what they do with her. This is the irony, is that she's set up as I am girl boss, and yet everything from the very beginning is zeroed in on Jayce.
Yeah.
This guy, right? Because she picks up the thing, and she's like, the implication clearly is because the one woman is like, oh, they're toy makers or whatever, tool makers. They make collapsible wrenches, and it's like this small fry. And then Mel picks up this thing, and he's like, oh, that's a child's toy. And the child's toy is, I believe, also blue with some gold, which I think might be what Jayce wears. I don't know for sure. That'd be symbolism, my friend.
Yeah.
But it's meant to represent Jayce. And so we have an interesting thing going on here, where Mel apparently likes her men vulnerable and stupid or something. I don't know. It's just
if you were going to manipulate and control a man, that's usually the best way for...
Exactly.
Which is if you're going to exploit anyone, it's better if they're a little stupid and a little vulnerable, at least.
Right. Which is fine if that's the character, but it becomes contradictory because at the same time
she turns into a bleeding heart the next act.
She does. That's what she becomes. That's why it's okay, this is kind of
bleeding heart might not be the right word, but
it'd be one thing if you set her up as make it more clear that okay, the writer understands this is very sinister.
Yeah.
This is what a supervillain does, is holds up this toy, there's something that represents our hero, and is like, I can do so much with this. It's like, oh, okay. But then later, meets Jayce and actually starts to fall in love with him, and it's like, oh no, now
they skip over that in the time skip. Anyways, we'll cover that later.
They don't recognize that she's evil, or she's sort of evil. I don't know.
She's definitely not good.
She's very sinister. I think. Good. But the way she talks and the voice acting and everything, just anyway. Okay, I'll shut up.
Darling, he nearly blew up our daughter.
Jayce had nothing to do with that. He was robbed. We need to help him.
Caitlin's right. We've known Jayce for years. Besides, we're his patrons. If anyone is meant to speak up for him, it's us.
We should get them back. We've got the numbers to...
So yeah, we got the stuff for the trial. This is Savika, a very important character that I didn't realize was an important character till later. Because I'm bad at recognizing characters across multiple scenes if I don't see them a lot.
Yeah. To be honest,
it makes the Dark Knight like the first 3 times of watching The Dark Knight really hard because you get like characters that you don't see like at all but play like a minor important role.
Right. Yes.
I'm just like, who's this again?
Who's this? They're talking to him like he's important.
Yeah.
All of a sudden. Yeah. Do you have any comments on the previous scene? I mean, I don't know if I have. It's just setting up exposition.
It's setting up the trial. It sets up that there is a little bit of contention over Jayce to begin with, right? Yeah. But sets up a little bit of the dynamic. I don't take any particular issue.
Yeah.
Very artful the way they use the painting.
Yeah. I like that. It sets up a lot. Caitlyn's parents are rich and blah blah blah.
It kind of makes the characters feel pretty distant from each other in an interesting way when you're just got the stagnant painting.
That's true. That's true.
And that is definitely a very good demonstration of the relationship where they don't have good connections with each other. I mean, it's kind of weird that because the dad has lines in that, right? But the dad doesn't really play much of a role in the story ever at all. Like,
no.
I feel like it would have been better to just have her and maybe like an advisor or something talking, so that, and you can just have dad off doing whatever. We don't need him. He's useless.
Well, that's kind of what they effectively have anyway, that he expresses his opinion, and then the mother is like, no, we're going to do this.
Shoots it down,
and
but it just
shows the mother is powerful.
Yeah, she is the powerful in the relationship. I don't know. I don't see why he would really offer his input at all if it's not valued in any way. Like, I feel like that's how the dynamic would end up, where he's just doing his own thing, right? And they don't dig into the relationship where it's like he's more connected to Caitlyn or anything like that. Like, it just seems like a dynamic that they bring up and they don't really need to. Like, I don't really have
it is interesting.
I don't have an argument with it. Like, I don't. Like, I'm not overly irritated, but I feel like you could have simplified it just a little bit. And it might have been a little bit smoother.
Right.
But anyways.
Anyway, this character is angry.
Let's teach him what it means to mess. You sure that's what you want? We crossed that bridge once before. We all know how that ended.
Just protecting your kids.
I'm protecting our people. I'll do the same for any one of you. We look out for each other. It's the way it's always been. This will blow over. We just need to stand together.
The Vander I knew, the one who built the underground, wouldn't be afraid to fight.
Do I look afraid?
No, you look weak.
Pause. I don't have a problem with the weak line. That's actually that exchange is pretty good.
I would have liked it if there had been a little bit more build up to it.
Yeah,
because this just kind of blindsides you, right?
Yeah, well, I think the problem is it goes into what we were saying before, is that you and I are still like, we don't have enough detail. In order for me to feel what the scene wants me to feel, I'm like, because I'm just looking at it like, you probably should do something. And honestly, I thought that's what was, like, I don't know, like we said before, we don't really know what the enforcers' method is or what they're trying, like how they're trying to do this. If they just don't have a method.
If they're just beating up people, then you kind of have to do something. Like,
yeah, it's like, and in some sense, if they're just randomly beating up people, then those people have probably already begun fighting.
This is already out of control.
Yeah, it's like Vander
seems to just be ignoring the world around him here, which doesn't seem like his character.
Yeah. I think what they're trying to do is they want to set it up, because his whole argument is that we already tried doing an uprising and it didn't work. And we're obviously continually confused because it kind of seems like it sort of did, because the enforcers don't come down there, but I guess maybe they do come down there.
We don't know. They're very vague on it, I guess.
Yeah, it's a little unclear. So they want to set it up, right, as though it's like, listen, we can't do anything because if we do, then they're just going to like crush us. And it's like, will they?
So the problem is,
can they?
If the position that we are given of the idea that the enforcers are just like blazing through the Undercity, beating the crap out of anyone who won't tell them who stole stuff, right? Like, Vander looks terrible here.
Yeah,
he looks awful. If it's just like the enforcers are walking around and asking people's questions and mildly inconveniencing them at points, he looks fine. Right.
You could even have Marcus clearly, like, Marcus is the one who's really causing the problems. The other enforcers are just like, they're just kind of being intimidating. But Marcus, like, on that, like, one occasion goes too far, and that's what causes this meeting. Because they're afraid that, what happens if they're all
start go too far again?
Crazy?
Or,
and Vander's like, you've got to be patient because I don't want any more orphans.
But the problem is we don't have the information. We don't know exactly what is going on. The information that we have makes it seem like Vander is terrible, and mostly because he doesn't have a plan, right? Because his plan is to just let it blow over. If they're just knocking on doors and saying we have to come into your homes and make sure there's no stolen goods, and like they, they, I don't know if it would be illegal here, but by like American standards, undue search and seizure, right? They come into the house, they quickly check over things, and they say, you're all good.
They rough things up. It's
not even they rough things up, but they're just like snooping through everybody's stuff, and they're always at every corner, and it just it makes everyone nervous. And Vander said it will blow over. Like, that's like a much like understandable thing to do. But from what we know, they're looking for blood, and Vander's not willing to sell his kids out.
Right.
And so she's got a very good point there. If this is based on what they've shown us, if this is the situation, Vander is the worst, and why is anyone supporting him in this moment?
Yeah.
Like,
it's like the stuff that the enforcers seem to be doing. It's like, okay, if Vander knew, that's why it's also kind of confusing, is that when Vander has the conversation with the enforcer lady, she's like, look,
we're going to come down here.
We're going to have to come down here. That's what the politicians are going to make me do, effectively. And the way the conversation goes, it almost feels like, well, Vander is like, I'm not going to back down. But now he kind of has. Like, it seemed like, it's just sort of unclear. He seems to just be like,
what they need,
they'll get tired.
What they need is another conversation, like right after this or right before this, where Vander meets with old enforcer lady. I almost said grenadier. I was thinking of Numenera, my D&D campaign. But meets, and it's like, what the heck was that? Your people, came in and just roughed the crap out of this one district, and like, what the heck was going on? Like, I just stopped. I might have stopped a riot. It might be happening anyways. Like, what? And she has to explain herself and say, well, Marcus got out of hand or whatever, and like, we got to tone it back. But they don't have that conversation. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I'm pretty sure the next time we talk to that Vander and old enforcer lady talk, it's in the third episode right before she dies. Like, you don't have this ongoing dialogue as these two parties try to negotiate what is happening. Like, you don't have none of the politics of like what's going on behind the scenes, where Vander's like, you can search everything, you're not going to find anything, and once you find nothing after like a week, you got to go back, right? And she's like, we don't
know what the rules are.
We're gonna have to be here longer than that, and it's like, well, you're not going to find anything. Like, I promise you're not going to find anything. So like, you can search here for a while, but you have to call it off eventually. We don't have that discussion. We don't know what's going on. We are left in the dark so much because they're rushing to get to the next plot point so fast. Like, I need the information. I need the intrigue. I need the results of the relationship of these two characters after the Enforcers roughed a bunch of people up. Like,
yeah, and there's a whole story there. And it'd be fascinating if, well, you go.
Well, I was like, and without that information, it makes both of them look like terrible people. Like, because she's not controlling her people, he's not defending his people. Like, it just makes both of them look like, you know, corrupt politicians.
Yeah. I was gonna say it'd be really interesting if it was set up so that the people in the Undercity who follow Vander don't realize that the reason that Vander is able to keep the peace is because he had made a deal with the Enforcers.
Yeah.
That somehow they don't know this. The only person who knows that this is Benzo, I think his name was.
Well, that's what's implied, that he's...
Oh, okay.
I think that's implied that, because, right, it's a big revelation when Echo tells Vi that, you know, he talked to the Enforcers.
Right.
So it would make
sense. I was like,
it would make sense why his people would be on such edge. Like, the Enforcers haven't been down here like ever, and like we're not comfortable with them being around. And he keeps telling them it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. And they're like, how can you promise that? And he's like, just trust me. Because they don't know that. He's
made a deal with the Enforcers, which he can't tell them that because they couldn't accept that. They're like, wait, you're trying to tell me that the only reason that they haven't been down here isn't because, you know, our whole like revolution thing worked and they're scared of you like we all thought. It's just because you made a deal with the devil and, you know, you're in bed with the, you know, so to speak, with the...
But that never comes to light. That's never a plot point.
That'd be fascinating and provide a lot more clear, like, you know, of like you'd see like Vander is like, I just have to keep them calm for long enough
for the Enforcers to leave.
Getting angry with the one lady because he's like, you guys have to be out of here like now. Like you said you'd be here for a week. I can't keep the peace. And she's like, you know.
And she's like, the council will not let me leave out until I have something.
And he's like, well, then maybe you have to lose your job. And she's like, well, if I lose my job, we don't have a deal anymore. You'll have to work with Marcus.
We have to work with Marcus.
Why'd you put Marcus there? And she's like, because that's all we have. It's like, see, we're rewriting a whole scene.
That would be a great story. Anyways.
Yeah, it would be a great scene.
So because I completely forgot about the scene on my first watch because it's so quick and so, like, there's no build up to it. It's so brief. And so I didn't know who the heck Savika was in the second act.
Yeah, because they have like that whole fight scene, right?
Yeah.
To be honest, because as I believe I've said before, I only fully watched through the first 4 episodes, but yeah, I just assumed Savika was some random lady in the 4th episode. But that's okay. She's got more of a thing. That's on us. Because I recognize her now.
Isn't he doing anything?
We kicked the Enforcers' butts with just the 4 of us. Imagine what the whole of the lanes...
I mean, I guess as a kid, that's what you would see.
Yeah.
To be fair. Oh, wait, no, they're in a shot together. Look, it's Jinx and Echo.
Oh, you're right.
They're in a shot together. Right. They actually spend time together. I can't believe it.
They do. It's amazing.
It's a miracle.
Really, we're so wrong. I mean, there's a giant metal beam.
they're physically separated. It's a metaphor about how their relationship didn't exist until the second act,
civil
Michael.
rights. What? Oh.
What the heck? Anyways.
Is this looking cool?
So why aren't we?
Yeah.
It doesn't say a word to Powder.
Yeah.
Spill it, Echo.
Okay, well, Vander's...
Okay, so something interesting about this. I guess you could say that Vi is just really in tune with her group, just like you should be in tune with your Pay Safe Everywhere pal.
Wow, check out the new PayPal. Go to paypal.com/everywherepal. Okay, continue.
But so I guess Vi is just really in tune to people because Echo doesn't give he doesn't give any indication there. Like, if it was something like, don't you want to fight too, Echo? And he's like, kind of like, you know.
Well, he's moving his eyes around and looking shifty.
But that's not until she poignantly asks him. He's like pretty chill until she like corners him. But like, why does she corner him to begin with? I guess she can just be really in tune. I feel like if I were to rework the scene, right, I'd have them talking. They're like, yeah, let's fight, and they're really like getting amped up, and they're all amped up, like they're sitting down in like a circle or something. They're all amped up, and you can visually see that he's the only one not being amped up, and he's kind of like looking away, and
he's like sweating,
and she's like, don't you want to fight too, Echo? And he's like, yeah, sure. And it's like, okay, spill it. What's going on?
Here's a thought.
Yeah.
You could have Powder ask him.
Oh,
don't you want to fight?
Yeah, no, that's better. That's better. Yeah. And it would also mean that they have a relationship before Act 2. Anyways.
I know.
Aren't you, do you like write for a living or something? Anyways.
Mostly nonfiction.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Had a deal with the enforcers.
What deal?
Oh, there she is. Awkward elevator
yeah, awkward
ride.
Elevator ride.
Oh, yep, see, there she is. There's all the council.
Mel, this is too kind.
I'm told it was built only for the sharpest of minds.
And I bought you some ginkgo nuts.
Ah! Don't you know I'm allergic? What are you trying to do? Kill an old man?
So,
yeah.
Very quickly, we have to make sure everyone knows that the council is incompetent. The
council, everyone except for Mel.
Everyone except for Mel and Heimerdinger, they might as well not be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've talked about this.
And
I'm sure we'll talk more about it.
I mean, something I've never noticed before. It's only the dudes that are shown in this way. I mean, all the girls never say anything. But
well, I honestly thought that the one guy who's not the council chair, the guy who's eating the whatever they were, I thought that was a woman at first, and I was like, oh, okay, interesting.
Really?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't look too hard.
Okay,
but...
to be fair, I guess I always forget that Jayce's patron's on the council. Because
you're right.
She doesn't
look at her right there.
She doesn't seem to wield any power on the council.
Yeah, well, we don't really know how the council works.
No,
I guess it's
we
just
don't.
Like a council is just like I don't know how they vote on things or how they exercise power.
No, we don't know how they operate. And that is,
I mean, apparently they operate by Mel manipulating them.
Well, it's equally confusing in like the second act because Jayce gets put on the council and he like mobilizes the enforcers without consent of other council members, and so you're like, how does this work? Anyways.
Yeah. Oh, there he is, Heimerdinger. Oh, right, they're going to...
I like the ceiling. Ceiling's cool.
Oh, okay. It's cool. It just seems...
it's extra. It's definitely extra, but, I mean, Piltover is supposed to be extra, right?
That's true.
They're supposed to be...
True.
They're supposed to be, like, gluttony, except for not. Right, they're extravagance. They're over the top. They don't always do a good job of displaying this, but this is one of those times where it's like, yeah, you are over the top. Like,
yeah,
we can only hold trials at midday because that's the only time that the sun is in the right spot.
That's right. I didn't even think of that.
That's how extra they are. They can only have one trial a day, Michael.
They have to, yes. Well, you know, this is for the most important trial.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Where they need all the spotlight of the noonday sun And they have to, they have to get the trial over quick, right? Because it gets awkward if that light kind of starts shifting over to the side.
I mean, maybe it's like
someone's eyes.
Right? Maybe the way it works, because it's this huge mechanical complex. Maybe it can shift more so that the light stays on. That would be cool, right? It just keeps shifting throughout the day.
Wouldn't gravity eventually start causing the council table to slide, or am I
no, because it's just the shields at the top, right? So the shields keep shifting.
And
it's not like the thing's on a turntable. That would be ridiculous.
Right. It'd be quite complicated to get it to still shine that light right on Jayce. Maybe they have to have Jayce shift. Either he has to keep shuffling.
They put him on a conveyor belt that moves really slowly.
Yeah.
It'd be
for
ridiculous.
The really long trials.
No. If you use the right, if you had some these blinders that could totally encompass the globe in any way, you could make it so that the light is always focused on. Obviously, it would be coming at a different angle, but you can make it so it's always focused on one spot.
Right.
But that would be cool. Anyways.
Any case. She is.
Oh wait, if the light doesn't shine.
Oh.
They've got artificial light.
There we go. Oh wait. Okay. Wait. Pause it.
Yep.
So did we just go on our whole?
We went on a whole tangent that didn't matter at all.
Are you sure? Now wait, hold on. Are you sure that it's an artificial light?
That's a white, not a yellow light, so it should be artificial. I think our idea would be cooler.
I really did for a moment there be oh yeah, that's right. It's a bit of light shining through. Okay, I'm sorry, writers. We thought you were stupider.
No, we weren't calling them stupid. I thought it was a cool idea. I'm disappointed now that they don't have the light shining through.
It doesn't matter. Whatever. Anyway, they for some reason they decide they're going to block out the sunlight and have a single
That's dramatic.
Artificial light.
They're extravagant. I'm fine with this. They got the
very
LEDs, man.
You've got really powerful. Why? It's almost like they don't really need Jayce's technology.
What the heck is that thing?
It's a bear trap. It's a saw trap.
It's always spinning, and it's
yeah.
It's just a little too much for it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a little too much for me.
I think there's some things wrong with it. I don't know what its purpose is. Is it literally
spins.
just fashion?
Yeah, that's supposed to be. I mean, you've seen what people wear to galas and things like that. That's tame.
I don't know. I've never been to a gala.
I've seen what celebrities wear. This is tame. This is downright conservative. Anyways.
Oh wow.
The materials were far more dangerous than I was aware of. And I now know my actions were against Academy regulations. What I did endangered people. It was right.
What the heck is that?
See,
the heck is that?
We don't really know. It feels like Star Wars all of a sudden. We don't really know what the speciesization is.
But Star Wars, that's the world, right? You've got this shotgun of insane species and robots, and it fits very well with the world.
That's what it feels like here, but we don't know anything about the world really, except they've got one little furry man named Heimerdinger.
Well, so the thing is with Star Wars, it occasionally references the fact that there's weird things in the world, right? It mentions that, this is, even though everyone's reacting to it normally, they're this is a, it's a Wookiee, he'll rip your arms out of your sockets, right?
Yeah.
It's normal for there to be a Wookiee running around, but just in case you didn't know, this thing's gonna rip your arms out of your sockets. But they have these weird things, but they never tell you anything about them. They're just kind of
they never. I think
they never address it. They
never serve a part in the story.
They don't have to serve a part in the story, but they never address the fact that this thing that this world finds common is very uncommon for us. I think Star Wars takes time on occasion to tell you about this thing that is common in the world, but is uncommon for the people, like the normal people watching.
Right.
But this, it never addresses, like, there's this shark man that serves Vi food in Act 2, and I'm just like, there's a shark man, and
there's a shark man.
Yeah, there's a shark man, and it's just like,
what?
Yeah, he's a shark man. Like, I don't know what else to say, and like you never see him again.
Man.
Well, there's also like the weird like goblin prostitute. Like,
oh yes, that's right. Yeah, they just occasionally, just like a smattering.
Yeah, there's a small sprinkling, and it's just like, can you tell me a little bit how these things like fit into the world? Like, do they interact any differently than normal people? Like,
I think they're just going by Star Wars logic, though. Star Wars
addresses it occasionally. It's just like,
well, you have a bajillion planets in Star Wars, so it immediately is a little more. And then they address it, like you say.
But they occasionally address. They don't go crazy, and it's like, oh, would you look at that? That's a beepily boo. But those things are ridiculous, But very occasionally they mention, like the Caminos are cloners, right? And they're like, this is how their society interacts with the greater universe. But here you just have these random things, and it's just like. And it's worse here because that looks like a robot.
Yeah,
and there would be amazing implications for the world if that is a robot. But I don't know if it's a robot because it could just be a guy wearing a freaky mask, right? And it's like, oh, well, why is he wearing the freaky mask? Like, can you just tell me, like, does he need it to breathe? Like, I don't have any clues. And they need to tell me more. I think
they need to tell me more. This world is it's like they have such amazing technology. It's like, why do they need Jayce? Like,
we'll get into that.
I mean, Jayce's thing has to do with trade, but I'm like, well, I feel like if you have the technology to make arcade machines and robots and to make your ceiling close up like that,
you got a modern level of trade. Like,
yeah, like how do you even get all that material? I guess that's maybe what the Undercity was for, but but I don't know. Like it just feels like I don't know what Jayce's technology. Well, we'll get into that. But
I ask the Council's forgiveness, and I hope that I can continue my studies.
Okay, pause it again real quick.
Yep.
So
he just full out lies. Yeah.
There
was not a single truth he told in that statement.
Yeah, in the whole thing, really.
Which is fine.
I guess I don't.
But it's bizarre that Heimerdinger recommended this.
Yeah, well, we did talk about that. I guess I don't have a fully formed thought yet. I guess it'll probably become more clear as it goes on. But I'll just say at this point, there's something about the speech that. Not in terms of character development, but just in terms of like realistically, like I guess it's because they just don't have a whole lot of time for this council.
Well, it comes off as like
story.
A canned internet apology. Like,
oh yeah, it's like I didn't. He's just hitting the points, and it's like who? I mean, I guess the council is mostly idiots, but so
they're idiots except for Heimerdinger, Mel, and this woman, even though she has no power.
I guess the thing is that he says all these things, and I'm like, oh, okay. Like, are they going to question him on any of it? Because if not, then why couldn't this just be solved in a text message? I guess I'm just a Zoomer or something.
You're just a Zoomer. No, this is an in-person matter.
Now, I am in fact a millennial, but I'm on the very end.
I thought you were a baby boomer. Okay.
You monster. Yeah, I probably from the drawing I look like a baby boomer. That's all right.
Anyways,
I can speak for his character. I believe that one day he will be a great contributor to our society.
He destroyed a building. Is this the sort of contribution we can expect? If you were a scientist, you'd know you can't make a prototype without breaking a few wrenches.
Okay. I can't stand when they don't use say a word. I can't stand poor reasoning, I think, is what bugs me the most. Maybe not the most, but in dialogue, when it's like people are supposedly having an argument and the argument is supposed to be like, ooh, wow, they're really getting at it and getting down to the issues. And it's like, this is so weak.
There's
like, you're
no
not getting at
structure
anything.
to their meeting. Like,
yeah.
The moment Jayce says this, right, and the person accounts to their character, the first question, if I were trying to legitimately determine whether or not this person should be allowed to continue what they're doing, is be like, okay, you know, here's the things we found in your lab.
Yeah.
These are dangerous materials. How did you not know that these are commonly referenced as dangerous materials? How did you not realize that this is dangerous? Like, what's your explanation for that? Like,
either you're lying or you're incompetent, and either way, you shouldn't be allowed to continue.
And
what say you?
And you could have Heimerdinger be like, "Oh, we've all made mistakes before. Like I'm sure Jayce will be." You know, especially now that he's following actual protocol, you know, that will ensure safeguards, right? And you could have maybe one of the council members accuse him of favoritism or something, and but they just like immediately start talking in like. They're not talking to Jayce, which is what they should be. I mean, I know they're incompetent, but they should be talking to Jayce to figure out whether or not he can be trusted to continue this work. But they immediately start talking like around Jayce, and it does bug the hell out of me because it's like, well, this is just a kangaroo court. Like, you don't. It further solidifies that they're incompetent, and it's like, why is Piltover prospering at all with you guys at the lead?
Well, you know, they've been prospering so long, they've grown weak and soft and flabby.
Ironic.
That would be interesting.
Jedi.
You could do a another angle where, it's not that they're incompetent, but they are kind of corrupt.
Yeah,
or maybe not even corrupt, but like it becomes very clear that the issue here is not really so much about, we're worried he's going to blow up another building, which is just, I mean, whatever. But you know,
it looked
bad
when it happened. We don't want it to look bad.
You realize the issues, like in some sense, that would almost be easier to do because then you don't have to even worry so much about like how like all the meticulous details of how who's allowed to have the research and who's not, because it's like, now it's more a political game here.
Yeah.
Heimerdinger wants Jayce, blah, blah, blah. They
introduce that in the second act a little bit as there's this political game going on, but the problem is they don't have enough time to be like, this is what this character wants, this is what that character wants, and so they just say they're all idiots except for Mel Heimerdinger and the one other chick who never says anything ever, Caitlin's mom.
Which one? Caitlin's mom. Okay.
And
I mean, the clockwork lady never says anything, I don't think.
I don't know if she does either. I don't know if steampunk robot says anything either.
I think he does.
I think he does at some point. But it's like, if you were to construct a story that had the element of the political intrigue, of the corruption of Piltover, and you would see elements of it here and there where the corruption is causing damage to the city, right? They don't have time for it. Like, they would have to add like 6 episodes to season 1. In order to accomplish it. And so they tease you with these things, but they don't spend any time on it. And that's more frustrating than if they had just ignored it outright and just had like, instead of a council, you have like you just have Heimerdinger and Mel in charge of the city. And that would solve a lot of the problems and make it less complicated. And like Heimerdinger is like the scientific like arm of the city, and Mel is the economy and everything else. And maybe you could add Caitlin as like the enforcement, like Mel is the economy and Caitlin's mom is like the enforcement division or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Where she interacts with the enforcers and deals with like I don't know, like personal assault laws or whatever. And that would simplify the council, and you could have a more interesting discussion with just those 3 members.
Right, because you know what each of their motives are, and they're all equally intelligent, and
they all have value. But if you want to do the corrupt political game, you have to have more time. If you want to do the incompetent council game, you have to have more time. And they just don't have the time, and so they threw in something that they can't support. It's
basically like they've done concept art.
There was a concept art, but this beautiful council table with like 7 spots or whatever, and they're like, oh well, we gotta use it now. These different
characters, and they put them in, and it's not just concept art in the sense of like obviously they did, I'm sure, a ton of probably very beautiful and interesting concept art for this,
concept art,
also just it's great. But the concept art, like almost in a more metaphorical sense of like the quote story itself has a lot of, it's very concept arty.
It's the thought of a story, but not actually anything refined.
They're like, we want to sprinkle in a bit of political intrigue, but like we don't actually know what that political intrigue is. We just want to sprinkle in the smell, the aroma. The idea of they're incompetent, but also it's
they have some.
Game, but also
they got some vanilla story extract that they're.
Yes, exactly.
They're like, all right, we're baking this cake. Time to put in our story extract.
Yes, that's a perfect way of putting it. Yeah, that's how it feels. It's like there's nothing behind this. This is just your.
Wait a second. This is just vodka
flavor.
And vanilla beans.
You made me drunk. That's why it was so good.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's continue.
Do you have anything to show for your work besides an explosion?
No.
See, that's actually a good question, and of course it's Mel the one who's asking it. Like,
of course.
Where it's like, okay, what were you working on that may have caused this explosion that might be beneficial? Like.
Yeah. That's a good question to ask.
Well, and it also reinforces Mel's interest in poaching a potential inventor, right? Because she's like, I don't care that you cause an explosion. I want to know what you're making.
Right. That'd be kind of interesting if that's a whole other story. Well, anyway, you know what? I'm going to rewrite a whole other story.
We got like 6 stories we have rewritten for this.
Yeah. It's kind of fun to do.
So you're saying your study was meaningless?
It was revolutionary.
Revolutionary how?
That's very dangerous.
The boy meddling with things he doesn't understand.
The Academy seems to have loosened its standards.
It's a fine line. If we condone this, what's ridiculous, really?
Oh, she does speak.
Yeah.
I was trying to create magic.
Now, I wish, because they do the dramatic, they're all talking around him. I wish that this response was provoked out of him more directly. Right.
Yes.
Because here he is interjecting himself into the discussion. To save his own skin is what it kind of comes off as, right? Where they're like, well, we can't. And if right, because I think Mel's line of questioning was like the right way to go, where it's like, okay, what were you making? And it's like nothing beneficial. And it's like, so you're just messing around in your basement. And it's like, no, I had important things to work on. Okay, what were those things? And it's like,
what were those things?
And he tries to make up some excuses, and it's like, well, clearly you're not adding anything of value, so we have no reason to keep you in the academy. And he's like, I was working on magic. Like, I think I can harness magic. And I think that would. Right, where his fear is not being kicked out of the academy, his fear is losing resources to bring what he thinks is revolutionary to, you'd have to frame it the right way, right?
We talked a bit about it before. It is, in my mind, the more compelling idea is that it would almost be more compelling if, everything that, because, first of all, his attempt to, like, his trying to follow Heimerdinger's advice. Heimerdinger's advice didn't help him at all.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah, it didn't do anything for him. So, because it would be much better if by following Heimerdinger's advice,
things went smoother.
The rest of things went very smooth, and that is what Jayce couldn't stand. And you could do it so that it's like, oh, it's going smoothly, but then Mel is like, I'm going to actually start digging in, right?
Poke the bear,
She starts poking the bear, and it is kind of brilliant. I like that little line of questioning, like that little exchange. It should have gone on longer, where she's like, so what were you working on? And he's like,
nothing.
You know, just whatever. It's like, so you have nothing to show for it. So you're just,
I got things.
Messing around in your basement. You know, she starts digging. She starts digging at him. And then you could have Heimerdinger be like, you know, try to cut in because he knows what she's trying to do. And then you have some interaction.
You could have a much more intelligent dialogue go on here.
And then you have them kind of cut Mel off, which shows, okay, Mel isn't entirely in control of the council, right? You have them be like, I don't think we need to move forward with this. You know, we understand that, you know, it'd be especially interesting if everybody on the council kind of knows he was probably doing magic because this has happened before.
They would have to know based on, it amazes me. Like, they must be incompetent. Even Mel must be incompetent because they didn't look at what was in his lab, and there must be something magical in his lab. Like,
well, we don't even know what magic is, but yeah.
Well, we saw there was one last orb in his lab, like, that was in the thingy, and even if you didn't know exactly, there must be books, like, if you wanted to make him like kind of clever, and it's like he encrypted all his books and. But that would be brought up like, okay, you've got encrypted books here. Like,
what do they say?
What do they say? What's in them? And it's
why are they encrypted?
Why did you encrypt them? Why aren't they being held in the academy? Like, you could have this much more intelligent dialogue where these council members actually have information to use against Jayce to determine who he is and whether or not he should be supported. But instead, they just act like idiots. And it's like,
wouldn't it be interesting? I can't help but start writing a story here. Wouldn't it be interesting if, so how this goes down is, you know, everybody kind of, this has been a thing that's happened before. People try to recreate magic because they know it has all this potential, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And it always goes bad. Jayce joins the ranks. It goes bad. But people like him enough. He's got people who are pulling for him. And the people on the council are like, you know, everybody knows what's going on here, but they also know, well, but Heimerdinger likes him, and Heimerdinger's going to give me this thing if I go easy on him.
Yeah,
so,
there's
you know,
none of the political games. Yeah.
You see the political game going on. You see kind of the maybe not even corruption, but yeah, you see kind of like it's not really, and Jayce is taken aback by this. Like, you could have Heimerdinger come in, and Jayce is still in the mindset of like, I am a child who is getting in trouble for doing the wrong thing, and is surprised when Heimerdinger is straight up like, so here's what we're going to do. You're going to lie.
Yeah.
So,
Heimerdinger immediately plays the political game. And
yeah, he's just like, because I'm trying to help you, and this is how it works.
And this is how the world works, yeah.
Yeah. And then Jayce almost also out of a sense of honesty is like, he can't take it. And he's like, this is what I was trying to work on, and blah, 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 blah. And then he gets kicked out. And then Mel, I think you were the one who came up with that idea of it becoming like a weird Breaking Bad situation where Mel
takes him and Viktor out of the city to work on the project because she sees potential in it. And it's not under, like, outside of city limits where it's not under Piltover's control or whatever. I mean, another option you could do is, they know about the magic. This is a common thing. And when you get one chance, to screw around with magic, and if you mess around with magic, you get dragged before the council, and you have to present your essay of you did a bad thing, and why this was a bad thing, and Heimerdinger helps him write the I did a bad thing essay, and he
this is Heimerdinger's idea,
and he can't read it, he can't say it. And
right, it's all just like a token thing.
Yeah,
like, this is just like matter of course, because they're like, well, we can't stop these young upstarts from like this is Heimerdinger's sort of wisdom almost. I say wisdom with sort of quotation marks, where he's like, well, I can't stop these young upstarts from messing with magic. So I'll just let them do it. It'll, of course, go wrong. And then I'll be like, all right, you got your wrist slapped. Now we're going to sit down and we're going to write this essay. It's all good. It's good, good.
And if you do it again, like, you're actually in trouble. Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And there's probably maybe even in the common conscious this association with like a young academy people. It's like, well, he's probably into magic or something like that. Right. And like Heimerdinger won't let people say that in public. Like you can't say that around Heimerdinger. But like that's what's whispered around. Is like, well, it's a young academy member. He's probably trying to summon the devil in his basement.
Yeah, exactly. And they're like, oh man, you're not really, I mean, maybe you'll become a good scientist someday, but like
once you
just
get
kind of
over
one
all
of
this
these
magic stuff.
Once you get over this magic stuff, and Jayce is like so infuriated because you'd have to set it up. He really is onto something. He's not just some stupid kid. He saw magic.
Mm-hmm.
Like he didn't read about it. He saw it. He met a magician, and so
you could make it so that his accident was way worse than many of the other accidents that happened because he was further along or something.
Right.
And so
the others are just like it causes a smoke bomb or something, but his actually like
or even maybe there's not even an accident. They just get caught messing with it, right? Where it's like you're not allowed to be doing this, and there's like accidents now and then, but they're minor. But most of the time, it's just like, we caught you with a magic book under your pillow. Now you have to write an essay about how you did wrong. And
it also is. This is a side note. It is also interesting that I mean, people would know that it wasn't Jayce himself messing around with this that caused the explosion. It was because people broke into his house.
That's the assumption.
Yeah, and so that's, to be fair, that should also probably be brought up here during this council meeting.
It could be. What do you think the intruders did? That would be a great defense. It's like, well, there was intruders in there. Like
he can say that when he says I was working, or when somebody says he blew up a building and Jayce gets annoyed and he's like, because people broke into my house and messed with my stuff. You think I blew up the building? I'm not some dumb kid. And then Heimerdinger's like, calm down.
Silence, you young whippersnapper.
Silence, you whippersnapper. Wouldn't it? You could, just as one final thing, you could make Heimerdinger a very interesting kind of double-sided character. And if you had that one line that I know you love ever so much, where he's like, the mind is a prison or whatever, like if you twisted that line so that when he comes in and he says that, you realize a little later, like he's not, he may not be in favor of putting somebody in a physical prison, but he is in favor of imprisoning somebody's mind. Like he understands how to tie somebody's mind up, and he doesn't do it maliciously. He's just sort of, this is just he's old-fashioned, and so he's like, no, we shouldn't.
It could be
kind of fascinating.
Yeah, it could be. I know he's supposed to be. He's supposed to be like a naive expert scientist, but the problem is he's in a position of power.
Yeah, he's not supposed to be naive, but he definitely comes off
as naive. And especially when he's in this high level position of power, you can't stay kind of naive to the way the political games work. Yeah. When you can be bad at them, right? But you can't be naive. Like, if politics have taught me anything, Michael, you can be bad at the game. Anyways.
Magic. Arcane talents are something you're born with. They can't be fabricated.
Actually, I believe it is possible.
Has anyone even tried it before?
The Arcane is the curse of our world. My race was nearly destroyed by it.
Surely
Okay, pause.
We're just going to drop that there.
We're going to drop that there. My race was nearly destroyed by it. So, are they relying on more extensive League of Legends lore?
So it's definitely propped up by but I think the show is supposed to be enjoyable without it. So
well, that's the idea.
It's definitely propped up on extensive. So we do learn something about magic here. Most magic is an innate thing,
right?
It does seem like. Right. The only example we have of magic is the one snowstorm guy, and it does seem like they need something to channel it.
Yeah.
So that doesn't seem very innate to me, but I guess some people can channel it through these things and other people can't.
Yeah. It would have been nice to learn this earlier rather than.
Well,
I would prefer to learn this earlier so that this scene has. I don't want to be learning details that are relevant to my getting the suspense that is inherent in the scene It needs to be learned beforehand so that the scene can have the suspense for the viewer.
I know it would have been very counter to the way Arcane presents itself, but I feel like with the amount of information they want to give that they want to give the audience.
Yeah.
Like maybe what they needed to do was have like an opening narrator for each episode to like drop off information and be like, you know, it's something that feels kind of disconnected, but once you actually get into the episode, you're like, oh, this is why I was learning these things in the beginning of the episode. Where you almost have like little school, like 3-minute school bits in front of each of the each of the episodes where it's like, this is things about the world. This is because they don't have time to do it naturally. And I'm not going to go look it up on my own because I'm lazy. I need to be force fed like a baby bird. But yeah, no, his work is revolutionary with that information in mind, and also maybe impossible with that information in mind, but we don't have access to it until this moment. So it does take some weight out of his claim. It's kind of we don't know what we're dealing with, so we don't know quite what the stakes are. We don't know if his dream is possible. We assume it is because he's a protagonist.
That's the thing I'm saying, is that it feels like, and I don't believe in this case it is, but it feels like it's being made up as you go along.
Oh, I think it is.
In the sense that which means it sucks the suspense out of it. It doesn't let I'm trying to figure out a better way to put it.
The suspense is all in the drapings. Like the information we actually have does not. Like,
we don't
know this. We don't really know this. We didn't even know like really the stakes going into the. We don't know if like they're gonna kill him. Like we assume that's not the case.
They're not gonna. I'm pretty sure that's fairly well implied. I just mean in the sense of
well, it might be implied. We don't know though. We don't know what the what is the punishment for messing with magic? Like we don't know.
I think I could have sworn they had said. Well, yeah, I guess they never explicitly stated.
We don't know if he's going to be killed, if he's going to be exiled, if he's going to go to prison. We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know the severity. We don't know. We're running off of the vibes of this council meeting is as the watcher, which, I mean, vibes can get you pretty far away, but it does make it hollow when you try to actually examine it.
Yeah. In any case,
he's a good-looking boy, though. You know, you like his non-sleeved suit coat.
I mean, you know,
he looks like he's about to drop a pop album in like Korea.
You know what he looks like? He looks like his clothes are tattooed to his body because they are so close to his skin.
No, he's got a little bit of maybe. I think it's fine.
That's fine.
We're the champions of discovery. Why fear it when we can master it?
Jayce, enough.
This is the city of progress. Think of the wonders we could create. Let me prove.
Enough.
Blah blah blah.
Don't understand what's at stake.
So it's interesting that he's the one giving this, when he was just like, you're messing with magic, just lie to the council and you'll be fine. You know, like, it's like, it takes a little bit out of his, like, how dare you mention magic? Like,
you know, I mean, it makes sense to me, just like, yeah, no, I know what you're saying, that it's like, oh, okay, this doesn't really look so good for Heimerdinger, but I mean, I don't know, it would make more sense if it were more clear.
It makes me hard. It makes me not believe his conviction that magic is truly a bad thing, that it's just a performance of some kind, because he didn't. I don't know. He didn't go off the chain on Jayce when it's like, I was messing with magic, and he was like,
in the cell.
He wasn't like, what the heck were you doing messing with magic? Why did you think that was a good idea? And Jayce was like, I think it can save people, and then he would have said this thing in the cell. He wouldn't have done it in front of the council. He would have said He would have said it in the cell, but in the cell he was just like, oh no, you can't play with magic anyways. You know, like he should have done this in the cell if he truly cared about Jayce and truly cared about magic. And that's because he didn't, it makes this performance.
It comes off here. Yeah. It comes off here as though he's saying it. I think in my head, I was just naturally like, well, he's doing the performance because he's like, we can't have somebody saying magic is good, so now he's going to get angry. So he's, you know, it's a face that he's putting on to keep control, which does not look very good for Heimerdinger. And it would be interesting if that was the case. And
if he was two-faced. But it would make him a very different character if it would
make him a very different character. In our rewrite of it, where like the main issue is that Jayce starts going off on magic and the crowd, you know, it just doesn't look good because the crowd is like, oh, and some of the crowd is like, oh, I've never heard that before. And Heimerdinger is like, okay, gloves off. I was trying to be nice, but like, you know, and you see this other side of him where he's like, yeah, I don't know. Again, it would be more powerful if, and I would feel more sympathy for Heimerdinger.
Knew more about the world.
If we knew more about the world, like what's up with the mechanical guy who his race got destroyed? What are you talking about?
We don't want to talk about Mechanical Man.
Like, I feel like Mechanical Man should be the one yelling.
Yeah, Mechanical Man could serve this role so much better.
My children die.
Yeah.
It's like, how do you have children? You're a machine.
I don't know if he is a machine. That's the problem.
I don't. Maybe he's
Darth Vader, man. You know,
he got turned into Darth Vader because of magic.
He's General Grievous.
And now Anyway, yeah, he's the one who should be just that one line, you know.
Yes,
but whatever.
He should be way more upset. As far as we know, Heimerdinger hasn't lost anything to magic. Like, it's implied that he is, but that guy, like, that guy lost like his civilization apparently to magic.
Apparently, yeah.
And so he should be way more upset than Heimerdinger.
Doesn't Heimerdinger give like a speech where it like does cutaways or something?
It's right here. It's right here.
Oh, it's right about to happen.
Yeah.
But how can you? That's a burden that only I here carry.
No, it's not.
No, the other guy almost lost his civilization. I mean, maybe he wasn't around for he's
maybe
the predator,
he wasn't around
but yeah.
Maybe that's what it was.
I've seen this power.
It's Jesus Christ descending into Jerusalem. Sorry.
He's coming down to the Nephites.
Yeah, he's coming down to the Nephites.
He's coming down to the Nephites.
No one's gonna get that.
No one's gonna get that. But it's very funny to us in a mildly sacrilegious way. It works so perfectly, actually, because it's kind of a destroyed city down there too. So anyway,
it corrupts, consumes, lays waste to civilizations.
I feel like a lot of things do that.
Yeah, people do that.
Yeah.
Heimerdinger is right. Piltover was founded to escape the warmongering of mages, not cultivated.
Oh, no, you don't say. Now,
that would have been really nice to know way earlier, because that seems like a deeply set cultural thing.
Now, yeah, that's a horribly deeply set cultural thing. Now, that line would have made sense if the council was tempted to go along with Jayce, right? That line, to say that, to remind the council of the virtues of their predecessors, that would make sense. But to say it where the council already doesn't, or theoretically the council doesn't like magic, it seems like unnecessary grandstanding to just be like, George Washington was not for this. Like, now it would make sense if like the council was actually tempted by it, but they don't seem to be. So
yeah, it's exposition for the audience because they are doing the exposition in the scene that needed the exposition for it to have the proper emotional impact.
Yeah,
for me anyway. It's like I want to know all this stuff beforehand. It'd be like learning about the details of it'd be like having that scene in Gettysburg where General Lee is yelling at the one guy, like finally loses his cool with the one guy who went off on his own or whatever. Like it'd be like having that scene, but in the middle of this, like during the scene, like it's like one of the earlier scenes and you get exposition on what
you realize that he
is.
It would be weird.
You're like, oh, Lee is a general.
Lee's a general. Oh, that's good.
It's like, no, you can't do that exposition during that scene because it undercuts the deep emotional power of that scene.
What they're doing is they're about to cook like a steak or like they're about to like grill something, and the instructions say marinate for 6 hours, and you put it in the marinating liquid for a minute, and then you take it out and put it on this grill.
Yeah. It's like, you know what? I'll just marinate it while it's on the grill.
It doesn't. You know? Yeah, we'll just pour the juice while it's on the grill. Well, it doesn't need any time to soak through the meat. It just works.
Yeah. We're gonna do. It's sufficient, you know. We got a lot of steaks we want to make here. All right.
You reminded me of Gettysburg. Such a good movie. My goodness. There is no time for that.
yeah. But that's what I mean is that I feel like this scene, the setup for this scene
is happening after or like during the scene itself, which doesn't.
Yes. And also that's frustrating for me because I feel like the seeds are there for this to be.
It could have been a good scene.
It could have been a very powerful scene given the potential motivations for all these different characters, but it's totally undercut because
nothing existed before the scene.
We learn what we need for the scene to work during the scene, and it's like, well, it's too late now. Like you know,
it's like you take your boat out and you like drive away from the coast or boat away from the coast for like an hour, and then you're like, oh, that's right, I needed to refill the gas tank. Like, it's just, you got to do that before. Yeah. You can't do that after.
You do that before, yeah. I feel like people do this because they're like, oh, it's more economical and it feels more natural.
Well, we're doing it in the action.
Yeah, isn't that better? And it's like, because, you know, those old movies, those are kind of boring where you have to go through all this exposition at the beginning. And it's like, you know, don't underestimate that. There's a reason that those old stories were kind of slow at first.
In-action works, especially, in-action works the best when you immediately follow it up with a lot of information, right?
Right.
To explain what happened, what was going on, or it's something that people can easily get, right? So, for example, if you start in action like on a battlefield, as long as you're not putting like crazy magic in the battlefield, people get a battlefield. They know what's going on there, yeah. Right? You can figure it out pretty easy. Or like you take The Dark Knight, for example. Your in action is. But even that doesn't start like in the middle of the action. It starts right before the action, right before the bank robbery, right? Yeah. But the other thing is it's really using the bank robbery as this great mechanism for giving the audience information, because you have these bank robbers that don't know each other and that were arranged by someone that they don't really know, and they all have little bits of information about the people, and then you have what's actually going on happening.
Well, it also helps that, you know, The Dark Knight takes place in
real life,
Yeah, in our world, you know, so you don't need the same kind of exposition.
Yeah,
because it's
you
like,
don't
oh,
have the
we know
Joker
what...
using magic all of a sudden. At the end of,
It's like, okay, wait, he's using magic. Okay,
We
what
know
are the
the
rules of
rules.
the magic? What are all this stuff? No, we know the rules of guns and more or less of bank robberies. Like, and what we don't know that's more technical is given to us quickly, but it works there. But in a show like this, obviously, you need a lot of background.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Man, he is just a rip-off of the Techno Union. Sorry. He's just just knockoff Techno Union.
Yeah.
You can't control his voice modulator.
That mask, will you die? It would be very painful for you.
For you. Yeah. No, he's just
Your
rip off.
Liberation.
No, he's such a just like default knockoff. The only thing is he's not green. Like you don't know what I'm talking about, Techno Union, right?
Is it a Star Wars thing?
Yeah, so in Attack of the Clones, they have this scene where you've got all the different Trade Federation members.
I do remember.
And you've got the guy who's got the voice modulator that he can't control. Yeah. And it's just this guy, like... Anyways.
It's a homage.
We should probably replay that so we know what happened.
The ethos is clear. He must be banished from Piltover.
Yeah, there we are. We have the stakes now that everything's already happened.
Yes, yes,
we have the stakes now that we already know.
It was legit in my head. Because I was like, because of the vibes leading up to it, I was like, okay, I guess like the main thing that will be bad is that he'll be expelled from the university. No, you were closer with your...
Well, I remembered the show.
Right. I didn't, and so it's like, okay, so they're like, it's clear he must be banished, and I'm like,
well, it wasn't clear to us. Example. That would be nice if Jayce knew that going in, and it's like, if I mess up, I get banished. Like,
well, I think that the infuriating thing is that presumably he did know, but the audience doesn't.
But the audience doesn't know, so that's why he's surprised right here, because he didn't know, because he's the audience, Michael.
If he didn't know, that's a whole other can of worms. But yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying is that, okay, we needed to know that before so we know the stakes of if Jayce speaks up, here's what will happen.
Yeah.
Right? But when he speaks up here, it's not clear what will happen.
If you went with like the really brutal narrator opening, right, where it's just like, I'm sorry, we have to give you the information this way, but we don't have time, right? If you went with that, and it was like, you could tell a story about a former Academy member who worked with magic and was banished, right? And maybe it's an Academy member like shortly after the founding of Piltover. So you know why Piltover was founded. You know what happens to it. Like, it's been a long time since this has happened again, but you know why and this person was banished and never seen in Piltover ever again. And that would give you like, it wouldn't be like the narrator being like, all right, this is Piltover. It was founded this way. And if you practice magic, you get banished. But it would be a little more natural, but it would still give you the information so much faster and when you need it before this council meeting.
Yeah.
It would be, obviously it would crimp on Arcane's style because they don't have a narrator. But I feel like they should have chosen to go with a narrator, at least for the beginning, so that you could get some of this information out.
I know
faster.
I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
See, doesn't he look shocked?
Well,
he didn't know. He didn't know.
You could chalk it up to he's like, oh no, this is so terrible. No, actually, you're right. It sounds like
he looks
that's worse
horribly
than I thought.
shocked. Like, if you wanted it to be like, this is terrible, like, you could have him, obviously there's nowhere for him to sit, but, you know, if there was like a seat for him to sit, like, you could have him sit down and look at the ground, right? Where it's like, this is the worst. I feel like
it's terrible because I feel like it would be far more powerful if he knew that's what's going to happen.
He should have known. But he seems ignorant of it.
But he still does it, and he shouldn't be looking shocked. He should be looking like
resolute, where it's like, fine, you're gonna banish me. I'm gonna go make another town great. You know, no, I'm not.
Right. Well, resolute, but also incredibly sad.
Yeah.
Like, this is deeply
like they're missing out. I could have made the world a better place, but you won't let me.
Yeah, and also, I'm going to have to leave my family.
No, he doesn't care about his family. What are you talking
about? Anyway.
He's on that grind set. Okay. He don't have time for a family. Anyways.
That grind set. Anyway.
No cap. Anyway.
Continuing on.
Please let me speak.
I'm his wife. Oh, wait.
That's his mom, you... See, she's missing her fingers.
Oh, that's right.
Isn't in his right mind. His entire life, he's chased an impossible dream. What he did was foolish and unwise. But he has a good heart. Please, let him come home.
A crime like this can't be...
See, once again, if you wanted to make a more interesting story, right, you could have the trial is separated into segments, and there's like recesses, and at the end of the recess where, like, when they go into recess, and right after Jayce has declared that he's working on magic, and it's important, and it's going to change the world, and the council is starting to shoot him down, Mel goes during the recess to his mother and say, if you want to save him, this is what you have to do. You have to decry him and declare him insane. And because she's trying to set him up so that she can snatch him up later. But she knows how to play the game in a way that will work in the council's favor. Right.
What I will say is that I think it is very interesting that his, like, there is something, again, it's sort of like potential that I don't feel like it is properly followed up on, because it's like, oh, that's a whole other very interesting story, that his mother is not supporting him in this and is willing to, in order to save him, she's like, he's insane. And maybe she even partly thinks it, which is humiliating for him. But it's sort of, it's very interesting. I like it, but there's no
setup. There's no setup.
Yeah, there's no
payoff.
Setup
it's payoff with no setup.
It's payoff with no setup. Yeah, exactly. You needed a scene or two with him.
It's a cake without making the batter.
And then you add to it by having her say, I cannot watch you do this to yourself. I'm not coming to the trial. And then either she comes anyway, or like you said, Mel is like, this isn't going well.
It's not going well. He's going to get banished.
He's going to get banished, and then I can't touch him because of such and such law. Okay, I want all my people looking into everything to do with Jayce. This is the newest priority because I'm fascinated with him because he's working on magic, and it
may not work out, but I could take it to my advantage. Like
yeah. It's like, so, oh, he has a mother. Okay, have someone talk to the mother. Oh, no one's going to see the mother. I'll go see the mother. Which should be interesting. But anyway, the point is, we're
turning this trial into like 3 episodes. Like,
yeah, that's the problem.
They do not have time for it, and they made it way more complicated than it needed to be for what they were trying to achieve.
Yeah, I feel like you could if you chose,
if you did it right, this could be an episode.
It could be an episode, and it could be a very interesting. It'd be like the third. This should be the. That should be its own episode.
And the end of the episode is, the end of the trial. Yeah, where it's just like,
exactly.
The
episode begins with the beginning of the trial. Like
it could be 12 angry men in here, you know.
Yeah. And you would be like, that would be something you set up for over the course of the previous episodes, where it's like, you know, it'd be interesting You know, it's like, oh, we have our own, we have an act for Vi, an act for Jayce, and an act for whoever else. And then the second season is when we have the time skip. Or we just don't have a time skip. But anyway, it doesn't matter.
Boy must be punished.
A violation of the ethos calls for banishment. But I can sympathize with a young man's dream to change the world. Perhaps in this
You can?
a lesser sentence may suffice. I move that Jayce be summarily expelled from the academy and remanded to the care of his parents. All those in favor?
Okay. Pause it.
Mm-hmm.
So that was quick, but also they have multiple lights in here, which is kind of funny. So definitely the sky roof thing wouldn't work. Also, I'm guessing it should be parent singular because I think he only has the one.
We never see his father, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I think his father was a tool maker, but yeah, we don't know.
We don't know his family history.
But yeah, Heimerdinger kind of flips pretty harshly once again, right? Where
yeah,
at
he's
first
just
it's
immediately he's like I can understand, and it's like I can you? I didn't think
it doesn't. He doesn't feel. He doesn't feel
doing
consistent.
What the plot needs him to do.
It just that's what it feels like.
And it's also interesting that after this whole conversation, Heimerdinger's like, well, here's what I moved to do. And then everybody's like, well, I'm kind of tired of sitting in this room, so I guess I'll just
My butt hurts.
Yeah, exactly.
These chairs have no padding.
Yeah, it's like nothing. Yeah, it's like, I don't know why we
Can we have some more discussion?
Yeah.
Can we have a little bit more?
Also, how many votes do they need to get?
We don't know. It's freaking a unanimous decision, I think. Oh, no, there's a few people who don't agree. But yeah, so she looks at him and gets him to agree.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we have 3 people who don't.
Right.
Mr. Beans Man or whatever he's eating. Mr. Robot and Mrs. Clockwork.
Which makes sense. That is in character for the robot. He probably would be calling for his execution.
Yep. It's interesting that you have a table like this and there's 2 extra seats.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's like a gear, but there's also that is interesting.
There's 2 extra seats.
Also, why don't they have guards to keep people from like running in?
They have like an audience, but the audience doesn't have any seating. Like it's really strange. It's like
I think they didn't want to animate seats.
No, seats are way easier to animate than people. What are you talking about? Anyways, anyways, yeah.
You may take your son home, Mrs. Tallis, but he is never to set foot on Academy grounds again.
That seems like an odd, like he's expelled. Also, if he shows up there again, we'll kill him. like, what if he's helping someone like move some boxes? Like,
it's like, nope, you can't be in Academy.
You're on the Academy grounds. Hang him.
Be in the Academy. Like, here's a hang him. Here's the point. Wouldn't it? It's kind of like, okay, so he's clearly able to put things together to blow up a building.
Yeah.
And he got the materials. He didn't get them from the Academy. He went to the black market.
He seems like he's still dangerous.
It seems like he's very dangerous. In fact, all you're really doing is you're putting him in a scenario where you're not going to be able to have surveillance.
Yeah.
There's no supervision. Wouldn't it make more sense to be like...
You got to put him on probation is what it is.
That would... Yeah. Or...
You've got a probation officer that checks his house every week.
Or something, yeah, I don't know. Or it would make more sense if, like, the motivations here were more of Heimerdinger's, like, oh, we can use you. You're very smart. You're brave and all this, but you've got to forswear the magic thing. You just got to do that, and then I can give you all kinds of stuff. Like, you'll become. But if you don't do that, well, you're never going to be able to work. You're never going to be able to work again, and people, they're probably going to put you on probation or put you in prison. Like maybe they just straight up put him in prison. I don't know.
Yeah, prison would be a decent. Anyways,
I don't know how you do the
It's
rest
just
of
funny.
the story that
Not,
way.
not
but-
allowed to be on Academy grounds. my buddy, he needs a truck to move out. Like, can I please? Nope, not allowed to be on Academy grounds.
No, yeah.
It's just silly. It just seems silly. I'm like,
hey, listen,
if it was he's expelled from the Academy and never allowed to invent again, like that's fine, right? But it's like he's expelled from the Academy and may not touch the grass, the holy grass on which it stands.
I don't know. I'm not. I think it's funny, but I'm not as bothered by it as you.
No,
are.
it's not the worst thing that's happened in the episode.
This is a symbolic
it's just silly.
thing, you know.
Yeah, they don't even mention inventing. I guess illegally you have to be part of the Academy to event, so that's fine.
I guess so. Yeah, I don't know.
But for the audience, I feel like it would be better to be a little more explicit there and be like, he's expelled from the Academy and never allowed to invent again. Right?
Yeah.
I feel like that's a better line than he's expelled from the Academy and may not step foot on its sacred soil.
What was the line from Rick and Morty where he's like, "We will strap you to a machine that will swap your unconscious mind so that your wishes can never be attained."
Oh, that doesn't sound so bad.
Also, every 5 minutes, it stabs you in the balls. It's like, okay, never mind.
Okay.
Stupid. I've heard enough. That's what he says. Anyway, so now.
Oh, we're at the Crab Shack.
The Crab Shack? Oh, you're right. It's got a crab.
I think
on
this is this Silco's place? Crab Shack?
It might be.
It is Silco's place.
Oh, it is.
Here we get to.
Oh, why is oh, right, because he's gonna Judas. He's gonna do a Judas thing.
Dude, you got some veins coming out of your door.
Oh. Yeah, that's spooky. Why is that happening?
I think it's
like
maybe they're juicing plants or something in there, and those are like roots.
Maybe. I guess
it's a little extreme. It's not subdued at all. It's not like we're trying to hide it or anything, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, they are trying to hide it in this building, but it is interesting. I don't know why it does that.
They don't know either.
Is that Silco himself?
That's
there,
Silco,
by the way?
yeah.
Okay.
You know he's important because all the lines point to him, Michael. Look at all the lines, Michael.
See, the lines moving towards Silco indicate that he is very powerful and has.
He's got his. You see, Michael. It's explicitly saying that he has his finger on the pulse of society because of all the veins, Michael, and they all run through him. And
he's
Lexus,
the heart.
Yeah, he's the heart of the Undercity. Yeah, it's explicitly said there. That's what the artist intended.
But he's a dark heart.
Yeah.
He's got a dark heart. Okay, let's continue.
First time I've been invited to the lanes. It better be worth my time.
Oh, he was invited.
So, based on what we know of Marcus's character, if he was spookily, no, I imagine he might show up. But if he was spookily invited to a kind of remote location in the Undercity, why doesn't he have like 20 people with him?
Yeah.
Like, why is he by himself?
This doesn't make any. Also, how was he alerted to this?
That was a note. I assume
a note. Okay.
I'm not too bothered by a message getting to him in some way, right?
I just, in my mind, I'm just trying to figure out why he would even pay attention.
Well, I think he would show up if Silco was an important figure of some renown, right?
Right. Well, yeah, but you're right. He would show up with 20 guys.
He would show up with
a sting.
No, it wouldn't be. It might not be a sting, but he would show up in force.
I don't know.
He might do that, but right, if he thinks Silco is about to hand over the people, right? That wouldn't be a sting. Okay. He would definitely not show up by himself.
Right. I mean, he might show up quote unquote by himself, but there's 20 guys outside like a SWAT team or something because he was told I want you to come alone, and Marcus is like, sure, I'll come alone.
Yeah, if there was a stipulation, but I don't see why Silco would ask him to come alone. Like,
Yeah, I mean, and it would be foolish for him too, because he's like, "There's no way that
There's no way Marcus is coming
Like, what are you
alone.
talking about? Like, also, I feel like Marcus should be like, "Yeah, we want him, and we're also beating up everyone in Piltover. So if you want to bring him to us, then bring him to this place. We hold the power here, all right." But these are smidgen things. Whatever.
Yeah, I'm fine with him showing up. He shouldn't be alone. He should definitely have people with him. This should definitely be a longer conversation than I think it is.
You see, that's your weakness, Marcus. You carry your chin so high, you fail to see the opportunity below.
An interesting line, but out of place?
That's very out of place, where it's like, I've never been invited down to the lanes before. And Silco's just like, you know what, Marcus? You're weak. You're terrible. Like, it's like, no. So Silco should say something kind of snarky like, "Oh, well, I'm glad to be the first," or something like that, right? Where like, I don't understand why you would come out hitting Marcus so hard, particularly where Marcus has a lot of power. Like, this seems like a foolish move unless you really think you have Marcus really figured out.
Yeah, it's not really clear there.
Silco should be playing it safer.
Who are you?
But yeah, he doesn't know who he is, so why did he show up? To your point, yeah, why did he show up if he doesn't know who Silco is?
Yeah.
If Silco was like, "Oh, he's one of the powerhouses down here," then all right, I'll go to Silco if I think he's going to give me information on how I can not be in the Undercity anymore.
Or how I can, get the person and get promoted and blah, blah, blah.
Well, that's how he's not in the Undercity anymore, is if they get the people, so.
Right.
The ones running circles round Piltover's finest.
What about it?
What do you mean, what about it? You should be asking, do you know where they are?
Yeah.
Like, what?
Exactly.
Like,
it's not clear why he would show up for this meeting.
What is this conversation? They're talking past each other. Like,
yeah, it's like, so did Silco tell him why he should come here?
Well, Silco's like, "You're looking for 4 children, aren't you? The ones running around that you can't cage." Marcus is like, "Nah." It's like, no, it's totally in your interest to be like
everybody knows that's why you're down here.
Do you know something about it? Well, they might not know specifically. Like, they know they're looking for the perpetrators, but they don't know it's 4 children, right? That might not be disclosed to the public, right?
Right. I don't know. I feel like people would have figured it out if they start being like, "Listen, we want the actual perpetrators. So if you give us
they should be able to figure it out. Yeah.
They're gonna go around.
People should know.
Have you seen 4 children, 2 with anime hair?
This is just they're just talking. They're not talking to each other.
It doesn't.
I'm about to make your day.
Should have been way longer.
Now,
anyways, we had just had Silco. We had that really kind of bizarre scene of Silco and Marcus, where it's like, I like the feel here, right, of Marcus showing up and being out of his element, and Silco being in power, but like, it doesn't make sense, and they have this dialogue where it's like, where I feel like you are missing 2 or 3 things. Like,
yes, it all sounds very cool, but it doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
And making sense
is important.
Usually is very important. It will usually
trumps
be cooler
because it is cooler. Yeah.
Yes, it will always be cooler if we can understand why what we are watching is in fact cool, rather than just feeling that it is cool.
Mm-hmm.
Very controversial take on my part there.
But anyways, we move on. We
move on
to this scene. It's raining. It's sad. It's dramatic.
It is raining and sad.
I do wish they had used this. We'll get into this more later, but like, it would have been really cool if he had to use this as a piece of the like the Arcane contraption or something in order to make it work.
That would have been good.
Because
That'd be very classic,
you never see it again. I swear.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Like-
yeah, that would have been really good if, like, oh no, we don't have any of the gems, and
Or-
he's like,
or like-
I have to use this one.
Maybe this is like they have one of the other gems, but this one acts as like a stabilizing element or something. Like
Sure.
right, just using it in the contraption would have been it would have made his story feel self-reflective on itself. Like even though it wouldn't have been any more
It would have been very
self-reflective.
poetic.
It would have been poetic.
It would have
That's
been
the right
very
word.
fulfilling. Yes. That is what should be there. Yeah.
Anyways.
I agree.
No. Occupied. Sorry.
Remember the look on your face when you found these. Jayce, please.
Got a hammer.
Obviously,
photo.
His father's supposed to be dead. That's what that meant right there.
Okay. So we have confirmed his father is dead.
I don't know if
And
it's
his
confirmed, but
father-
that's what's implied there, right? This is
Okay.
them showing and not telling.
Right.
Also, the fact that you never see him is a good indicator that
Yeah.
he's not with us. Right. She comes over and is like, I remember when you found it. Right. It feels like you bought generic person is sad. I want to comfort them. I'm their parent.
Yeah.
I come in. I remind them of fond memory. Like it just feels
it's
so
very
canned.
straightforward.
Like it's not bad. It just feels so canned, especially where it doesn't. It's not like she brings up this thing that he found and how it reminds her that even in tough times you can continue going forward. No, she just is like, I remember when you found these. Anyways, like
anyways, it's like they didn't have enough time to actually develop it. The way you would avoid that is you would need to have a clearer understanding of what their relationship even is, so that all of the comments are focusing on, mom, you literally just now my reputation is I'm crazy because that's what you said. Like I feel betrayed, like but you'd need to have you could
they don't,
but if you don't have that, it has to be canned in some sense.
They don't know what the relationship is, and I'm pretty sure this is like the last time these two ever talk.
I think
in
you're
the
right.
show.
Yeah.
Like this is their scene. This is the scene to identify why they're important to each other, their emotional stakes, and I'm pretty sure it does none of that, but we'll see.
I know I think you're right about that, even though I have, as I've said many times, not watched.
I'm always right, Michael.
Show, so I don't know what I meant by that. But also, I do like the Art Nouveau poster behind him. I don't know who those people are.
They don't. Well, okay. To be fair,
is that his dad?
No, but it looks like he's performing magic. Right?
Oh. You're right.
It looks like he's performing magic, so maybe that's why.
Oh, and there's somebody on the back with like holding a rabbit. Like there's another poster.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Very.
And rabbits are very magical, as we all know.
They come out of hats.
Yeah, you're right. He's got a magic wand. It looks like he's doing magic. So that'd be okay. So that just adds a whole other thing
That's
because it
his
looks like a
childhood.
circus poster.
He's trying to find magic in this fake magic.
Right.
That's not bad. I don't mind that.
I don't know. I'm more just confused from a world building perspective.
Yeah, it would be an interesting like how does this world react to false magic? Like
I thought they hated magic, so I don't understand.
You would think it wouldn't exist like at all.
I see. The thing is that
but maybe this is from out of town, Michael.
That's true. I didn't even think about the idea of, I guess it's like fake magic. I suppose that would be okay, but
it would have to be in Piltover, but you would think people would be pretty irked by it. Like
it would be like tasteless. Maybe it'd be like having a show. This is not a perfect example, but having a show where people are like pretending to be Nazis or something. Again, that is not a perfect example.
That's what I do every Friday night. Why you got to call me out like
you're
that?
You're really not helping. You're developing quite the image of yourself from some of the comments you've made.
You do know I've shaved my beard, so I just have the little mustache, right? That awful little mustache.
You are going to that little caterpillar slug on his face.
It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good on anyone.
No, it doesn't look good. I guess it's not even one caterpillar; it's two caterpillars. It's a caterpillar that's been cut in half. It's not even really a caterpillar. It's more like, you know what? I'm not going to continue this metaphor.
Yeah.
We have more important things to talk about than Hitler's facial hair.
Do we, though? Anyways.
Yes, we do. Continue.
Yeah, so that is an interesting... it does seem like that they were trying... There was someone who was working in the background, and it's like, okay, what would he be doing in his childhood that would be connected to... Obviously, he can't have... Right, they're trying to do some background storytelling, but it is a little confusing where it's like, doesn't this society freaking hate magic?
Right. Well, that the reason I went is not because I didn't realize the obvious subtext there. It's that I was suddenly like, oh, is that one of the behind the scenes things that could shed light on some of the confusingness going on? Is that people on the behind the scenes didn't know, did not have the full script or something? They're just like, hey, here's the idea, Art Nouveau, and it's a brilliant idea. If they didn't have a whole lot of information, they really put it together very well, but it doesn't quite fit.
My understanding is the animators had a lot of liberties. That's part of what made the fights so fluid. Is the animators were allowed to just kind of go nuts, right?
Oh, okay.
But the problem is, it's like when you let, who was in charge of Doctor Who for that long period?
Oh, Stephen Moffat?
It's like when you let Stephen Moffat off the chain with no one to supervise him. You start getting details in the background where you're like, well, I see what you're trying to do, but that doesn't quite add up.
It feels like it could be. That's the strange thing, is it feels like it could be very potent out of context.
Yes,
because
always.
It's like in the context of this world where everybody hates magic. But in a different world where, he's a failed magician, then, okay, this is actually a very subtle, well-done detail.
Well, that's what the animators were told for this part of the story, is he just got failed out of magician school, and his mother is consoling him.
Yeah, and so they're like,
he just failed clown school, Michael. You don't understand.
He flunked out of clown school because he was too sad.
He couldn't wear the big shoes, Michael.
He couldn't wear the big shoes.
They didn't fit on his feet properly. He was too buff. He needed to be fatter, Michael. He needed to be fatter.
We can't have buff clowns, okay?
No, that's what strongmen are for. But he's like, I don't want to be all oiled up. I
don't want to be a strong
I'm allergic.
There's things.
I'm allergic.
I'm not strong enough to be a strong man.
But you're too buff to be a clown.
We're going to move on because we've taken way too much time on this.
You lost to me. I had to say something.
Okay.
I feel like that would have been better than freaking. Oh, I remember when you found this. Just start.
Well,
start with defense,
I think what they're trying. Yes, I agree. Just start to the point, but.
Cut to the goods.
It's pretty clear to me what they're trying to do is they're like, well, she's shut up. She's nervous about talking to her son. She's trying to break the ice. Clearly, the vibes aren't there, so she just jumps right into it. That's what they're trying to do.
Well, they didn't have enough of a pause, right? It should be if they wanted to do this way, where it's like, I remember this, and then she should tell some details in the story, and she turns over, and he's faced away from her and not looking at her, and and it's clear that didn't work. But they just have I remember when you found this. Anyways, I saved your life.
Also, it would, I feel like what we might really be complaining about, that's a weird way to put it, but what I mean is,
well, I'm complaining, yeah.
If they had if we had seen some relationship between Jayce and the mother before, where they had talked and we saw the tension and blah blah blah, and then we had that scene, like we were talking about
there would
before,
be setup and payoff.
where it's like you need a whole lot more setup for that trial scene, but instead the trial scene is set up for the rest of the plot, and so that this scene should be the payoff, but it's the setup.
Yeah,
and it doesn't
it's a setup
really
for something that already
anyway.
happened. Like
yeah, kinda. In a
it's
way.
It's an Ouroboros. It's just eating itself.
We're gonna lose our mind. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah,
but we can go forward. It's fine.
Yes.
See, magic is between them, Michael. See how.
Oh my goodness!
See how profound it is, Michael. Magic is in between them. It separates them, Michael.
Look, that's why it's frustrating. Is because it's like, hey, look, I know you can make fun of it because it feels.
It would be a good idea.
It's really good. It's really good design.
It would be good. It would be better if it worked, Michael.
It'd be better if it worked. Why it not work? Animators. Did they not tell you?
We need a little. We need a little bit more. Like you can have all this fun with these sort of metaphorical things and these backgrounds, and like you can make it really interesting. You just need a single leg to stand on to make it work.
Yeah,
like that's all I'm asking for. It's there. It just needs a little bit more, and particularly where, honestly, I'm less upset about there being some circus with phony magic in this world. I'm more upset about I don't understand the relationship between these characters. Like, did she support his work? Was she actively fighting against it? Like, what has been their relationship as he became an adult?
Was she supportive and now she's turned around? In which case he should be more shocked than sad, you know?
And so it would be way more profound if we had that information. It would feel like it meant something. But here it feels like they're trying to make me extrapolate something that they haven't done by using these background clues. They've been huffing show don't tell so much that they cannot tell me anything. Like and the problem with the reason why they say show don't tell is because they want to make a more intellectually stimulating art piece, right? Where instead of just being like, Michael, I had a bad day, I tell you all the things that happened, and you can be like, Brigham, I think you had a bad day, right? And it makes me do more work.
Specific information.
Yeah, but we're at the point where they're making the audience do all of the work.
We have to do all the work because I'm convinced they do not have a clear idea of what their relationship is. Mm-hmm. They don't have it more specific than just archetype of it's like AI generated. It's like we want a sad mother and son.
Oh no, Michael.
You know,
you've crossed the Rubicon.
What?
You compared these people to AI, Michael. Anyways.
Okay. Well, we've already said that. I wanted to say really quick, and this is on topic, and I think it'll fit into what we've been saying, is that in some sense, this image right here, where they're both sitting there, and then there's a magic wand pointing between them, right? And we're like, I don't quite understand what this means.
It's pretty. I like the composition. But
I'll tell you what it means. Somebody in the background composed this shot because they realized what we're realizing, Brigham, that there isn't any connection between these characters. It's all magic. It's all smoke and mirrors. And so they symbolize that by having a magic wand go, parang! Now there is this deep backstory between these two, even though we never see it.
Yeah.
We don't know how the trick works. You know, so it's brilliant. It's brilliant.
See, you also, right, you said you were frustrated. It is a nice composition. That's part of the problem, is it's wasted.
Yeah.
But like, okay, so when I'm doing D&D, right? Obviously D&D
Right.
very different than a show, but there's some similar attributes. When I have a character and another character have a relationship of some kind, I write it down, and I write down like the form of the relationship and the things that happen. And when I'm performing that interaction in front of the audience, which are the other players in this situation, I have that in mind, and they might never pick up on that relationship details, right? But it informs.
Yes.
I try to make it inform as much as possible all of the dialogue between the two characters.
Yes.
Because it makes them feel more lifelike, right?
Yes.
And I feel like they haven't written down that sticky note. Like you said, they don't know what's going on. They haven't written down on the sticky note the relationship, what the emotional tensions are, what the back and forth is, the history. Like, maybe not a sticky note. Maybe you need an index card, right? And then when they're designing the scene, they look at the index card and they go like, okay, this is the core.
Everything has a specific reference to like actual reasons why it's there beyond just it feels right.
Yeah.
You know, it feels, you know,
or like, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
You know, it beyond it just feels right because it's like, I can't explain it, but like the comparison to AI art is very. I know I'm sorry.
You're gonna get flayed, man. Like,
you know,
like being a Nazi is way less of a sin than
these days. It's much less in fashion than accusing people of. No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not accusing them. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not accusing them of using AI art to make this. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there is a relationship in the way that AI art feels, particularly when the way that it feels.
I
and the
think
way
you should
that
specify
it is created.
not the actual like physical art you're looking at here, but the story is what you're talking about.
The story.
Because the art doesn't look like the physical frame does not look AI generated.
Yeah, no. That's not what I mean.
I know that's what you mean, but I don't want people to kill you. You know.
I don't know. They need to get over it. But
With Bennett Foddy.
The story. That's right. It's I'm talking about the story. Like I'm making a conceptual point here that the story and the fact that we don't have any of that background information, and yet it all looks right in a way until you really start examining it more, and then you're like, wait, why is there a magician's thing behind them? Like, okay, this feels very significant, but
yeah.
But this doesn't make any sense. It emotionally feels right, but it doesn't go beyond that. That's the point I keep making. I feel like I've made it 20 times.
But we'll keep making it.
I need to kill a fly. Hold on. Dang it! This is going to be the subplot of this episode is me killing this fly.
It'll be amazing because it won't be the entire episode. It'll just be the section of the episode that we filmed today.
Exactly. Okay, wait, hold on. I got him. I got him on the ropes. Hold on. No, come on. No. I'm trying to. This is probably very exciting for everybody.
My understanding is if you use a shotgun, your chances of killing the fly increase tenfold.
No, I think listen, so here's the thing, is it's like, okay, I'm never going to swat this guy, otherwise I'm going to be fumbling around like a maniac the whole episode. But, you see, pro tip, which may turn out to be way more complicated than it is. No, where did he go? Where did he go?
Thank you, viewers, for joining us for Michael's Fly Hunt. This has been an audio podcast with commentary by the producer.
This is very upsetting. I don't like, because I don't want him flying around and distracting me.
In the third act, we will realize that Michael has a deep relationship with the fly. This is demonstrated by the fact that he has many flies pinned to his wall in a nice display, you realize that Michael is a fly serial killer.
Well, I may be that, yes, but I don't take. Unlike those other serial killers, I certainly do not take trophies.
But what we don't realize is that the fly is actually Michael's father transformed.
Wow. Wait, you mean literally or symbolically? I just assumed you meant symbolically.
And also in the third act, we realize that Michael has a very strenuous relationship with his father over flies.
Oh. No, actually, my dad has the same attitude as me. Anyway, I'm pretty sure I killed it.
It's like an ant bully situation then.
Sure.
Your father got turned into a fly.
What?
Because he hates flies.
The ant bully.
I don't know. I haven't seen it either. But he gets like shrunk. He like hates ants, and then he gets shrunk to like the size of an ant.
Well, that sounds horrific.
Yeah.
Are the ants like real ants, or are they more like cartoon ants?
I think they're cartoon.
Oh, okay. So, like, do they talk and stuff? Are they talking ants?
I haven't seen it, Michael.
I don't know. Well, maybe the trailers reveal that. All
right, guys, we're watching the Ant Bully trailer. Just a second.
No, we're not. We're watching Arcane.
Right,
anyway, the
is
point
the fly dead?
I'm 80% sure the fly is dead because I sprayed it with a solution of water and soap and hydrogen peroxide that I keep on me for
fly duty.
Yeah, that's literally what it's for. Because I was having trouble when I first moved to this apartment that the flies kept getting in, not like a ton, but like enough. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. This is awful. And it's like I can't swat them all because they're too, but if you manage to spray them, and I don't think you actually need the hydrogen peroxide. That's just because I'm extra and I don't even know if I'm sure it does something.
It makes them feel the pain.
Yeah, sure, but it's the water and the soap, I think, that's the more important. I spray it, and then they get very sluggish, and it's much easier to kill them. I'm sure it's extraordinarily painful and gruesome, but you can't tell because they're tiny. So, anyway, there you go with that.
When I was a child, I ripped the wings off a butterfly. Anyways.
Did you really?
No.
Oh, good. I would end the podcast right now if you had, you monster.
I had a...
No need to torture them. Well, I mean, I guess I did just confess to the fact that probably a torturous death I'm putting them through.
Quiet.
Hello, everybody. I hope you...
My dog barking. Just a second.
Yes. Don't worry. I'll keep you all company. I hope you're enjoying the show.
Quiet down.
We're going to take probably 5 years to get through the rest of Arcane, which is not very timely given Arcane 2 is coming out soon. Did it already come out? Did Arcane 2?
No, I don't think so.
It
doesn't come out in November. Quiet.
Okay. Well, we need to get the first episode up before then so that we can go viral, right? And then everyone will try to kill us.
Yeah.
Because I accused them of AI art. Not really, but the story. It was a metaphor. I can't help it if people don't understand my metaphors. Okay, let's continue. Are you there? Are you
Sorry, I was trying to fix the dog.
Okay. Man, they've got flies and dogs in this theater.
Yeah. We'll have to cut out a whole section. No, people love this.
Whole section.
Anyways.
But it won't save yours now. You need to let it go.
I could have convinced the council.
See, right, if she had been against his research to begin with, right?
Right.
That makes sense, right? Where she's like, you got to let it go. Or this would be very different if she had been in favor of it. Right, where she says, you got to let it go. And, right, then his response would be like, how can I let it go? This has been my dream for forever. Anyways.
Yeah. There's a story right there of her being in favor of it, but then she sees how it's potentially going to destroy him and she can't handle it. And so she's like, I'm going to stop it. And he's like, you don't have a right to stop it, blah, blah, blah. But Also, did it really feel like he could have convinced the council when he was talking? No, yeah. It seemed like she really did come in and kind of rescue him from, a worse punishment. That's how I recall it going down. Like they were doing the whole, like, they were complaining about what he was saying or something. Like they were all arguing.
Yeah.
Is that how it went down?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, there was no way. It did not feel like he was anywhere close to convincing them.
I didn't get that feeling.
So he just has no social awareness. That's what we've just learned.
He's in denial. Yeah.
He's in Egypt?
Anyways.
No,
shut up.
My family won't help me. I'll find someone who will.
Ooh.
Boom.
I'll go find Viktor. That is a harsh line.
Yeah.
Which
if it had more setup, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
I must admit, his theory intrigues.
If dangerous ideas didn't excite the imagination, we would never wander astray.
Could it work?
See, right, in your retelling where this is a common thing, that line is very interesting. Right, that line fits in perfectly. Where it's like, this happens all the time.
It's like in dangerous ideas, if he's like a conservative, but it's not very clear what he is.
He's a furball.
And it's weird because him saying that line doesn't fit in with what Viktor is saying exactly, because Viktor is like, would it work? Like,
well, he's about the first line is this is intriguing, and Heimerdinger's like, okay, the second line where he says, would it work? That does seem like something you wouldn't say in front of Heimerdinger. But the first line of his theory is intriguing, right? Like,
yeah, sure. Okay.
Like that one I can get. But the second line, you probably wouldn't want to say that in front of the guy who hates, well, I don't know if he hates magic or not, but supposedly he does.
Supposedly he does. It's a little unclear.
Magic?
Nonsense. It's far too unstable.
Could you stabilize it?
So how does Heimerdinger know it's unstable? I guess just the fact that it blew up something?
Yeah.
Like, has he played? Has he played with this before? Like in the past?
We don't know. It's not clear what the rules are.
Did he read Jayce's notes, and that's why he knows it's unstable?
Oh, that could be it. I mean, that'd be the simplest explanation, I suppose.
But it doesn't look like he's reading Jayce's notes. He looks like he's just throwing things away.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what he's doing. It looks like he's getting something from a fridge. That's literally what I thought for a moment.
By the way, Michael, you should buy a Lexus RS.
I hate you. The Lexer.
Run faster, jump higher.
From what ifs to why nots.
Why not as a Pokemon? Anyways.
Why would I? That only leads to more problems. And that poor boy has enough of them already.
Okay. One, why would you ask Heimerdinger if he wants to stabilize it? Two, why would this lead to more problems for Jayce? Jayce is already in the hole. Like,
it would. I mean,
unless Heimerdinger went to Jayce and is like, "Here, I'll help you stabilize it." Maybe then it would cause a problem for Jayce. But
well, so it's weird because it sounds like what he's saying is, it would cause more problems because in my wisdom, I know that if we did in fact get magic to work, then it would cause all kinds of problems for society.
But the problem isn't that magic doesn't work.
Like,
the problem is that magic works too well.
Exactly. Well, that seems to be what he's saying, but it doesn't fit in with what he was saying a minute ago. And also, what was the first part of what he said again?
Far too unstable.
Could you?
Far too unstable.
Me? Why would I?
That's a very reasonable response. Why would I?
Well, yeah, that's what I want to know, Heimerdinger. See, that's what's interesting is, I mean, that line, the way they're talking,
would Viktor
and the way
posit this to you? Why
the
would
way that it's set up is it makes it seem as though, because obviously, like, what I think is more sensible is if the story is about, oh, people do this all the time and you're not supposed to. But clearly in
Because
the
it doesn't
actual
work.
world of this,
Right.
yeah, because it doesn't work, right? But in the world of the story, they're setting it up as though, oh, we don't try it because we're just so afraid of it.
Mhm.
So we don't even learn anything about it. And so it's kind of alien and foreign to us. But then Viktor's kind of sounds a bit nonchalant, like, oh, I
He
never
seems
considered that this could have
nonchalant,
worked, you know?
and also like knowledgeable
Like as though the reason
on the
yeah, it's-
situation, which
they can't decide whether they want it to be something that is so powerful that it's terrifying, or something that like nobody thinks would work because it's foolish.
Mhm.
Like those are two very different things.
I mean, it could be both, right? It's so powerful, it's terrifying, and it can't be controlled, right? And that's what
Right.
But no, they don't have their mind set on what the societal issue with magic is. They don't.
Yeah,
they don't.
it doesn't
They just
feel
know
that
that
way
they
to me.
don't like the magic, but they don't know why. So
yeah,
they haven't hammered this out.
That only leads to more problems, and that poor boy has enough of them already. There. Come tomorrow morning, his research will be safely disposed of.
So why isn't it being incinerated right now?
That is a good question.
Why?
Maybe, I don't know.
Like,
Bureaucracy.
does it only turn on Tuesdays, the incinerator?
I'm assuming
you would
it's
think,
that they
right?
have
This
to-
is the anarchist cookbook. You know, this is that's
That's
probably a bad
true.
example. This is the stuff that makes nuclear warheads in people's basements. Wouldn't you
Well, no,
prioritize destroying that?
Well, no, because what we've established is that, but they don't think that this stuff would even work. So,
well, they know it works a little bit because it blew up a building.
Yeah, but the thing is, it was so. Wait, was that? Okay, we should clarify this because it was.
They have
specifically the little-
assumed. They have assumed that
right.
his experiment has led to the destruction of the building,
Right.
Or I guess the destruction of part of the building.
It was the little blue balls that did it. And I guess he clearly has manufactured those little blue balls.
We don't know.
I mean, we don't know because they're supposedly the same as the thing he has in his thing. So if he just purchased them, then it's just like, oh, okay, so it really wasn't anything Jayce did. It's just the fact he had little blue bombs in his apartment.
Well, I forget if we talked about this, but it brings up the what the heck did he buy from Benzo's that he couldn't get from up here? The only thing that we've seen is maybe magic books, right?
Right.
Or
in which case there should be a bunch of magicians in the Undercity, which is a whole other plot element that would be interesting.
Well, I mean, maybe they were smuggled in, right? You know.
Okay.
But you would still, if they're able to smuggle those in, and they're just out shopping in Benzo's, then there would be a bunch of magicians. You're right. But the only other things besides magic books, which I don't think it was the case, is the blue orbs. That's the only other thing I can imagine would have been restricted so much that he would have had to gone to Benzo's. But I also don't believe that because why the heck would Benzo have them? And also, why the heck wouldn't have Echo been like, hey guys, you want to go rob this place? By the way, he bought a nuclear warhead that's unstable.
He bought, well, okay, we keep saying
they're not nuclear warheads. He bought a bunch of bombs that are unstable. Like he would have.
Yeah, like we know what these are. We got them in. I mean, maybe they
if
didn't
he
know
what they were, he would have told Vi and Powder, and they would have known what they are, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, what the heck did he get from Benzo's?
I'm assuming he made those blue orbs. That's what I assumed when I first watched it. Like he's figured out.
That would have been really interesting. I want to see that scene.
Yeah.
But we don't know. They don't give us that information. They refuse to tell us anything, Michael. Anyways,
the point of this is that Viktor is starting to doubt the hegemony. He's like, oh, this could maybe work.
Now, don't you bring big words into this.
Very, very sudden, I must say. I suppose it's not totally sudden. I mean, he was looking at the books before, but
I would give it some time lapses, right? Some
Yeah.
You give him a few days where he's like, maybe, right, if we had established a little bit, maybe it doesn't need to be established before, but like maybe at the destruction site, you see him like slip a book into his coat pocket, right? And then you have a scene of him late at night, like reading it, right? And maybe you have some other things to establish he is a incredibly curious creature. Right, where he's not particularly interested in enacting this until he actually like starts to believe in it, but he's just like, oh no, this is something to read. It's interesting. Like,
also there's actually they already have the seeds for a very compelling story, because isn't the whole thing in like the second and third act that like he's got the bad leg, right?
Yeah,
and he like is trying to use science to figure out how to fix it, right?
He's using magic.
Okay, he's using magic. So I mean, well, yeah, even better. Then it's. I mean, maybe that's what they have in mind.
So
but it's
the
not really
problem is not his
here.
leg in the second act. The problem is he's got cancer.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
He's dying. It's
not his leg. The leg is just something that is ancillary to, that might be the wrong word,
right?
But
I know what you mean. Yeah.
It is an effect that happens as he is taking his chemotherapy. Is his leg gets better?
Okay. I see.
Is basically what happens there.
I see. Well, anyway, the point I was trying to make is that, okay, so we have a motivation for him besides just curiosity, but it needs to be set up a little bit more, which kind of goes into the whole idea before of we need to know precisely what magic would do for the society. If it cures cancer, first of all, how would Viktor know this? Like, how would anybody know that? But if we're assuming that, we have stories of people using magic to cure cancer and other diseases and running around and, and Viktor is like, I have cancer, I don't want to die, maybe this will fix it. That gives him a very interesting motivation, which is already implied later on, but I feel like we need it here. To really, because then you have Jayce has motivations, Viktor has different motivations, and we're like, ooh, I wonder if they will clash at some point. But it's, anyway.
Lock up. No. Magic is hard.
Yeah, here he takes it.
It's got a hammer on the front. That's interesting.
Oh, it's Jayce's notebook and his.
Right.
It's foreshadowing, Michael.
Because he wields a hammer in League of Legends and later in the show, right?
Yeah. Also, his father was a
tool maker
builder. Yeah.
He built tools. Okay, it all fits. I wonder how did he get the hammer? How did he get the hammer embroidered on his notebook like that?
Well, he's rich.
That looks like. No, he's not.
He's connected to rich people, and they're like, we can't have you just writing in any notebook. Well, what are you, some peasant? You gotta have.
Why didn't they brand their own name on the notebook? I guess.
No, I don't take a big issue with that. That's fine.
Okay, whatever. Yeah. There was one other thing I was gonna say, which is, just that Heimerdinger. It's just funny to me that it's like, does he just spend like long hours just muttering to himself as though somebody's there? Like,
I'm sure.
No, magic is too difficult to blah, blah, blah.
Every 5 seconds, he just like wakes up from his stupor. Magic!
Magic! I had the most frightful dream.
It was when all my family got killed by magic.
Oh, my entire family was murdered.
That's why there's no furballs like me in town.
There's no more. I am the last of my kind. There are no female furballs for me to reproduce with.
Anyways, we've got Shimmer.
Long enough. Okay.
Let's get that one more time. What did he say? What did Silco say? How long does it?
Will he live?
What does he say there?
He said, "Will he live?"
Will he live? I hear money left, and I'm like, what the heck? Will he live makes sense. Yeah, and
Will he live makes sense and is a chilling line.
Yeah.
And then the long enough. But my one point I want to make is because they're about to. I know what happens. They're about to drug up the one kid, right? They're going to test this on him.
Not yet. No.
Right? Oh, that doesn't happen yet. I'm sorry.
That doesn't happen until like the end of the act. I'm pretty sure the end of the episode.
No. Yeah, it happens at the end of the episode. So they're preparing.
They're preparing.
And that's who they're referring to. Is he's like, will he live long enough? And then my thought is that then it's not ready if he's not going to live indefinitely, because that's I don't know, that I would want my super soldier to live longer than enough. Enough for what?
Well, you can make as many of these as you want, right? People are expendable. I would have said, if I were rewriting it, right, little detail. This is not a big change, but instead of saying will he live, I would say how long will he live?
Right. Yeah.
Implying that Silco knows that this is very dangerous and probably going to get the guy killed. Right.
Right.
And he doesn't care about that. He cares about how long the person is useful for. Right. Instead of will he live, that makes it sound like I actually care if this person gets out alive, which I don't think Silco does.
Well, maybe second act Silco might, but that's a little
don't bring up second act Silco. First act Silco is bad enough already.
His first act Silco is very well acted and designed.
He's
and threatening and everything.
He always is that, but it's just like you don't make any sense a lot of the time. Yeah.
Very strange script. Yes.
Yeah.
Your pace.
Anyway.
Everywhere. Where?
Oh my gosh.
Anyways, Big Fish.
Continuing on. Big Fish.
Oh no, they do it right now.
Yeah. See.
Yet up there on the surface, no one even knows they exist.
See, this is okay. Well, that's a little dumb that no one knows that they exist. But
that is very strange. I was going to say, where are they, and how many sea creatures are down here? How did they build this place?
I think this is the strait that the bridge goes over or whatever. Like this is the harbor. Okay.
Right. Oh, right.
And this is I guess you dug a tunnel out of the tunnels of Zon and you put a window up and you get this.
I guess so. Okay. It's interesting.
This is one of the times where him just being oddly philosophical actually works.
Right.
Unlike the time where he just kind of goes off on Marcus Marcus, you're too simple-minded and do not see the grand vision.
Blah blah blah.
Right? This time it actually works because this guy's being apprehensive and
right.
Silco's not comforting him. Silco's talking to himself.
Yeah.
And it works here because he doesn't care about talking to this guy at all. Because he doesn't value this guy. And
well, he does. So he does. I remember this scene very well. He does spit in his ear at one point, he's talking really close to him. So I think what he's doing is he's talking to himself.
He's amping up this guy.
Him up.
But
he's trying to psych him up, sort of.
But he's talking. A lot of it is him talking to himself. He's feeling his oats, He's girl bossing. He's got it going.
He's feeling his oats. What does that mean?
I don't know. I think people have said that.
No, I think they say sowing your wild oats, which is a totally different thing.
I'm looking this
feeling
up.
Your oats.
I'm looking at it's real. I swear it's.
Don't know what that.
I'm gonna have to cut this out so I don't look stupid.
Is this a weird Utah?
No, it's a real thing. It's a real thing.
Oh, it is?
Feeling one's oats is an American or Canadian slang expression that means feeling high-spirited, animated. That's not quite accurate then. Never mind.
Okay, yeah. I don't know if Silco is ever high-spirited.
Illusion to the behavior of a horse that has been well fed on oats. Happy is the right word. But no, anyway, he's in his own mind a little bit. He is, I guess, trying to convince this guy, but he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to perform like he would for Marcus, right?
No.
If you mess up with Marcus, you get raided or something like that. He can do what he wants.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing is that it fits very nicely with Silco's character because Silco is he's not a persuader. Like he's not charming, right? That is not Silco. Silco does not try to charm people. He doesn't even really lie.
He offers a good deal. He doesn't charm people, but he either forces or he
makes deals
he
with
makes
people,
a deal, like, right.
And the deal might be misleading, but he didn't like lie to their face or try to convince them. And so the fact that here he, in some sense, even though he is trying to psych this kid up in a way, it's all kind of self-focused because he's just telling the kid, he's trying to turn the kid into himself is how it comes off. He's like, I will tell you. Yeah. Literally.
Have you ever heard the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
No, I have not heard this tale. You would not hear it from a Jedi. Or however he says it. Anyway, they're looking at
it's not a
ocean
story
creatures.
a Jedi would tell.
Anyways.
It's interesting to me that there is like a giant like kraken in the background over there. Like I feel like that, like, why has nothing like tried to break the glass of this place? Maybe it's very strong glass.
That's reinforced titanium see-through glass.
Where did he get it from?
It breaks at the end of this act.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is connected to like the warehouse, and there's an explosion, and
oh yeah,
which I don't think they're that far down in that case. So how has no one jumped in the river and been like, creatures? Oh, there's a behemoth down here?
Yeah. I don't know how far. Like, we don't see how far down they have to go down a set of stairs.
They're not in the Marianas Trench. Like,
yeah. I mean, if that were the case, they'd really need strong.
A way you could have maybe shown that, right, is when Marcus comes to visit Silco, he has to go down this giant flight of stairs.
Yeah, or alternatively, you have like a shot of when Silco appears, like you just need a shot of like, oh, okay, I see the room that he
or like
comes
an elevator
out of.
Coming down or something.
Yeah, or an elevator or something comes up. Yeah, then I mean, I would like a little bit more, but that alone would convey it because otherwise, there's a weird part of my brain that when he appears at that doorway. Exactly.
That doorway.
He appears at that door, and
goes
I'm just
right
like,
into here.
So. Yeah, that's what my brain says, even though it's like, wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. It's the same problem with like
I don't know. I don't think they know.
The Piltover. It's like the Piltover thing where they're like, wait, is the Undercity underground?
It's apparently not.
Or at least that part of it isn't.
Yeah.
But anyway.
They're monsters.
There's a monster inside all of us.
What? No, it'll kill me.
I'd like to let you in on a very important secret I learned when I was about your age, boy. You see, power, real power, doesn't come to those who are born strongest or fastest or smartest. No, it comes to those who will do anything to achieve it. It's time to let the monster out.
Okay, pause it. So, okay. It's a very interesting speech. I remember when I listened to it the first time being kind of like, oh, okay. Because it's like, power is, there's a lot of speeches and things. Yeah, that's right. There's a lot of speeches and like people sometimes talk about like the whole quote of like absolute power corrupts absolutely, and power, we're not going for goodness or rightness or whatever, we're searching for power. And I've always been, maybe this just says more about me than anybody else, but I've always been like, I don't understand, like, what kind of power? Like, power to do what? Like, there's many different kinds of power. Like, but you keep talking about just power in the abstract, and I don't know what that's supposed to mean. And it just seems like a bad guy thing.
Yeah, it is a bad guy thing.
It's like, I will do anything to get power. And I'm like, people, that's not very convincing, because I'm like, well, but what kind of power? Like, people don't use that. It might be the underlying thing, maybe you could argue, but like people, like if you're going to actually convince people, you're like, oh, you'll get all this money, or you'll be able to do incredible things, or Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's all wrapped up in the speech, but it just bothers me.
So this guy's fear, right, is that he's gonna die if he takes this, right? He
knows what it does, apparently.
Silco has not assuaged that fear at all. I feel like it would have been better if Silco had just been like, it's gonna kill me, and Silco takes his knife and is like, well, it's better chances than, and kind of like brandishes the knife, and it's like, and
it's like, why didn't? What is his relationship with this kid anyway? Why
he pays him? I guess
was threatening to kill him earlier, but now we know he knows about Shimmer, which is like a huge security breach. Didn't we like say before, like, oh, okay, he brought him out of the room before they started talking about Shimmer. But now he clearly knows he knows what it is and what it does, at least enough. Like, he must have seen the experiments. Like, he's in this room where look at all those experiments in the background. So it's like the other thing I was going to say, and this is slightly different from that topic, is so 1984, right? The classic book 1984. There's that whole yes, I know you don't care for 1984. I have issues with 1984. My issue with it is that you have this whole you have the same kind of thing here. You have this whole long speech when Winston is being tortured by the Bureau or whatever, and you have O'Brien, and O'Brien is like giving him this long speech about how like tyrants and people are not after any specific thing, they're just after power, pure power. And that's like a perfect example of, I just remember reading that and being like, I don't want to dislike this book because I don't necessarily disagree with elements of what he's doing, but this is just a stupid speech. Like, this is not a sophisticated view of how tyrants work at all, as far as I'm concerned. None of them ever talk about, I want power. Like, they have other motations that they're going for that are more sophisticated. I don't know. It bugged me because there were, I don't know. I just remember being like,
power thing as you are.
I don't know. It bugs me. It just is like, it feels, I think because it feels cheap. He might as well just be saying evil.
Yeah.
We're going to become evil. And it's like, what do you mean? Like, I don't know what you mean. It's like, oh, so I should take this stuff and become super strong and everything? I guess I'll be powerful then, but how long will I live? Like, I won't be very powerful when I'm dead. Like, what will I be able to accomplish? Like, it would make more sense if this kid was like so beaten, if we knew more about him, like he's so beaten down by the world, and or a horrific idea, what if he gave it to some kid who can't walk? Right? Some kid's in a wheelchair.
Then you got the crawling zombie that comes after you.
No, he takes it and his legs get better.
No, I like the crawling. I like the crawling zombie better.
Shut up.
It would be terrifying. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it'd be terrifying, but the point it would ruin the point I'm trying to make. Is it's like, oh, okay, I get why he's taking it, and maybe then
that is a better if Silco.
And you rework the speech a little bit so that if he's like, you feel like you're powerless, you're not able to defend yourself, you're not able to protect anybody, and then he's like, power, right? Like, that's what we're after. That's what this will give you. Maybe you won't live that long, but you'll be able to like, I don't know, that it just introduces a whole other thing. I don't know if I'm explaining this very well, but it just bugs me.
Well, he doesn't make a convincing argument if he's trying to convince this guy solely on the merits of his argument.
Yeah.
Right. This guy's like, that thing's going to kill me. And he's like, but won't it feel great? And it's like,
he doesn't even say that. He just says, he just talks about how power is
right. Which seems like he's just a self-grandizing. It would make more sense if you keep the same speech, right? It's Silco just talking about himself, but he's got a knife and he's just like,
right.
And he's just like, here, take it now. Like,
right.
Where it's like, but they go out of their way to make it seem like he's not threatening this guy to.
Yeah, he throws the thing away,
the knife to the side, which is supposed to be like, this knife means nothing to the shimmer, but it's like, no, it should be, if you don't take this shimmer, I'm gonna stab you in the gut.
Right, which it's like, well,
which is a great argument for taking the shimmer. The one problem is though, you're souping up a guy that you're intimidating, which is a dangerous situation.
Who's then going to kill you? Like, it's very strange. You can't, in some sense, it's impossible to have him truly make in terms of the story, it's impossible for these two characters, as they've been set up, it's impossible for Silco to convince him without simply threatening him. Mm-hmm. Not because of their motivations, but because we don't know what the relationship between these two characters is. So you could, in some sense, just say anything, and it wouldn't be convincing because we don't understand who these people are, for sure. Like, I mean, I know who Silco is, more or less. But...
If you wanted a subtler scene, right, you could have Silco invite him, and, like, you've got, like, a single, like, table with a chair, and you've got, like, a nice little meal, and Silco's like, eat. And he's like, I guess, right? But they put shimmer in like the wine or whatever, and like you see him beforehand, right? Like put the shimmer in the wine like before this guy comes in, right? And then like the guy drinks the wine and he's like, it kind of tastes funny, like. And Silco says something like, "It's the good stuff from topside," right? And like,
right,
and then he's still deceiving this person, but you don't have the active threat where it's like, well, I just made this monster that I threatened to murder, right? It's still...
Well, still, I feel like if once he realizes, oh, wait, you gave me shimmer and now I'm changing and I'm probably going to die, he would freak out then as well. So, but what he needs is a monster who will be loyal to him.
Maybe, right, but I think you have better chances than actively threatening the monster, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's a better plan than threatening to kill this guy. The best plan, obviously, would be to get the person in the wheelchair whose legs don't work, because then you have someone
who has a motivation to
loyal, or someone who's not going to necessarily immediately blame you for turning into a monster.
Well, I see. The problem is that even the wheelchair kid might still go off the handle.
Yeah, there's even a risk of that, but it's a better situation than.
Yeah,
I mean, unless you have like a 100% devoted follower, right?
That's the thing. That's what they need, and I feel like that's what they're trying to set up.
Can't get that. Well, Savica turns into that kind of.
I think so. I don't know. I haven't watched that far.
Yeah,
but
anyways,
they want Silco to be able to like command this like. He, is almost like a prophet or something where like people will like follow him to the bitter end. But they've set him up as like, I don't see why people would.
He's a
kingpin.
Not
charismatic. He's a mob boss.
He's a thug. Yeah, he's a mobster.
People follow him because he's extremely threatening and because he pays them or they feel like he's going to get them somewhere. I mean, that I suppose would have to be the thing is you'd need to really set it up a bit more clearly, like, and maybe that they think that they have that, like, oh, people follow him because, I don't know. I mean, that leads into the whole thread of I don't even know quite what the socio-political situation is sufficiently here in Zon to be convinced by anything other than to just say, well, they're sad, so Silco's leading the way.
This setup is a bad plan. What we are succinctly saying.
What we are succinctly.
This is a bad idea, and if Silco was, Silco was a smart boy, he would not do this.
Yeah, he would have him in a cage or something.
Yeah, he would have him contained. He would use whatever they're using with the glass to keep this guy in.
Yeah, whatever that super strong glass was, that only like broke a little. Did it even break, or did it just?
I think it completely shatters later.
Yeah, later it does.
But that's when like an internal explosion goes off inside the.
Yeah.
So I'll give him a pass. If I was in a
whatever.
submarine and there was a glass window and there was a bomb that went off in the inside, I wouldn't be upset if the submarine glass broke.
You wouldn't be upset.
I'd be dead already. What are you talking about?
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you'd be like, oh, well, I'm not going to blame the designer of it. Anyway.
Yeah.
And here he goes. He's going to do it. Oh, boy.
Me after I've had Taco Bell.
Oh, God. I was just going to say, so,
that looks like a submarine door.
Yeah, it does. So maybe they do go way down. I mean, that's what we have to assume.
Way
they go down an elevator, down a bunch of steps or something.
They really, like, they need sanitation to come through. They got all this, they've just been splashing shimmer everywhere. Like, they need to...
Yeah, and I don't know why the shimmer grows like that. I guess it grows
it would be
mold or
one
something.
thing if they were performing experiments on shimmer, right? And they had, like, a moss or whatever that they fed it to, and, like, it just freaking ran everywhere, but they never explain it. Right.
Yeah, it's more of an aesthetic choice.
Yeah,
It's like,
the
okay,
evil lair. It's got the purple tentacles everywhere.
The corruption is leaking out. That's what it's meant to symbolize.
It's a metaphor for the decadent decay of society.
Yeah, I know we've beaten this horse to death, but okay, yeah. So clearly that like you go down steps. Once
I
you
didn't
go
see
down
no
there,
steps.
Yeah, I know. They never show them. They never show them. So we don't know how deep this building is. It's very strange. But the point is, and what I was going to say is, I know we've kind of beaten this horse to death, but this is a slightly different part of the horse that I am currently beating, which is, and the metaphor made me lose my train of thought. Gosh dang it.
Yeah.
It's just the fact of like, it's just very strange to me in general that. So I kind of don't really like Shimmer in general. Shimmer just seems very. It's like, oh, okay.
It's generic super juice.
It's generic super juice.
I don't have an issue with it.
I don't know. I do, because I find it boring, and more importantly than just boring, because boring's like, well, whatever. But
it's boring in its applications, but
it just seems very like. I don't know, like he falls to the ground, he's like screaming and everything, and I'm like, this is like he's gonna be super unstable. Like when he transforms, like what is he just gonna is he gonna just sit down like and Silco's just standing right there, and I'm like, Silco, maybe step back a little bit. Like
you would think after the rat incident you would be like you would get a Hulk cage from Avengers 1.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what I'm thinking. That's how this stuff was. I think that really is. Thank you for bringing that up, because that is what is unconsciously bothering me, is you set this up as like, oh, okay, so it's going to turn something that is sort of puny. I mean, it's a good symbol. It turns somebody who's puny and weak into something that is, it reverses the predator and prey.
Yeah.
But, like... but well, who's the predator in this scenario, Silco? Well, it's you. And who's the prey? It's the kid. Well, when you reverse them, what's gonna happen? Like, it's set up earlier as like, oh, the mouse doesn't just intimidate the cat. The mouse immediately like turns around and
it turns
slaughters
feral and
the
just
cat.
murders the cat for no reason.
So it's like, so it seems very strange that I'm like sitting here like, okay, so when
not no reason, but. Uncharacteristically for a rat.
Yeah, uncharacteristically, like, awful, but then when this kid drinks it, it's like, okay, well, I know that clearly the writers are not intending on him just going feral because Silco's standing right there, but it's still weird to me because I'm like, well, then why did you set it up earlier that way? Like, well, I guess the answer to that is because it made for a great little scene.
It made for a great scene.
It did.
It made for a great scene at the expense of Silco's intelligence.
And now we have this scene, which in its own way has a lot of merit to it, but they don't fit together.
And really the dangers, this scene also, so this scene damages Silco's intelligence further, but it also damages the the impression of Shimmer as some elements of Shimmer being a dangerous material, right? Because this guy doesn't just immediately kill Silco, like.
Yeah, and the doctor.
And that's what you would expect to happen based on what you've seen so far. So he is so incredibly stable after taking this. He doesn't even take revenge on the person who beat the crap out of him.
Yeah, exactly. He's able to
it's like marijuana. It has a calming effect. Like
yeah, so also if it kills the host eventually, because that seems to be the implication, it makes you unstable. Though I don't think we ever actually see that happen. Like it's not like
we see people get like cancer from it.
Oh, okay.
But
is that later?
Yeah, that's later
on. Or?
We see people like get they get what's the right word? Disfigured by it and and get cancer or something. And it's also supposed to be highly addictive or something.
Okay, interesting. Well, in that case, my point would be, I know you'd said earlier, oh, well, I mean, these people are expendable. And it's like, well, I mean, but I thought Silco's whole thing is he's trying to, like, if your military force is going to get cancer not terribly long after taking your super drug, I mean,
we don't know how long it is. We assume the people who have cancer have taken like hundreds of doses or something of this. Like,
but the way that it's, I mean, maybe they refine the formula between now and then, but here it's like, oh yeah, it's going to eventually kill you.
Yeah,
like,
that's what they imply.
That's what they imply, and it's like, oh, okay, well, that just doesn't seem like a very good long-term strategy then. If it's like kamikaze. It's like, oh, we'll get our best fighter pilots.
Okay, well, kamikaze, yeah. I think a better example.
Now we don't have any more fighter pilots.
Well, no, this guy's not the best fighter pilot. He's not special.
It's not a perfect example, but
I think a better example is we only had 2 atomic bombs.
Right. Okay. Sure.
Right. We couldn't drop a third one. We spent a lot, right, to make.
Right.
Yeah, he does make like a crap ton of these, but if the effectiveness of this fighter is so much so that it doesn't matter if it dies immediately after, like, then that's a fine strategy.
Point. Okay.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
No. I see no issue with this as like the idea, right, is that this thing is so effective. We'll get into. Obviously, it can't be that effective because they didn't freaking take over Piltover. But this thing is so effective that it does not matter if it only lasts an hour. Like,
that
partly because
the idea.
We can get another one, and also is just really effective.
Right.
And it's one of those things of like, right. The reason why people stopped being really good at like fencing is because muskets became a thing, and you can give any dimwit a musket and he can point it in the right direction and fire, but it takes years to train like a good swordsman. And so this is like a musket, right? You can give it to any dimwit and make them an incredibly effective combatant.
That is a very interesting analogy. I actually kind of like that idea of it being like, this is going to change the game.
Oh yeah. Obviously, it doesn't because they don't take over Piltover, but
like, yeah.
But in theory,
that'd be a whole other interesting thing.
In theory, it is Colt's revolver. Yeah. It is the great equalizer.
Right.
The great advantage, I guess, is the way you would put it here. But anyways.
Right. Okay.
Oh, people screaming.
Why are there multiple people screaming? I guess
know.
It's symbolic of something. What's going on here? Oh, right.
So this is a curious scene.
Yes.
You know, I know we don't have a lot of information on Caitlin's mom, but I feel like she would be the kind of woman who would dress you down before kicking you out. Right? Would be like, you embarrassed me. I can't believe you were working on magic. We're not funding you anymore. Like, get out and don't come back. This passive aggressive, we just lock the gate and we don't talk to you, seems very childish. Like,
well, I know what you're saying.
I would have liked the scene better where she dressed him down. I think that would have been a better scene, right? Where it's like, we put our faith and trust in you and you betrayed us. Like, get out and don't ever come back.
That would certainly add to, it would do a much better job of adding to the stress on Jason, you know.
But here, they're just like, oh, we're not talking to him ever again. We're just giving them a silent treatment. Like,
I don't know, that doesn't bother me, but I do concede that the other scene would be more impactful.
It's not the worst thing in the world, but I don't know. She's supposed to be like a successful woman, right? And usually successful people have a certain ability to communicate, right? And this is like anti-communication, where you don't talk to them. And so I feel like it would prop up her character way better. And also, it would be a more impactful scene. You can still have the rain, so it's dramatic, right? But he's like in her office, and she dresses him down and completely rejects him, and then says, "Get out and don't ever come back." Like, and that would have been,
which would be all the more impactful. Scene between them before,
and while he's leaving, like he's opening the door and leaving her office, she says like, "Oh, and stay away from my daughter," or something like that, right?
There you
like
go.
the tip on the iceberg, right? Where, or like just the cherry on top. I don't know. I'm mixing my metaphors. They all mean different things.
I know what you mean. I understand you.
But yeah, this scene is really odd where, right, you've had no communication between Caitlyn's mom and Jayce, right?
Yeah.
And this is the only scene of communication we have between them. And it's just so like passive aggressive out of nowhere. Like,
I don't know. I mean, I just take it as showing, oh, well, she's corrupt like the rest of the council, but
we don't have any evidence that she's corrupt.
Yeah, no, you're right. It just comes out of nowhere that that's the case.
Like, well, I don't know about
we
corrupt.
hardly see her.
Like, she might not like magic like the rest of the council, and that might have good, like, rational foundings, right? That idea. But this interaction is just so, like, you could have had so much more. Like, you could have had something that actually defined the relationship that Jayce had with this family. Like, obviously would have been better if you'd had it before, but this would have been a scene that could have, especially if you had another scene before, but would cement it and you would get a better understanding. I'm pretty sure this is like the one and only scene that you ever see Jayce and Caitlyn's mom in the same room, like in the same location together.
Wait, does Caitlyn's mom even show up in the scene?
Yeah, she tells Caitlyn to go inside. That's like the only thing that she tells Caitlyn to go inside, and then she's like, "Haven't you done enough damage?" and then walks away. Like,
oh, I see.
Like, it's just you could have had more.
Yeah, okay.
Beautiful umbrella. Very pretty.
No, we can't be friends anymore.
So why are you out here?
I'm a misfit too, I suppose.
Did you know Jayce was coming?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Business, I guess.
You can't do that.
No, I can't.
Why not?
That isn't, well, the idea is like he has too many aspirations. No, not of the reputation. His aspirations.
Right. I mean, I gathered that.
He can't live with himself not pursuing this. Right.
Well, he could maybe pursue it secretly while he's working with the Talus Hammer business.
But it's not going to be his focus, right? The idea, I like that interaction where she's like, no, you're not going to be happy just running the hammers. Like, I like that. It shows that she understands his character. Like, I like that. That's good.
So actually, hold on. Does she know about? Did she know? She couldn't
was
have known
working
about
with him.
the magic beforehand.
She must have known something. She like carried his stuff.
See, that's all. Right.
That's an
a whole
entirely
other
other.
element.
Yeah.
I hadn't even thought of that. Like that would cause.
I would think that's the implication. I think.
Well, that's like huge if that's the case, because in that case, that like introduces a whole world of, okay, so what? I mean, I know we get this little snippet of her saying that, oh, we can't be friends anymore. And it's like, well, yeah, what did you think? You were helping him do magic. You must have known what that entailed. And that's a whole other element of like, okay, why were you helping him do magic? Do you have a crush on him, even though he's older? Or is that part of why his parents hate him and don't want to talk to him?
We don't know a whole lot about, I guess likely, right, they came in contact because her family sponsored him, right? The question is, what the heck did they think they were sponsoring? Like, that's a good question.
Yeah, that's another question. Presumably, he has deceived them. So, I mean, it makes sense to me that they don't want to talk to him. I didn't want to get that impression.
Okay, how long have they been sponsoring them? What did they expect? Like, has he just not made any results for like 5 years and they didn't ask for anything? Like,
yeah, that's a very good question.
We don't.
What does this entail?
Was his crappy nose hair trimmer the thing that came out of this relationship?
We don't know, and that would be a whole other thing. Is okay. How many lies did he tell in order to make this dream work? Like, what did he tell them that he was working on when he was really working on something else? Like, why didn't they know? Like, in order to, yeah, that's a very good point you bring up. They should have, like, if they're sponsoring him, wouldn't they be interested in what he's going to work on? In which case, he's got to lie.
Yeah, he's got to. He's also got to work overtime so he can produce something that seems adequate.
Yeah, exactly.
But also doesn't take up too many resources so that he has what he needs to do whatever. No, these are all interesting questions that they don't care about.
Yeah, we don't get clear answer.
But look,
so
she's at
his mother.
The top of the stairs because she's so above him and she sees that he's so beneath her. Anyways.
Yeah.
Come inside,
yeah.
Captain. Now.
Oh, burn.
Oh, burn.
You burn.
I was fine with you sitting in the rain until he came.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to explain.
I think you've done enough.
I think those are the only words that those two have for the entire show.
Like directly with each other. She's in the council room, obviously, when that whole thing goes down. Now, what I will say is the one. Like, I completely agree with you that I wish there needs to be more to establish the interaction, but I'd forgotten about that one little exchange, particularly Jayce's line where he says, I'm sorry in that way. It's very subtle, it's very quick, but I actually really like that and want there to be more to that, where he's like, it would be very powerful if it's like he had been lying, and at first he was like, didn't feel his conscience didn't hurt him as much about it because he's like, oh, well, these guys are rich, but I'm so focused on my dream. But then he comes to get to know them a bit. And now he's just like, man, I really screwed everything up. And now everybody hates me. And I really shouldn't have done that. And he's like, I'm sorry. I need your forgiveness. And she's like, I'm not going to give it to you. You know,
this scene would have worked way better, right? If you had the scene where she dresses him down, right?
Right.
You had that. You spend a few more scenes of him, like you show that a little bit of time is passing. He's getting more desperate. Like he's not taking care of himself. Right. He's trying to figure out how he's going to solve this problem. And so maybe even accidentally he ends up back here. Right. And Caitlin happens to be outside or whatever. And this scene would work way better. Like I would have felt so much happier with this scene, right?
If that were the final interaction where she's just like, I told you I didn't want you
to stay away.
I'm going to call the police if you don't go away. And he's like, I'm sorry. And she's like, you know, the implication being, I need you to acknowledge my apology. Otherwise I'm at the end of my rope here. Yeah, it'd be very powerful. Because isn't the very next scene where he, is contemplating jumping off of the ledge?
Well, we'll get there.
I know you have.
We'll see.
I know you have many thoughts about that scene.
We'll see. That's not the very next scene. That's the next scene I think we see him in. But
you're right. That buildup would make that. First of all, it would hit much better. Well, I mean, it'd be hit harder. Would probably be the better word for it. But it would feel much more earned. And
but it would also
it'd be like
it would set up his desperation way better, right?
Yes,
the fact that he came back here even after being told to go away, and then also just he gets emotional damage again when he shows up, right? Like
where now I can't even talk to Caitlin. And then it sets up his relationship with Viktor very well, where it's like, okay, you're literally the only person. And I really like Viktor, and I actually like their relationship. I want more of it, but we'll get to that in a minute. So maybe that's the part of me that's speaking, is I just want more of that. But
it's like he's behind bars, Michael. He's imprisoned. It's
that's quite a shot.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. They look like they're at a party. Why are they up on the steps? Are they about to take a photo?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. They're up on the steps because they like the shot. They think it's a very nifty shot where they're all standing in front of the. Also, look,
those
the mother
steps
are
horrendous in front of the window. Why would anyone be up on those unless they were taking a picture?
I don't know. I don't know why there are steps going up to the window. It's so you can look out the window, Brigham. That's why they're there.
All right, let's do this.
You said this was a robbery. Did they take anything dangerous?
Hard to say. We don't exactly know what we did find. Let's.
Wait,
what
are they talking about?
They're talking about the break-in. They established that it was a robbery. Yeah. They're talking about the break-in.
No.
Yeah.
That can't possibly.
They're talking about it after the trial, man.
That's why I'm confused. That can't possibly. I assumed for a moment. Okay, wait. Are they skipping to Viktor took the book? But that doesn't make any sense because
this is the.
They can't possibly be discussing the break-in after the trial.
Oh no, you don't understand, Michael. He was guilty. It doesn't matter. He was guilty. No, this would be very important stuff for the trial.
This would be extremely. How do you know anything that you need to know if you didn't have this conversation? It's like now they're like, so it was a break-in. It's like that's what I was saying earlier. Is it's like it's not even. How do you even know it's Jayce's fault when there was a break-in? Maybe they brought the magic with them. You don't know. I mean, you'd have to do an investigation and find that that's not the case. But now you're only talking about it.
It's great.
Is that Marcus next to her?
Yeah, it's Marcus, and Marcus. I don't know what her name is, but I love her. She's great.
Yeah, she's great.
She dies off screen.
Vander's. She should be Vander's love interest. That's what I think.
I don't know why you're. I don't know why you're tied to that. That's not necessary.
I just want people to be in love. I just want good people. I just want Vander to have someone to comfort him. Old age. I said, Anyway.
This mention of magic has the people afraid. The culprits must be apprehended.
We're doing our best, Counselor. I assure you.
Your attitude makes me.
Okay, I know that's a generic line, and there probably isn't something to really take issue with it, but I want to believe she's competent, and a competent person would say, we have this many enforcers in the Undercity. Yeah. We're going through, like, this is what's going on. This is how I prove that we're doing our job.
Well, I don't know if they can have that line because then they'd actually have to know what the plan is.
Yeah, they would know what's going on.
The plan would have to not be stupid because their current plan apparently is we're just going to bring a bunch of enforcers down there and beat random people up
until what are you talking about, Michael? That's a great
tells
plan.
us something.
Because the enforcers are evil, Michael. They're evil.
Yeah, but they're never going to get what they're
so incompetent.
I said this before that it's like the first thing that's going to happen is somebody is going to say, "Oh, I no, not even that." Like the simpler thing is that people are just going to start calling out their own enemies.
Yeah, they're just
like,
going to point fingers at everyone.
Yeah, they're just going to point fingers at people they don't like or something. Like, how did no one do that? I guess they're just very like solidified, but clearly they're not solidified because they're breaking ranks over Vander. And
a great thing to put in here could be we know. I mean, obviously they should have talked about this before the trial, but
this scene needed to come way earlier.
But putting that aside, it could be right. We know that 4 children broke in. We know 2 of them have anime hair. We found them at an arcade, but they escaped.
Yes.
We're canvassing, trying to find these people.
We know
those
they're
are great
down
details.
there. We know the area they're in. We've got them on the ropes. We're all, you gotta play it. You gotta spin it.
We know we can't kill the 2 girls because they have anime hair.
You can't. They are indestructible. The other 2 are expendable.
Yeah, they're not worth anything.
Brown hair. They're men and they have brown hair.
Yep. Let's go back a little bit.
Mention of magic has the people afraid. The culprits must be apprehended.
We're doing our best, Counselor.
That's so weak.
Your attitude makes me question if your best is up to the task.
She didn't give you any attitude. Like, I know you're incompetent.
She didn't.
She was just like, we're trying.
Well, it may be that she came across as weak. She came across as weak there, and he's like, "You're not strong enough for me."
You could just be like, he could have just. I would have liked it better if he's like, "That's weak. That's weak. That's weak. I need something more. Give me the deets. What's going on?" He just starts dropping lingo.
Yeah, he just starts dropping lingo. I don't know. It's more just to show that these guys are not. These guys aren't very good as a council. Which is
there's not Mel, and I guess Caitlin's mom isn't a complete idiot. But
as far as we know, we don't really know anything about her.
And the enforcers, they're just so incompetent.
Yeah,
I don't know. I like competent people, even if they're like the bad guys.
Oh, yes.
I want them to be competent.
It makes it much more exciting when you have competent villains.
The culprits must be apprehended.
I like his beard, though.
I assure you.
Sure.
Your attitude makes me question if your best is up to the task.
Oh, we'll find them. Don't worry.
We've conducted exhaustive interrogations. Frozen commerce for half the district.
Exhaustive interrogations.
And frozen commerce.
Frozen commerce?
That's what she said. Frozen commerce across the district. They won't let people buy and sell things, Michael.
See, okay, this is a very important point here. And this actually kind of extends back through much of the show. They throw down terms and like vague ideas that it's not like anything contradicts them per se, but they throw them down because they want this to sound like this is a political thriller.
Yeah.
Right. We've frozen commerce. Oh, they're these guys, there's actual economics and stuff going on here. And it's like, where are they? Show me. I don't understand. Did you bust all the sex shops or whatever that were down there? What are they called? Brothels.
That's what's taking the enforcers so long. They
He's trying to shut all those down.
No, they're not even trying to shut them down. They're performing commerce at the brothels. They're not doing their job, Michael.
Oh no, that's why
they spend 75% of the time in the brothels because they don't exist up in Piltover, and they spend 25% of the time just beating the crap out of random people.
Yes, after the fact.
This is a vacation for them. You don't understand, Michael.
This is a vacation. Well, then they would never want to leave. That's a whole other element to this. Marcus is the only one who's sort of getting anything done. He's
all the rest are just like, no, business has not been booming so much in the Undercity. Like, that's why so many of the people aren't flying off the handle, It's because they're getting
right.
so much money right now. They're like, we can get beating the crap out of, but man, we are so flush with cash right now.
We are flush from cash because our economy is based off of brothels. The brothels. And the brothels are happy because they get Piltover people who actually bathe.
Who actually have money.
Who actually have money. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, anyway, so they've frozen commerce. Okay, sure.
Best is up to the task.
Oh, we'll find them. Don't worry.
We've conducted exhaustive interrogations. Frozen commerce for half the district. With all due respect,
half the district.
Don't you think we've pushed them hard enough?
Do whatever it takes. Turn the Undercity upside down if you have to. Just find them.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just lame.
This scene should have taken place way earlier. It should have taken place before Marcus goes to Silco. Because then it's like, oh, okay, well, at least I sort of understand why Marcus showed up to Silco. It's like, oh, I have to do whatever it takes. Like, I feel like this scene
should be before the arcade raid. Like,
yeah, it should. You're right. It should be way early on. But, you know, the arcade raid is really the first we actually see of the enforcers doing anything down there. So it's like
I think it's the only thing we ever see of the enforcers doing anything
you're right.
down there.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Everything is a one-off in this show.
Yeah, you're right. And then we have this scene, which just feels kind of out of order. And also, like, haven't we pushed the Undercity far? And, like, I just, again and again, I know I've come back to this, but I'm like, what do you guys... What do you expect?
What are your goals? Like, how do you expect this... And how do you expect to achieve your goals with what you're doing? You're not letting people buy and sell things. They're just going to be mad.
Like, this makes sense if it's like, this makes sense if it's another country. And it makes sense under two conditions. Sort of makes sense under two conditions. If it's a separate country and the question isn't, we don't know where the question, like, it would have to be very clearly set out that, oh, we know who the people are. We know what they look like. We know where they normally would be, but they're in hiding. We know you people are hiding them. And we have a nationalistic relationship with you where we do commerce with you normally, but we have frozen commerce. We've done tariffs because we want you to produce them. We didn't go into Iraq and beat up random civil. I'm sure that happened, but we didn't run around doing that, saying, "Where's Saddam? Do you know where Saddam is?" And it's like, "Where is he hiding?" And it's like, you know why we didn't do that? Because it doesn't make any sense.
It's not going to work,
How are they going to know where Saddam is? Like, and we certainly didn't go there saying, like, we're looking for a man in a turban who blew up the Twin Towers. Have you seen a man in a turban anywhere? And they're just like, what are you talking about?
No, this scene makes sense of one of two things. One, they're incredibly incompetent, which doesn't quite make sense of how well Piltover is doing. Two, they're evil, which doesn't make sense with some of the framing that we have, right?
Yes,
with the way that enforcers have interacted with some things, and also the fact that no, they're not just like punish the Undercity. They're like, we think they have a nuclear warhead. Like, we gotta get that back
or something. Yeah, no, it's like, no, we just want them so that we can produce. I mean, we've already had this conversation long earlier, but it's like, oh, we just want them so that we can calm people down. That's what specifically they say. Is everybody's riled up because magic has been mentioned. So I guess everybody is scared of magic. In which case, why aren't there like riots outside of Jayce's house? Like, why hasn't he already been strung up by a mob? Like, what's? I'm sorry to be so crass with my references so far, but I'm just trying to get the point across. Why, they have to tell us, right? They simply tell us, which contradicts the showing not telling thing we were talking about before. Is it's like, oh, they've told us that people are riled up. We never see it. We only ever hear the council saying it. But I want to see like people like panicking in the streets of like, oh no, magic is back. We're all going to die, which would be a whole other thing. But in that case, you couldn't, you would have to like execute Jayce or something. Like, I don't know. He wouldn't be just able to walk around in the streets when people are like, "You tried to bring magic back. You're gonna kill us all."
I mean, right. I think the way I would reframe it, right, is the council meeting is not a public ordeal, right?
Right.
And so the public doesn't know about the magic, but the council is worried that a magical device you could have. It would be even better if, right, they asked Jayce during, like, okay, we have an inventory of everything that was in there. What's missing? And Jayce is like, well, there's these nuclear cores that
right.
And he's like, and I've had one blow up before, and it's probably about equal to the damage that happened to the building. So if they all went up, it would have been way worse. So we're missing some. Right. And they could be like, oh no, like, what could someone do with these? And he's like, well, they're the center of my research. If someone was more competent than me, they could do a lot of harm. And even if they're not more competent than me, it can cause intensive structural damage. And
that is a wonderful. I didn't think of that.
And it would make Jayce come off as more competent because he actually knows what was in his workshop. He's dealt with a catastrophic failure before, and he gives information to the council like that.
These randos from the Undercity stole the most important part of my research, which is also the most dangerous part. And so he's like, that's a whole other can of worms if like he feels conflicted of I have to tell them what they've got because it could be really bad, but in order to do that I have to admit to magic. I mean, that's a whole other set of motivations. But yes, it would make him look much more competent, and also it would actually make the reaction of the belligerent hunt
make more sense.
Yeah, it'd make more sense. We're not really after the individuals so much as we're after where have you got the bombs?
Yeah.
Somebody has stolen them.
These things could be used against Piltover to cause catastrophic harm.
And you guys aren't telling us where they are. We assume everyone's a suspect because, it doesn't explain everything.
You could have some of it, right, where they don't want to, like, you have Jayce say that, like, there's a line somewhere like they may not even know what they have, right? And so the enforcers aren't going, where are the bombs? Where are the other drugs going? Right? No, they're looking for the people because they want the bombs.
Right.
And they believe, well, maybe the people don't know that they have bombs and we don't want to go around declaring those are bombs. We can't tell them. And then
you could have a whole thing where one of the enforcers, of course, lets it slip.
And they have to kill someone. That would be that'd be dark. That'd be incredibly dark. I love that idea.
Well, that's not where I was going, but I'm glad you're happy with it. I was just going.
Well, if they want the enforcers to be evil, that's a way to do it, right? Where they accidentally let it slip, and it's like, oh crap, and he like pulls out a gun and just like blasts the person that they're talking to.
I mean, you could. Oh man, if you really wanted to make Marcus a more interesting character, you have him be the one to kill him.
Yeah.
You have him realize
you have the enforcers bring this guy, and it's like he knows that there's bombs, and Marcus is like, well, we could throw him in jail. This is a waste of time, though. It's just awesome. Like, that would make Marcus way darker. Yeah.
It would make him quite the villain.
Yeah.
We speculate.
So far, he's been a little overzealous, or maybe a lot overzealous. And
just a lot overzealous.
And that's about his only sin.
I don't know. It's just interesting. Anyway, let's continue. He's thinking about it.
So this does go into question how identifiable is this as a right? Like, is this only the enforcers use this particular tube, right? Because it does look very prominent, right? It looks pretty prominent. So maybe not. So maybe it's not a big deal that he's just playing with it.
I guess
I would like to know more about the pneumatic system that they use for mail deliveries. Anyways.
Yes.
Welcome to the last drop.
Oh.
What can I get you?
4 sump rats will do. Search the place.
Why didn't they come here before?
So if we assume the timeline, he should have been here. If we correct for their faulty timeline, he should have, if you take the council conversation and throw it before he meets Silco, this timing makes perfect sense. He's going straight from Silco to here after he gets his men stationed up. That's the only issue timing wise.
Right. It's just
your time. How about a proper drink?
Yeah.
I'll take the strongest shit you got.
Alrighty. Interesting.
Now, I guess if they steal a lot of crap, this is definitely something you would rig up. Where it's like, people are coming to look, like...
Right.
Freaking high.
But that just goes back into our conversations as to how much did they actually steal things.
Why is Vander encouraging them to steal crap? Because he doesn't seem to want to do it himself. Anyways.
They're coming up.
I do really like the flickering on the flashlight. It's got this really weird kind of like strobe effect on it.
Yeah,
it's very different than like incandescent or LED bulbs. It's got a different way of light, which I find cool.
Yeah, and it does strike me the sound design through a lot of this, but especially on like right there, like the enforcer, like the way that the armor clinks on him and everything. Well, what are you about to say?
Imagine you're searching a room, right? And you think there might be someone under a bed, right?
Yes.
Do you throw yourself to the floor? Like the way I would actually
had to search a room for a person.
I played hide and seek, right? I don't want to get shocked, right? What I would do is I would back away and then I would like kneel down and shoot my light underneath, right? I know it's supposed to be dramatic. It's not a big issue. It's just kind of funny. Like he's just like, wait, there might be someone underneath the bed, and just flops on the ground. And
this
it's
is
like
how we were trained to do it.
This is what they told us
Belly
to do.
flop. It will shock them and they won't be able to respond. That's how that works.
Another detail, I think it would have been better if there was 2 enforcers in the room. You got a buddy system. You could have had them like covering corners like professionals, like if you want to really make them intimidating.
Right. Yeah.
But anyways,
they're already intimidating. That was my compliment. My compliment to them is the design on the enforcers.
He's less intimidating
really
when he drops to the ground. Where are they? Where are the drugs going?
You know what would be better is if they just straight up moved the bed. I mean, that might be kind of silly
hard.
in its own way.
Right.
That might be hard.
Might be heavy. Like, it's bolted in.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, I take that back. Anyway, Marcus is here enjoying his drink. I don't know if he should be drinking on the job, especially when it's the hardest stuff you've got, but whatever. Oh, another enforcer is standing next to him.
Yeah, he actually has someone. It's just like a demon in a bottle is...
Nearly forgot. I ran into an old friend of yours. He had some stories.
So, Silco was just jabbing about, like, Vander? That doesn't sound like what was going on.
Okay, I don't think he was jabbing about Vander. I could see him like explaining his relationship with Vander. Like,
I don't see why Silco, because he doesn't.
I don't see why he would either.
He doesn't like Topside, right? The only reason he brings the enforcers in is he thinks he can hurt Vander here.
Well, I think the thing is that he what was I going to say? I think the way that Marcus is putting it does not reflect how Silco was actually like behaving. It's not like he's just telling him stories and stuff. Silco is told him a few things about his relationship with Vander, possibly because Marcus asked him, and because Silco was like, sure, I'll tell you, and I'll tell you my side of it. That will make Vander look bad. It'll motivate you more because I just need you to do what I want you to do. And so I can see that. And I like the fact this is a very tense. I do like this. He takes the pipe. It's set up very good. I like how Vander just slams his hand. I'm just like, ooh. It's a shame that Marcus just isn't really set up that much or well. I mean, like we've discussed,
he's generic.
He feels more generic than he should be. He feels like he should actually be very. I don't know. I guess people will fight us on that, saying no, they've already set up the stuff.
No, people think he's the worst character in the show, typically.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Which is kind of a shame because in just this little scene here, when he takes the pipe, it's just like, oh man, if you'd set him up as more clearly as like a villain, but or an anti-villain, anti-hero, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I'd go so far as to have him kill somebody, like we'd said before. Though
it might be too far.
It might be too far, but like,
arguably he does something worse later, but.
Oh well, he does. He basically is. Oh yeah,
we'll deal with that later.
That's true. Anyway, let's continue. Wind back just a little bit because I want to see the interaction there.
Nearly forgot. I ran into an old friend of yours. He had some stories. You weren't always the peacekeeper, were you?
Okay, pause.
Yeah.
What is that line supposed to mean? Of course he wasn't the peacekeeper. You know who Vander is, right?
No, he just got told by Silco.
What?
His boss has never told him anything about Vander. No, Silco was the one who explained everything.
No. Also, there's only, I guess the Enforcer is threatening when there's one of them, and he did I won't complain about there only being one Enforcer, because they probably would have attacked him. There should be more guarding him, but,
there
it would work
be
better.
More here in general. It's like he only showed up with 2 guys.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
There should be 16 at least.
And only one of them is searching the place. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, it's a shame because it's kind of undercutting.
No, you don't understand. It was so expensive to animate those 2 Enforcers.
I guess so. I don't know. That's what I've been wondering at points is, okay, how expensive is each shot?
Oh, each frame of this show is horribly expensive.
Yeah, well, I guess that's the thing is it's in order to animate more I have wondered about that of how many of some of the things we're pointing out are just, we can't really cut them slack just because we don't know how the process works. We're just going at it from a storytelling perspective. But maybe if we knew more about the process, we'd cut them more slack. But I'm just saying this is how it comes off. I know you don't.
Anyways.
I know.
Can't escape the past, right? It'd be a shame if I had to put them on again. Cast irons, well, it's hard to clean.
I feel like it would be more interesting, verbally, if Marcus brought up the gauntlets, and then Vander was like, "It would be a shame if I had to put them back on again."
Cast iron is hard to clean.
Yeah.
Marcus
if you wanted a really brings it up.
If you wanted a really interesting exchange, first of all, you'd need to really set Marcus up more as not just sort of a grunt who's overzealous, but more of a legitimate, you need to make him much stronger and much more have much more of a motivation to hate Vander. If you have it from
Vander,
the get-go,
maybe just down the Undercity in general.
I don't know.
Maybe his parents were enforcers that died in the uprising.
Yeah,
you know, you could.
Yeah, well, in that case, I feel like he would hate Vander because Vander started it all, and so he shouldn't like be coming in saying, "Oh, now I know you weren't always a peacekeeper." It's like, well, you should have known that from the get-go. Anyway, the exchange would be better if I think the exchange would be better if the way it went was Marcus starts off by saying, you know, you weren't always. I can't remember what the first line was.
Well, his
Marcus
was,
brings
you weren't
up the
always the
gauntlets.
peacekeeper. Yeah.
Marcus brings up the gauntlets. That's what I'm saying. And then Vander says, it'd be a shame if I had to put them back on again. And then Marcus says, yes, blood is hard to clean off of the gloves, or whatever he says. Cast iron is hard to clean. Because that fits in better with Marcus saying, or, you know, implying earlier that you can't escape the past.
He knows.
I know what you really are, and my parents' blood is on those gauntlets or something. You know, maybe not his parents because he's older, but you know, he would be implying like it'd be a dig more rather than a threat from Vander.
I mean, if you wanted to be really interesting, right? He comes in and he's like, you know, he's talking to him and it's like, so why have you decided to keep the peace now? Wouldn't you rather fight your way out of this situation? Kind of looks at the gloves and it's like, you could put them on and we could go around or something like that, right? Or he's like goading them.
That'd be an interesting thing for him to do.
Well, he doesn't actually want to fight Vander, but any excuse for Vander to get out of line and, you know, he could arrest Vander or kill him. Right? He doesn't actually. He's like, we could go a round or two and Vander's like, you know, I don't think that's a good idea. And Marcus is like, why? Too hard to clean? And, you know, like, you could have him be way more like in his face, like, man, give me a reason. Like, just give me anything. Like, I'm not allowed to arrest you on the principle that you're like our contact down here. But if you step out of line an inch, like, I'm going to take advantage of it.
And you could really. It'd be interesting if you were to play into the idea of, oh, see, that's a whole other potential storyline is you contrast Vi with Marcus.
Yeah.
Like in the version of it where Vi's primary motivation is she hates Piltover, well, then you have Marcus and you start showing how Marcus is really just Vi from the other side, where he like hates Vander on principle, and now he's just like letting the venom out over it, because, you know, where he's just like, because that to me is like that, I mean, that'd be a brilliant line there, as if it's like, wow, like he's really like pushing the line, even though Vander could probably kill him.
Oh yeah,
in some sense he's just like, I hate you so much for what you've done, like, and I'm just so seething with anger and vengeance and blah 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 that he's like, why? Too hard to clean? It's like, because I know whose blood is on those things. It'd be interesting. Especially, it'd be very interesting if you were contrasting it with Vi and showing how Vi's anger.
That would be actually poetic. You know?
And then you have at the same time his betrayal of Savik, or whatever her name was, the lady.
That's, oh my goodness.
I know, we'll get into that. But if you still had some version of that, and, you know, because they're trying to do a poetic thing of, oh, his desire for justice has ruined everything, and then you have Vi, her desire for whatever has ruined Powder. And then you would make more sense for Marcus to end up striking up this relationship with Vi, and you have their relationship being more important in the second act, where they're sort of reviewing what they've done and kind of trying to come to terms with it. That'd be interesting, rather than him just throwing her in a prison.
Oh my goodness, we're going to talk about that.
Which is very strange. But anyway, man, we aren't going to make it through this episode, are we?
No.
Anyway. They are hiding under the floorboards. Oh, they're hiding above the floorboards.
Why isn't she on one of those pipes that are just right there?
That's a very good question.
Those are way... I know you wanted to make it dramatic, like they have to... she's going to lose her grip.
I don't know, maybe she's just close to the ceiling?
She's too dumb to just sit on one of the pipes. Like,
I don't know, maybe she can't sit on the pipe because it's too, like...
those look like the pipes are plenty available. Like,
I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You're like, oh.
No, there's plenty of space to hang on those pipes. Look, right there.
Yeah, you're right. Look at that.
She could totally sloth on that thing.
Maybe she would break the pipe if she sat on it. We don't know.
I don't know. And that would give you way better cover if he were to, look up.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, we need it to be dramatic. We need it so bad.
They had to hide super quick. She wasn't able to do that.
I feel like the position she's in is way harder to get into than just
That's what I was gonna say. Anyway, he does not just look straight up.
Why is he so like? It's like he knows there's something in there. His AI sense tells him that the player is nearby, but he can't.
Must have been the wind.
Like he should just be leaving unless. Like maybe you could have like, I don't know, like a steam gasket pops and he turns around and like shines the light, right? Like something like that. But here it's like he knows there's someone in there, but his AI programming is like, oh, can't find him.
Yeah.
See, he knows. He knows. He's
like, I know someone's in there, but
it'd be so funny if he came back up and it's like, I know someone's in there, but couldn't find him.
I couldn't find him. It's like they all like, she falls from the ceiling just after he leaves, right? And they're all like, oh, phew, he closed the door.
He opens it back up.
And he's just like, you know what? My mother told me to follow the promptings of my conscience, and I've decided I really should. Oh, holy crap, they're all there.
He dropped his keys when he belly flopped on the ground. What are you talking about? He's got to go pick them back up.
Oh, that'd be great if he like dropped. Oh, what amazing like nonsense. And he's like, oh, I should open up the door. Oh, wait, why would he have the keys to go up? Anyway,
no, his keys for his house, his car keys.
Oh.
He dropped his keys when he belly flopped on the ground.
Oh, I see.
And he's got to go back in and get them. So I left my keys in there.
That's fine. I was still focused on my stupid conscience thing.
Yeah.
Anyway.
He...
Yep. There we go.
Just one guy searching one room is all they're doing in this place.
Well, we don't know how many rooms.
No, there's only two of them. And we only see... You could have shown him going into another... Yeah, I don't need to see him search the room. Just show him going into another room. Like...
I don't know. I took it as...
It's just...
Either way, it's not good. They just have
it doesn't
one
matter.
guy.
Yeah, they need a second. They need more people.
Marcus is like, he wasn't able to find anyone? I'm so filled with vengeance.
Down here are all the same. Mistaking arrogance for bravery. You think you're standing up for something? But we all know there is a crime behind every coin that passes through this place.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Right.
From what we've seen.
I don't know, because we haven't seen a whole lot.
Our understanding of this place is they're all just kind of criminals.
Oh, yeah, no, they're all criminals, which is interesting. It's kind of like you can't. Crime has to be an exception. It can't be a rule. Otherwise, everything collapses. I don't know. Maybe I'm too naive to say that.
It's collapsed down here pretty well. The only place that's legitimate business is the brothels.
It's the brothels. And they have different crimes going on there.
They have moral crimes in the brothels.
Hey, they're soliciting minors, as we discussed. Sorry, I just remembered the pun for that. It's so stupid. They're soliciting minors. Well, of course they are. They live in a mining town.
It's great.
Anyway, enough about that. We have a generic speech. Listen, they want it to be, this is Marcus is frustrated. He's going to reveal that he's got sort of this prejudice and this is why he's so angry, but it just all falls flat for me. It's like...
It's weak sauce.
Okay. Yeah.
No cap.
Hey, everybody, this is Michael with weak sauce. Why does Marcus's nose look like that? Well,
the animators were having fun.
It's fine. It's fine.
You're just a small man in a little hole the world forgot to bury. And I'm gonna bury
Jeez.
a lot of you.
Okay.
Enforcers grunt like animals. It's funny.
They do.
I'm not mad about it. It's just funny. Oh, Metro by T-Mobile.
What? This hasn't happened before.
Things started off great,
What?
but once
What?
Oh, isn't
is
she
happening?
hot?
in the beginning,
What is happening?
What is
This
she
doesn't-
wearing?
What is? Shut up! What's happening? Are you part of the commercial? This is about. Oh, this is about phones.
I don't know.
It's. Why didn't this happen on the other episodes?
I don't know.
You all okay?
Okay. All right.
No, we're not okay. They almost saw Pearl.
Okay.
What if they took her?
No one is taking
Okay.
any of you.
Pause. First of all, did she just say they all saw powder?
They almost saw powder.
Oh, they almost. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's fine.
The other point I was gonna say.
Oh wait, they're in it. They're in a scene. Are they going to be on the same shot together? Echo
Oh
and
no!
Jayce? They're in another scene.
Oh my goodness, you're right.
Ah, it's so exciting.
Oh, did we?
Their character.
Did we earlier? Okay, hold up. Did we earlier see them
I think
together
we
when they?
did. I think there's this.
I think we did. We didn't freak out. They were sitting under like the covers or whatever in their hiding place. So right here.
That's no. She's always separate
it's
in the
a bit
hiding
earlier.
place. It's when they're. No, we don't want the bed jump scare.
Oh, you. Can I get you?
Where is it?
Oh no.
This is too far.
Okay, skip forward. That's too far.
It's
We're
about to be.
gonna
It's
find it,
right after
everybody.
he presses the button.
Yeah.
This is very important.
Can I get you?
4 sump rats will do. Search the place.
There's just 2 of them.
Well,
Yeah.
Why did they both walk away when one of them just stays there later?
Yeah, one of them just stays there, and he's not there in that shot.
Yeah, he walks away.
Okay, hold on. Maybe he searched, but then his search was a lot shorter.
Yeah,
and then he came back.
didn't.
And we
He
just
didn't know
see
that
it.
there was someone in the room hiding.
Yeah, he was much more confident.
Oh, they are in the shot together.
Oh, we're
Wow.
such fools. They're even looking at.
They have a relationship.
They do.
They don't share a
Wow.
single word together in Act 1, but you know.
Yes, they don't say anything to each other, but yeah.
But they are together.
But yeah, look at that. We just completely.
Everything we've criticized about this show is just out the window.
Everything is out the window. We're fools.
It's all gone.
Good night, everybody. Anyway. He is, of course, flabbergasted that Vander didn't do anything. He's being made a fool of. That's all good in terms of motivation and stuff. It's setting up, people are losing faith in Vander. It's just odd to me, Marcus. What he says is, I'm going to bury the lot of you. You're just a small man in a hole that the world forgot to bury. And I'm like, I know what emotions I'm supposed to be feeling, but it doesn't mean anything. What do you mean you're going to bury the lot of them? Like, is it because you think that they're all criminals? Like, yeah, well, yeah, there's that. And also, so they're already buried. But also, like, okay, if a crime is behind every coin, does he just mean, like, clearly he must mean the Undercity.
Yeah.
Like, he can't just mean the tavern. So he means the whole Undercity. So what are you? So what, are you going to put them all in prison? Like,
no, he's just going to kill them. That's what he said. He's gonna bury the lot of them.
Yeah.
Murder, Michael.
Okay, so he's just going to genocide the Undercity. That's straight up what he's saying. Then why doesn't he just open fire? Like, because he can't. Because it's like, what are you talking about? You can't say that. Like, what do you mean you're going to bury the lot of us? Like,
He's gonna bury them in debt lawsuits.
It's not.
He's gonna sue for defamation.
He's gonna sue. He's gonna sue the Undercity. Anyway, it's not the biggest thing. It's just it bothers me when I feel like speeches like that just don't actually mean anything.
It could mean a lot more.
It could mean a lot more
if Marcus had a character,
Yes.
that was
I
consistent.
think that's why they get away with it, is because it could mean many different things. So it's up to the interpretation of the viewer. You know, that's what's going on.
Wise you are.
Wise you are.
No, we're not okay. They almost saw Powder. What if they took her?
No one is taking any of you. Never let that happen.
See, he's on top of a freaking pipe. Why is Powder an idiot?
Echo is on top of a pipe. I don't know. She wanted to be strong
stupid.
like Vi.
She's just stupid.
She wanted. I don't know.
She's incompetent.
She wasn't.
And
Well,
Vi
listen,
wasn't
that's
like,
the point.
Powder,
That's the
don't
point.
be an idiot. Get on the pipe like the rest of us.
That's why Milo's upset with her, because Milo
the Giga Chad is right.
She shouldn't be on missions with us because she can't make these decisions. She's, she doesn't understand. And anyway. So Vi is like, what if they were to take Powder? And that's another moment where...
That's right.
It's another moment, like, I feel like this whole conversation, I can't even remember what the content of it is, but I feel like the whole conversation is going to be just a repeat of the episode 1,
What if
where
something bad happens? Nothing bad will happen.
they just have like this whole conversation. Her and Vander have this conversation where like every line feels like a different story is behind it, and it doesn't fit together. And I'm already getting those vibes, but I think it's a large part of it is this is only the second scene between Vi and Vander, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they actually have a second scene on something.
Yeah,
It's
I
amazing.
think they only have.
It's a miracle.
This is the second scene. They have a few more later, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like you need more to really be able to actually establish something, but because they don't have the time, they just sort of shotgun approach it, like you said.
I think you could establish something pretty quick.
I guess so, yeah.
You were dedicated to establishing something.
Yes, but they don't want to establish anything definite. They want to appeal to everybody or something, I guess.
No, we're not okay. They almost saw Powder. What if they took her?
No one is taking any of you. Never let that happen.
It's already happening.
I think a better would have been.
Yeah.
What if they did see her? Like, what are you gonna do?
Hurt him. They
yeah.
need to fight back. And if you won't, I will.
Why should do like a jujitsu like? It seems like she's doing like the hand clasp thing in front of her. It seems a little odd. Anyways.
Yeah.
I've heard this kind of talk before.
Oh, is that the end of the scene?
It's a very sharp cut to him taking her to the bridge. Like, you think you would maybe want like a little smoothing in there, but nah.
I guess so. Whatever.
Oh.
Anyway, let's move forward. But yes.
Oh, so I was reviewing. This is completely different. This is way off topic. It's not off topic because this is the bridge. The bridge that they cross when they're running away from the guards, I am now 95% sure that is supposed to be the Bridge of Progress.
Okay.
That
the whole battle happened.
Yeah. It seems like such a poor decision to have them just run through it without acknowledging the character's relationship with the bridge.
Yes, as we discussed, it would be more impactful. It would be like, because they keep coming back to that bridge, because that's where Jinx and
I think it is legitimately the only bridge in town. So
I think the idea seems to be that the quote-unquote Undercity is really more of like just a separate island, like that the bridge goes to.
So I don't think it's a separate island. It's on the bridge is right, divides Zon and Piltover.
Right.
And I don't think the Undercity is an island, but the majority of the Undercity is underground versus Piltover, which is above ground.
Above ground, right. It's very symbolic.
It's very, it's so on point, Michael.
Very, very symbolic.
But yeah, that just makes me really, because
cool.
I was convinced it had to be a different bridge because they don't acknowledge whatsoever it being the bridge, right?
Right.
Like, you,
right.
I don't, and so it's like, it's just another bridge.
Honestly, I assumed it was the same bridge at first, only because I didn't think it just seemed odd that they would. I don't even know. I don't want to say
another bridge.
I was going to make a joke about them being lazy, but I feel like that's just mean.
No,
not really
that's
called
mean.
for. It's not really.
No, they're incompetent, not lazy. It's different.
Yeah. No,
you go too far, Michael.
Hey, you know what? You know what? If you make an animated show that has everybody raving about it, then then you can call people incompetent. But clearly they're doing something that works.
They're doing something that people like, obviously.
They are. And you know what? They've done some things that we've liked. You know, it's not all bad. Like, look at this. Look at this kind of somber looking. I don't know where this is. I legit cannot remember what's about to happen.
I think that's at the top of the bridge. This is the bridge.
Oh, okay.
Right.
They've got faces carved in it, like Rodin's Gates of Hell.
No one knows what that is. Anyways.
Of course I know what it is. No, I'm eating chicken and a biscuit. I'm sorry. I should not have done this.
Everyone, you can enjoy wonderful mouth noises as Michael will slurp his soup into the microphone.
No slurping. No slurping. What have you done? I'm setting the chicken and a biscuit aside.
No, you can keep eating. It's fine.
Oh, that's a new one.
Yeah, Etsy. Give original gifts.
Wow.
That say, I get you.
You know what? I want to be friends with that old guy. Does he have tattoos on his knuckles?
He's got tattoos on his knuckles.
Wow.
I think it says love.
Oh, that's sweet.
Because he's going to beat you to death with love.
He looks like he would. He's got a leather jacket. Look at that.
Yeah, it's a nice leather jacket.
He just got a leather jacket for Christmas.
Yeah.
Got fine white hair. Anyway, let's actually watch it. Oh, there she is. Hello.
Why are we here?
You still don't understand.
That bridge looks a lot narrower than I remember it being.
They might be on like a separate part of it. Again, it's not entirely clear what the layout of the bridge is. Yeah, no, you're right, actually, in general.
And I don't remember there being this center column. Is this a different bridge? I don't know. I assume it has to be the same bridge, because why would he bring her to a different bridge?
Yeah. Also, am I forgetting something? Like, what wasn't the last scene we saw with Vi that she was talking with, like, Echo was about to spill the beans, or he did spill the beans?
Well, he did spill the beans. Marcus had shown up at the pub, and they were looking for the kids, and they narrowly escaped, and Vi's like, we should kill them all, and Vander's like, that's a bad idea, right. And Vi's like, why? And he's like, go to the bridge.
Okay. Yeah, it's been 2 weeks, everybody.
Yeah,
this is important. Right. We're good. Okay, that makes sense. This all makes sense. She has her hood up. It's hilarious.
Is how you can work with them. We were here. We saw what they did. I grew up knowing I'm less than them. That my place is down there. I want Powder to have more than that, and I'm willing to fight for it.
Okay, pause it.
That's not bad.
See, no, it's not bad at all.
Mm-hmm. She took the wrong lessons from what happened, but that's fine. No.
No, I mean that's actually powerful, right? Mm-hmm. Because that's sort of the human condition in some sense. I actually really like that. The thing that frustrates me is that, like we've said a million times,
that seems contrary to her encouraging Powder into her livelihood, right? If this is the Vi we want, right? The Vi that's like, I just want a better life for my sister. Wouldn't she be pushing Powder away from being a criminal.
Right. Or I mean,
at least putting her in danger, right?
Right. I suppose you could argue that. I mean, you could spin it so that she's trying to make Powder stronger, but that that doesn't quite.
No, that's not
make
what
sense.
she said there. She says,
that isn't.
She says, "I want a better life for my sister." Because the problem is they want tension between Vi and Powder because that's what this entire show is about, right? That's the grand finale is the tension between Vi and Jinx, but they refuse to actually make them opposed to each other in any way, or stay dedicated to that opposition, right? I think that was in the previous episode the whole purpose, right, of the scene, right, where Powder overhears Vi.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
The whole purpose of the scene was not to make a plot point. It was to try to put in the seeds of tension, but it doesn't work because it's not handled by the plot. I do not have tension between these characters whatsoever because the next scene we have with Vi and Powder, they're all lovey-dovey with each other after they walked like 3 miles to get on top of the roof. But they don't they don't dedicate to any specific kind of tension between the characters. And so I misunderstand, or I don't understand the relationship that they have with each other. And so because of that, by the end of the show, I don't know why things are happening. Like I don't maybe I know why things are happening, but there's no emotional stakes in it because there's
fake emotional states.
Yeah, there's fake emotional states. But I guess we'll get there. But anyways, if you wanted this to be Vi's relationship with Powder, they should have dedicated to it, and that should have been the tension. Powder wants to be a part of it, but Vi won't let her.
Right. Sure, and that's powerful. Like this again, it's like this is a scene from an alternate universe where the show picked one route to go down, and this was the theme. This is the theme being said, but it's just like, okay. My mind is splitting into a bunch of pieces. Cause like, look at this shot. Mm-hmm. Like, look, you've got all of it's like perfect. It's dim and dark and the way that they're kind of looking at each other. And you have all the memories on the bridge over there. It's like, what alternate universe was this scene from? I'm curious to see that version of the show, but I just feel like we're getting like this collage. I mean, I've said it like 70 times before in our long period of watching this, but it's just another instance of it. And it pains me especially here because something about like everything, the way that that bit of line was done is I'm like, I want to see that show. Like, but they don't, thematically, they don't commit to it. No. They just sort of throw it out there.
No.
It's like, we need a scene where they have this heart to heart. What do people normally say in scenes where they have hearts to hearts? Well, this sounds good. That's how it feels. Anyway. Okay.
Another little detail. It looks like they have photography, so that's interesting. That's not like a good or a bad thing. I'm not making fun of it. It's just it looks like they have photography.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean,
you know that.
Right, you had photography in the Civil War, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
It's just interesting because you see a lot of artwork, right?
Yes.
And maybe the problem is we have a hard time distinguishing what is artwork and what is photography because of the art style of the show.
That's true.
Right?
True.
That is possible.
All of the paintings could
just be pictures. Yeah, just photographs.
No, I don't think that's quite right. But yeah, well, see, the thing here is obviously they're trying to go for like a modern day memorial. To be fair, like it works immediately. I know exactly what that is. But in order to do it, they need like photos to get the idea across quickly, which again is not inconsistent. I think it surprises us. Yeah, because we haven't seen anybody take photos. Not that I
don't think we ever see cameras. And we don't see a whole lot of, like, we see paintings and we see artwork, but we don't see a whole lot of photography.
Yeah.
I don't think. Maybe we'll see it more while we're looking for it, but it's just interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, not a problem. I think we were just like, well, why does that surprise us when we notice that? That's interesting. Okay. Anyway.
So was I. I was angry, just like you. I led us across this bridge, thinking things could change. If I hadn't, your parents would still be alive.
Which, yeah, that goes, I'm pretty sure, right. That means this was organized and their parents were a part of that. And so it's like, okay, why the heck were they on the bridge? Like, not the parents, the kids. Why did they allow their kids to be anywhere near the situation where they were on the bridge?
Well, I mean, it's possible that they went and snuck over there to see what was happening because they're foolhardy, but that's a whole story that we don't know.
That's a whole story. I mean, I guess it's not like necessarily a bad thing. It's not like a huge plot hole. It's just really weird to me that you have these little kids in the middle of this war zone. So.
No, it's, as we know, it is weird to me too. This is, so far, I am liking this scene. It's just, I just don't feel like it's followed up on. That's
it's disconnected from the beginning and from the end. So it's just a scene. It has no relation to anything.
Yes, it's just a scene. It's a particularly well-crafted scene. It technically fits in with everything. People feel that it fits in wonderfully with everything because of the emotional content in it, and it's like, oh, it like fits in just enough, but it's like this has the emotional weight to it as I'm watching it, of like, this should be the theme of the entire show, so
Vander should have been the main character.
Vander,
and we can have that romance you keep talking about with the one captain lady.
It'd be
the
great.
Forbidden love,
You'd have a whole, you could do a whole series that is just this prologue, and it could be tremendous.
Yes.
All about Silco and everybody, this is very compelling, this idea, and I
don't want to say they squander it. They rush past it so fast. Like, they just do not have time to relish in it. They do not have time to enjoy it. They have to feed it to you as fast as possible.
Yeah. So anyway,
which I don't like. It's not necessarily wrong, so to speak, but I don't like. So
there we go.
I know you want to hurt the Topsiders for what they've done to us, but who are you willing to lose?
What have they done to you? I mean, okay, they've done some things, right?
Clearly they have. Well, see, that's the thing. They have done things. We're just confused as to why they've done them and what the because we saw
so we've seen them
beating people up.
Yeah, we saw them beat people up when they're looking for a nuclear device in downtown Manhattan, right? So
we've talked at length about that, but
it's probably not the right way to do things, right? It's probably immoral.
Oh, definitely, it's incredibly inefficient.
Well, it's also that too.
It's immoral. It's not going to work. Like, what are you doing?
But before that, before we have the escalation, right? It seems like, as far as we know, they've left you alone after the bridge.
As we said,
and you have fallen further into squalor because of it. Maybe not further. Maybe it's the same. I don't know.
We don't know that.
We don't know. They imply later that they forced you to work in mines, but I don't know.
See anybody working in a mine.
See it. I don't know if that's just Silco's, like his rhetoric, like, they forced us to work in mines, and it's like, well, no, you got paid and you were allowed, you didn't have to, you just, that's what the job was that was available, right? So we don't know if it's Silco's rhetoric or if it's the truth. Obviously their living conditions aren't great, but that's not necessarily
if it was legit, like they in the past or more recently, like in these guys' lifetimes, if they had been forced to work in the mines, that should be front and center.
We should see that,
because it would make everything would make
it would make
so
it
much
clear.
More sense.
It would
make it very clear. It'd be very potent if it's like, and then can you imagine like the political commentary if it's like, these people, like maybe not in Vi's lifetime, but in like Vander's lifetime, they had a much more like they were basically forced to work.
You had like Vander has
revolution.
Like scars on his back, like a slave or something, right?
Well, if you wanted to go, to go really full board, that might spark some interesting. But like if you wanted to have it just be like I feel like that's what they have in mind, but they don't lead.
They don't want to commit to it. Like
they don't want to commit to it.
Show it.
I think because, as strangely enough, they want it to be morally gray because they don't want Piltover to be evil. But
which I'm fine with, right? I'm fine with. It's just when it
or something. I
don't know. When it comes to me decide, like, I can understand the emotions, even right if they weren't slaves or whatever, right? But you live in a, when you compare yourself to someone else, right? But it just it just means that you're in the wrong. Like, I understand those emotions, I get it, and like it can make a compelling story, but it's just like you're in the wrong, and so I guess the issue with that, right, because we haven't really got into it yet, and maybe it's just the discourse I hear around the show where it's like, poor Zahn, like Piltover is the worst, right? And it's like, well, no, like that's
not really how the show.
That's not how the show seems to portray it. The show seems
The show doesn't seem to know quite what it wants to portray, because definitely when you have the scenes of like the officers like beating up random people in alleys, then it's like, oh, okay, well that looks pretty evil. But then you switch over to the black head lady.
Well, you never get this. You never get the scene between Hiccup and his father, where his father's like, "They're dragons. They kill us," and Hiccup is like, "We kill them." Right? You never get the scene where you have the Piltover and the Zahnite sit down, and it's like, "You did this. Well, you did that." Like, and you have the muddled mix of the emotions of the decades. You never get that scene. They never let it happen where you have,
even though you have Vi. I mean, I don't know because I haven't gotten that far, but Vi and
they never talk about it.
Caitlin, they never talk about it.
They never talk about
it. Amazing.
Or, or at least
that's
maybe
exactly who should be talking.
Maybe
about
I'm misremembering, but they never have like an actual back and forth about it. Like you might have a situation where Vi's just like, "You filthy topsiders, like you're all above us," or whatever, and that's the reason why we crumbled. But no one like hits her back and is like, "Well, this or that," and then she's like, "Well, this and that."
What did they do?
You never have the scene between Hiccup and his father where you have
where it's
the
made
two
very
sides.
Clear.
The two sides, their issues are brought before each other, and like the audience is made to understand that. No one's in the right, no one's in the wrong, or maybe, no one's in the right, everybody's in the wrong, and it's just it's just life, and it sucks.
And the only way you're going to get through it is through forgiveness responsibility or whatever, or murder. You know,
well, murder and then forgive.
Well,
that's my philosophy, right?
No.
say, "After you're dead, I will forgive you." Right? No, isn't that what the Lord said to do? Like,
no,
said if he strikes you, kill them and then turn your head the other way. Right? Isn't that? Well, wasn't it Christ who said, "Oh, you're gonna take me to trial? All right, Peter, stab them all."
That was definitely. I think I
remember that. I think that was him.
No, that was Jesus Barabbas, or whatever his name was. That was what he said. That's why he ended up in prison, and also why he ended up released. So it worked out for him apparently.
But yeah,
anyway,
you don't. I think I would because there's nothing necessarily wrong storytelling wise with how he's portraying it here, right? Because that's his view of the situation. But for the audience,
there's nothing wrong at all with this. But
we need to get the other side. We never get the back and forth. We never get like the I hate this word, holistic view of the situation.
We don't even get the full clear view of, like we were just saying. I don't know what specifically Piltover did besides like generic capitalism or something. Besides
keeping police officers down in.
Yeah,
they did that. I think that's a horrible sin. They pulled the police officers out of the Undercity.
Well, it would make more sense if the police like had been the ones forcing them to work or something.
Yeah, we don't know.
Like we want them out.
Well,
right?
Then, right? Even if the police, like, obviously you would have to reform them, right? You would have to like fire people and arrest them and prosecute them. But you have to have some kind of stabling force. I mean, unless you give, I don't know, Zahn the authority to run their own stabilizing force, but they don't
that runs into the other thing is it would because well anyway we'll get there. I was about to, we'll talk forever about this,
but yeah, no, I think the other thing is, right, we always get like, oh, Piltover is the worst from Zahn, right? And they give us some reasons, even if they're vague.
Right.
We never get Piltover saying, oh, Zahn is the worst because of this or that, right? We never get the other side of the coin.
Yeah. I mean, it's left. I think it's like left so that the viewer can like fill in the blank. Like, I'm not saying that's intentional on their part, but I feel like that's why they get away with it, is because people just sort of fill in the blanks of like, oh, well, it's probably this, because this is a thing that I'm passionate about. And then it reaches everybody at the cost of having, it's sort of like you fill in your own emotional investment in some sense. It's sort of fill in the blank, and you and I are going into it like, well, we don't know if we have immediate.
I feel like I'm filling in the wrong blanks, because all the blanks I'm filling in are like, wow, like Zahn is pretty terrible.
Right? Yeah, and I'm saying I'm just kind of like, well, clearly in terms of the story, Zahn is not supposed to be terrible, so I'm trying to figure out what it is you're not telling me. But anyway, yeah, it would make this whole scene. I mean, I've just been staring at Vander's handsome face this whole time.
I wish I looked like Vander, I wish I was that handsome.
We all wish. We all wish.
I wish I was a Giga Chad instead of a beta male, Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, that's what we should call this: is beta males complain about our pain. That's what we should call it.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, I don't even remember what I was going to say. I think it was just that, like, this scene. One more thing. So sorry. It's just this scene. Like, I've been looking at his face this whole time, and I'm just like, man. Like, if we knew more clearly what the history was between Piltover and Zahn, and it wasn't left vague. It was made very clear, like from the first scene. Like, I know that's what they think they've done because they had the battle scene, but why did they go to battle?
Well, Like, imagine the opening scene, instead of starting with the bridge.
If we knew that,
you
this
start,
would be very...
You start in the mines, right?
And
then, like, the revolt, and you see the revolt rush out of the mines into the streets.
Right.
And then they go towards the bridge, and you see the revolt get quelled at the bridge. And then you have... It would be a much more complete scene. I feel like I would be less confused if I watched the opening scene.
It would need to be longer.
Yeah, it would have to be
even show
like 2 or 3 minutes longer.
You could have Vi and Powder like being like, Powder is like, "Where's Mom and Dad?" And Powder's crying, and Vi is like, "All right, Powder, you know what? We're gonna go see what's going on." Even though that's stupid, but they're young, and so we see why they are at the bridge, and also introduce their connection with their parents, and so much you're able to do from that. And then this whole scene. Which, by the way, the thing that was striking me as I was, as I'm watching it again is, like, I feel like everything in between this scene and the opening scene at the bridge is, you could cut all of that out, and this would actually make more sense to me. Like, if you just cut from the bridge scene to this... I mean, in terms of just like the way that Vi is talking, the things that Vi is focused on, all makes it's like you had different writers who wrote different stories, and then they snipped up the different stories and stuck them together.
My assumption right now is that the animators are actually writing the story. I
believe that's in fact what
right the writers are like, here, we have a scene for you.
Right.
We don't know how this scene fits into anything or how it works. And we also don't have any dialogue for the scene. We just have like a 2-sentence description of the scene. Have fun. And then
do you really think that's what happened?
No.
Well, the fact that I'm just like straight up, like I could maybe believe it, in which case it's kind of remarkable it fits this well together.
I mean, I know the animators had a lot of like a leeway when it came to how they animated.
Sure.
And that's kind of how you got like a lot of the expressionism out of the characters.
Right. Yeah,
but I'm pretty sure there was actual writers who wrote like all the dialogue and stuff. And when I say actual writers, I mean someone paid to write, not necessarily that they were good at writing.
Yes.
Because under that context, I wouldn't be an actual writer because no one has paid me ever.
See, there you
for the words I've said.
No one is paying us to do this.
We hope someone pays us eventually. I don't know.
Eventually,
anyways,
yeah.
That'd be nice.
Well,
money's good. We're filthy capitalists. Anyways.
Let's continue on. I'm a very clean capitalist.
Powder.
Man, you know what would have been good for this scene? You have the freaking memorial there already. Have Vander and Vi paying respects to her parents. I swear the show does not want her parents to exist because we see like a shot of her mother and then nothing.
They never
ever. This is like the only time they ever bring their parents up.
This is the only time they bring it up, and it's like that clearly should be so important.
Yeah,
like it'd be immediately my heartstrings would be pulled far more.
It would do a better job, and it would connect things better. And when Vander is listing off the people who could die for her actions, right, it would be so much more impactful if her parents are there, and Vander is mourning them because of his actions.
And he's doing this to show Vi, like, this is the consequences of what you're saying, and this is why I am not doing what you're saying. It'd be 10 times more impactful, especially if he started naming a few people like maybe not even realizing he was doing it, of like people who he knew who died at the bridge, who like the parents of Clagger or something, like, or
Well,
whoever.
we don't care about Clagger or Milo. They're chopped liver.
It just, I know. Yeah, I know. Continuing on.
I mean, if we had more time, right,
we
could see Vander's memories of these people who have died previous to this scene, right? And so when he, right, if we go back to our little fan fiction of Vander running the
the orphanage
system
or whatever,
and like when he visits a few kids and we get memories of their parents, right? And so that there's a little bit of something. So when he lists off people, like we have we have something a little bit to like hold on to.
Yeah.
Obviously that would take a lot of time, which they don't have. We have important things to get to, like
we have
plot problems.
Such important things.
Anyways, I mean, so far we haven't really hit any big plot problems, right? Those come next. Those come next episode.
I suppose, they have not come fully to fruition, but
we have general plotting issues, but we don't have like plot holes, right?
Okay. I feel like we might, but anyway, it doesn't matter. We're arguing over sticks and straws. I
never
can't
heard
name
that
what
phrase
they are. I'm just
ever.
I don't.
In my life, sticks and straws.
I'm like Shakespeare. I'm so good at English that I can make up new words for it.
Anyways, let's go.
Nobody wins in war, Vi.
What are we gonna do? The enforcers will come back.
Are they not staying down there? Are they like Batman? They only come out at night? Sorry.
Well, I think we're getting mixed up because we had our whole thing of like, they set up a base of operations down there, and no, I don't think that's the case. Are they not doing that?
I think they only come out during the day.
Yeah, no, I think that's what it is. They stroll over the bridge at
just kind of funny.
6 o'clock sharp in the morning, and then they beat people up from 7 to 5 or whatever, and then they march back.
Someone's got to do it.
And have dinner with their families.
The next morning they march back again. Yeah, that's funny. No,
that's 100%. That's 100% what they're doing. Yeah.
All right. I guess that's consistent. It's just funny.
But listen, I know we're laughing really hard, but that moment where Vi leans, I really do want to praise this scene.
It's
more than cute. It really.
This is a better scene than many scenes.
This is a really good scene, and I really want to watch the show where this scene was meaningful from. Where this scene, I mean, it's meaningful even now, but it's not hooked up sufficiently.
It's meaningful in the abstract. It's not meaningful in reality.
Their things are not hooked
People
up
will
enough.
Probably fight us on that, but
they will. There's a number of things I've said that I feel like it'll just take time before people realize we're right.
They may never.
They may never.
They may never realize the folly of their ways, Michael. We, the elite, must force them to realize the truth, Michael. We like chosen few. We good men. We must march into their homes, Michael, and convince them of the truth. And if they refuse to accept
and ask them where the anime girls are,
if they refuse to accept the truth, Michael, we'll have to strip them of their property because they're not sensible, Michael.
Oh my goodness gracious! You really are leaning into the authoritarian stereotype. We already know people.
I'm a necromecha king. I mean,
you are a necromecha king. It's
on brand.
It fits in with your backstory. It's on brand. You're right.
My backstory. I was
marching into people's home.
I was born a lower middle class child, Michael. Anyways,
that's your backstory. I see.
And I got everything on a silver spoon, Michael. And I realized,
but then everything
that the world was unfair.
The Fire Nation attacked,
and I decided I should be the one to make it unfair, Michael. I should be the force, because then at least I can make it unfair in my favor, Michael.
Oh my goodness.
And I sell it to the poor, like I'm going to make it unfair in their favor, but I never do.
Listen, I'm trying to make a Full Metal Alchemist joke, but you keep going on about...
What Full Metal Alchemist joke are you gonna make?
I was gonna say, like, did you try to bring your mother back from the dead, and then you got trapped in your suit of armor?
No, I killed my mother. What are you talking about?
Okay.
She didn't understand my greatness when I
wow,
she was the leader of the resistance, Michael. And,
wow, you're like Kylo Ren.
How dare you? How dare you? I've never been more insulted in my life. Let's watch the show.
Sorry.
Kylo Ren.
It's all right. That makes me General Hux or something, which I'm not happy about. But, does that make me General Hux? What does that make me if Kylo Ren? You know what? We won't push the Kylo Ren thing.
Yeah, let's forget about the Ren.
You're cooler than Kylo Ren. You're so much cooler.
Oh, I'm so much cooler.
Absolutely.
That's why
You've got a giant mecha suit of spiritual armor or whatever.
Eldritch glue, yeah.
Eldritch glue. That's right. Yeah. Okay,
Anyways.
For heaven's sake, we need to keep going.
I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Oh, that's such a good shot.
This is an interesting, like, I feel like this would be more impactful if Vander had a plan that didn't work, right?
Right.
But he never had a plan.
He's buying time, which could
but
be
he's not buying
if
time
previous
for anything.
That's the thing. Yeah. What they're going for is, which I am moved by in the abstract, is the notion of, like, you know, a father who's trying to comfort his daughter, but in the end, he still hasn't figured everything out. And so he really doesn't know what he's going to do. And he's just kind of like, that's very powerful, but it doesn't, you know, it doesn't quite fit in with, like,
but he hasn't
we were
been
talking
doing
about the
anything.
fact of,
Like,
yeah, well, you know, he doesn't know what to do, but it's leading to people getting beaten up and stuff. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily have a problem with it. Well, I mean, I do have a problem with it. You're right. It would be if he had a plan and it failed. And do you mean like they have this conversation after it's failed, or?
Yeah, right. Where they are now at wit's end, right? They are out of options.
Right. He was trying,
but they were always out of options. They never. They never had an option. Like,
it sounded like they had an option, which was they were going to fight. Which that didn't happen.
No, he never entertained that as an option. That was never.
No, well, I
on the table.
I'm just thinking of the scene where he's talking with. I don't want to keep calling her the Black Lady. I don't know what her name is, though. The head of the guard.
Enforcer captain. Like
the enforcer who he should be dating. That's right. Yeah. I lost my stupid thought. I don't know. It wasn't a stupid
so when
thought,
they had that first, he was like, "You're not gonna like it if you come rough us up," kind of.
Yeah. That's what I.
But
that's all I was referring to.
There was no spine behind it, though, because there was no.
Right.
There was nothing.
Right.
Like, I don't know if that was a bluff or I don't know what that was, but there was nothing to it.
I think it's because the
animators were writing again. Gosh darn it!
It's kind of like they look. You know, let me proceed with this thought. It's like they watched Lord of the Rings, right? And they're like, you know what? That's a good trilogy of movies, that original trilogy of movies. And then they found out, they filmed them they filmed it all at the same time, like it was one movie.
Yeah.
Interesting. And then they're like, oh, you know what we could do is we could
animate
do
it all at the same time.
We could do one up. We could write the story. We'll go into different rooms with different groups, and we'll write the story, all the scenes, all at the same time, and then
we'll only do one draft.
We'll do one draft. We'll bring them together, and we'll do like maybe a second draft to sort of stitch it together quickly. And that's why it's like, this scene was written by the same people who wrote the very opening scene.
Yeah.
That's what I think. That's what happened. Anyway.
But yeah, I do like the little emotion, right, where they're kind of out of wits.
It's really good.
It's nice.
Oh, and now she gets the idea. See, that's perfect. She's looking. See, she should look. Is that her parent?
We don't know. We get like one shot that doesn't look like what I remember.
That doesn't. That looks like someone from
no.
Piltover. That doesn't look like someone from Zahn.
See, that looks like a painting, but I don't know.
Yeah, it kind of does.
Is it a painting or photography?
I think it's supposed to be photography. I think that's supposed to be a photograph. Because they've got like lockets and stuff.
It's an issue when you can paint in lockets. It's really hard.
Sure.
But,
sure.
People are badass like that.
Sure, we're continue.
But yeah, I don't think that's her mom.
No,
I have no way to distinguish if that's her mom.
The reason I said that is because I was like, she totally should look over there and see her parents and be like,
her parents.
I need to sacrifice myself now to solve this. That's what I need to do.
Yep.
Which, this little scene here, this is good motivation. I think this is good because I know where this goes.
Oh my goodness, I forgot about this scene.
Oh yes, this scene. Yes, the scene that your complaints about may get you canceled, but if we haven't gotten canceled already, but yeah, I think we'll watch the scene first.
I love the little dust falling. That's nice.
Oh, the dust falling is great. Here's the thing. Let me say my pieces first, because I know you have.
Don't just.
I know you have
oats.
many thoughts and feelings.
Bunches.
I will just
of oats.
Summarize. Shut up. I will summarize my my quick thoughts. One, as the scene is coming up, I do agree with you. I feel like it is not sufficiently earned for the drasticness of what's happening. I am not convinced that this is. I know they want me to feel convinced, and if they had more stuff, and they had handled things more, this scene could make sense. And I feel like they had the right conception for it of they don't have enough time. And you know what? I would even go as far as to say they did their best, but I'm just, at the end of the day, I'm sorry, I'm just not convinced by this.
Do not believe that he is desperate enough. Like, I was
this doesn't make sense. It comes out of nowhere, and it makes me uncomfortable because I'm like, it almost feels kind of disrespectful of those who are in that situation. It's like, we'll jump to.
So I mean, like when it comes to actual depression and like this can happen quite suddenly, right?
Right.
But the problem is, we're not dealing with real life. We're dealing with a story, and
we're dealing with a story, and also that's not something
structured. They have to be, maintained. They're not like real life, because real life you can just say XYZ happens and like like the guy who got struck by lightning 7 times, like
right.
And it's like in a story, like you really have to sell it if you have someone get struck by lightning twice, even once in a story. If they get struck by lightning once in a story, like, but imagine 7 times. But
if it just happens in the story, then it's not a story.
Yeah,
it's just
no longer
a series of narrated events
because it doesn't have structure anymore. But no, I was so like surprised by this. I didn't realize that he was supposed to be suicidal until like after the scene, because it just did not make sense to me.
I think I remember being the same way, actually. I think I think it's when he,
he takes the little step, and it's like
he takes the little step.
I do.
Yeah, is he about to jump? Is he about to jump off? And it jarring a bit, because it's like, you needed more. Not even like more scenes, but just a little. I don't know.
You had to do.
I think what it really is that all of our complaints before, it's too vague. Like, there's a number of questions that really need to be answered before we can even understand what Jayce's motivations are more fully. Like, you know,
or what his options are to him. Could he go somewhere else to do his research? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Why doesn't he want to go somewhere else?
What would need to be the case for this scene to work for us? Maybe that's the question we should ask. Like, what would they need to do for us to be like, you know what, this makes sense?
I mean,
and is how this should go.
It would have to be completely reconstructed, but like, his, I don't know, his like, this makes no sense in the story, but it would have to be like, I don't know, like they're holding his mom hostage, and if he doesn't complete the tech stack, they'll kill her.
Okay.
Like,
I
don't know.
Feel like I feel like that there's more subtle things you could do. You need to set up more clearly.
See him wallow in this failure, right? And we have to get the sense that it has been days or weeks. Right.
Yeah.
In order to make it feel like, we have to see those scenes over time where he's trying to do things, or maybe he tries some things to get around whatever sanctions have been put on him. And he gets shut down multiple times. And
people are laughing at him in the streets.
His beard is growing out. He's stopped combing his hair, like this kind of.
He can't. He's not. His relationship with his mother is deteriorating. Yeah. He doesn't have the support of. He can't talk with Caitlin, and he doesn't have any friends because he was putting all of his time into this. All of his dreams.
We really have to feel the total collapse of his life. We have to feel that.
Yes.
And so far, we just feel the total collapse of his dream, which is sad. Right, but well, I don't know if we've even felt the total collapse of his dream, but we get the sense that his dream has collapsed.
I don't know. I mean, I know his dream is to figure out how to unite science and magic, but it's like that's like saying my dream is to cure cancer.
Oh,
what?
Well, that's my dream. Sorry, I was just thinking of unite science and magic.
Oh,
now
I pronounce the. No. I was just saying it's like saying it'd be like having. It's kind of like the equivalent of having like a doctor who's like, I am going to cure disease.
Yeah.
It's like I'm going to not even like I'm going to cure cancer, because at least like we know what cancer is and we have like a history of what cancer is. But it's like I am going to cure the disease. And it's like, you have tried to cure the disease by doing illegal things. Oh no, I have lost my funding and can no longer cure the disease. This is very,
I don't know,
very upsetting for me.
I emotionally resonate with that story, Michael. I really, like, I feel
that's the level it's at.
You want some more, some more details. You want to know?
I need more details because where it's at right now is it's like it just feels like yeah. I had it a moment ago.
Yeah.
It is like this. Like I was not able. These things have happened. I do not have funding. I cannot cure the disease. My dream is over. I will go back to the place and commit Sudoku.
No,
you
not
know,
Sudoku.
I know it's. I think it's the fact that it's generic.
It is very cliche, generic.
And that's what bothers me is because this is something that is like very
feels like a story without a soul.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because like all the bare bones are there, right? But it doesn't have It doesn't have the real meat. It's only got the potatoes.
It doesn't. I stand by. I feel like it just needs more details to really flesh this out. It's at the level of doctor wants to cure disease, and it's like, what disease? Why does he want to cure it? Why is it a problem? You know, blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
We've already talked about it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it would be.
Anyway, the point here is that what's his face, Viktor, one of my favorite characters, is gonna save him. Save him from himself. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, he did leave a note.
Oh my gosh.
I don't want to be rude, but I think you probably want a taller building.
You know, I was kind of thinking that as I was looking at it. I mean, perspective can be.
He's supposed to be smart,
can be illusory.
He's supposed to be.
No,
I remember how tall that building was, and I feel like, man, this is dark. I feel like if I was going to kill myself, I'd want it to be taller. I want to make sure, that it would actually work.
Look, it's symbolic, okay? He's like, listen, I'm not just going to throw myself off the top of it. I mean, what do you want? Listen, if he throws himself head for, we're not talking about this.
Yeah, I would want to jump off of one of those blimps. Is what I would.
Let's not.
Anyways,
you want to do the thing from like the Bill Burr skit? Where he
the
jumps
helicopter
out of the plane.
One.
Yeah, the
so
helicopter
dark.
one. Yeah, it's very
so
dark.
Much, though. It's
anyway,
terrible. It's evil, but it's
the
so
thing
good.
I want to say is that. Like the previous scene we just had, this scene feels like out of context. I would watch this and be like, this show looks like a 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Like, I cannot wait. I'm assuming this is like the...
I can't wait for the great build-up up to this scene.
Episode. I can't wait for the great build-up of, like, we get to know Jayce and his dreams and everything, and, like, maybe I watch one of the other scenes of Jayce, like, and then it's like, oh... I read the plot outline and I'm like, oh, Viktor steps in, anyway, but because on its own, this is really well done. This
could be powerful.
And
yeah.
That's what bothers me because it's not earned. I don't feel like so.
Yeah.
So it's painful to watch actually, because it's like, no, you're tugging my heartstrings towards something that I don't have the necessary background for.
Yeah.
And so it feels like I'm being manipulated.
Do you need an Uber Teen account?
No.
Add your
what
teen
I need
today.
is
stay in
what I need
with
is
live
to
trip tracking and highly
what I
rated
need
drivers.
is to actually finish this episode.
Oh, that's not going to happen. What are you talking
This
about?
is our fault. Yeah. Yes. Thank heavens.
This is an interesting, right? Because this says a lot about Viktor's character. I don't know if it's something that's really played with, like how nonchalant he is about this random person he doesn't know about to kill themselves. Right.
Because
he should be a pretty calloused, kind of cruel, not cruel, but like selfish, maybe?
You mean for him to say something like that?
He
comes upon
somebody, when he comes upon someone about to kill themselves that he doesn't really know or have any relationship with, and he's just almost mockingly like, "Oh, am I interrupting?" You know.
Yeah,
like that
like when I first heard it, I just assumed, because of what I've seen of Viktor before and after this, it's like, is he just oblivious? Does he not realize what Jayce is about to do? Which is ridiculous, because it's very obvious what Jayce is about to do. And also he says, am I interrupting? It's like, well,
yeah, he knows
what
he's
could he be interrupting?
Up to
so
something.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, that's very callous for him to say that.
This should define a lot of his interactions, right? This should be a brutal character with that kind of reaction, or you know, maybe there's something in his background that could be given to explain why he almost mockingly interrupts in this way. You know, maybe he tried to kill himself
maybe
once.
He attempt to,
and so
that would be something.
He's a little more lighthearted about it, but it's something that's, I don't think, ever really touched on.
No, yeah,
it's never really explored. He kills someone later, and he really cares about it.
Ooh, Viktor?
Kind of. He kind of kills someone. He accidentally kills someone. We'll get there.
Oh, that I
boy is that a scene.
I did not know that.
Boy is that a scene.
Okay, alrighty.
But it breaks him later, right?
Right.
It's an utter destruction to him. And
but
so
right here, yeah.
And okay, granted, I think the character who's supposed to die later is supposed to be more familiar to him, but he doesn't seem to really care about them.
Right.
And so this feels loose. This feels disconnected, this kind of interaction, right? I feel like I would want this a little more connected with something if I were to do it.
Yeah. Also, why did Viktor go there?
Supposedly he was looking for
Jayce,
because he's figured out how to solve Jayce's problems, because Jayce is not smart enough to fix the problems that Viktor figured out.
He figured Jayce. Okay. Sorry, I was talking over you.
Yes.
Well, let's continue.
What the hell's your problem? What's that? Another list with my name on it?
Actually.
Okay, wait. Rewind just a little bit. I want to get that full. Okay, here we go.
Am I interrupting?
The hell's your problem?
That's a very fair reaction.
Okay. Yes, it is.
Very fair.
Yeah,
reaction.
that pretty much confirms what we were saying. Viktor is being very callous about unless Viktor's like us, and he's like, dude, you didn't have nearly enough build up.
I've been watching you for the last 2 hours, and like,
are you really?
Wow,
like,
you are. Like,
this building is not very tall, you know. It's not going to do it. Take it from me.
Look at the ramparts in the background. That's where you want to be.
That's where you want to be. I listen.
So
I know. I know because I tried, and that's how I got this leg. Sorry.
3 years ago.
3 years ago. Oh my goodness gracious! But yeah, no, very fair reaction from Jayce. There was something else I was going to say.
It's weird that he immediately is like, "Is that another list with my name on it?" Like feels like an odd.
Yes, that is odd. I'm not sure even what that means.
Well, I don't know, like the idea is going to be rounded up by the council again. I don't know. It feels really, because for some reason they want Jayce to point out his own research, which Viktor is holding.
Right.
I don't know why that's the case. Like, you should have a little bit of a break here, where Jayce sits down and Viktor stands next to him and says something about Jayce about to kill himself. Right?
Yeah, because I don't think they really discuss it.
No, I don't think they do.
It's very clear, which
Well, let's
I had
see.
assumed.
Maybe they do. Maybe they're about to.
Okay, maybe we're just forgetting. But there is one more thing I want to say, is that the way that Jayce is looking when he's about to do it, like everything we know about Jayce up to this point is that Jayce is, the way they've portrayed him is he is supposed to be, he's brilliant, he's incredibly determined, he's a, he will do things that other people won't do. And the way that they portray him as about to do this makes it, it feels like a Roman suicide, if you know what I mean. Like this, like
a good thing, kind of.
No. Well, in
what do you mean by that?
Well, I mean the Romans might
Or
think
you
it's a
Roman
good thing.
too.
What I mean is, it makes it seem as though Jayce is doing it out of like a kind of like sense of honor or duty or something, because he's like bracing himself.
He like amps himself to it, and then he like
and
then he looks kind of peaceful when he's about to.
Almost like he's giving the same react, and I'm just thinking about his character of like he is somebody who, against all odds, will do what needs to be done, and that seems to be the same energy here, which is odd because it's like, well,
I mean, I guess we don't know the cultural landscape.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Maybe it's very common.
That would be another
to kill yourself.
If there was another,
when you have a slightly bad
was
day.
a whole.
Sorry.
He had more than a slightly bad day, all right?
All right, that's fair. He had a bad day.
He had a very bad day.
But
the point
die
being,
for your work kind of culture thing.
It's my criticism, it's effectively a criticism I'm making, which is that it doesn't make sense the way that he is approaching this unless, like you said, they set up as part of the world building, this is a cultural thing, which would be a whole other can of worms.
That would be very interesting. Yeah.
It'd be very interesting, yeah, if like, as you had like some story about like a scientist from the past who like did this bad, like he's trying to replicate some story or something. I don't know. Anyway, we need to finish the scene. We need to see if they discuss what just was about to happen.
Another list with my name on it?
Actually, yes. But only because you signed your notes. Every page.
That seems like a really odd. From what we've seen of Jayce, he doesn't seem to be arrogant.
No,
he seems to be quite humble, actually.
Yes, that's like
and
the
so
whole
to have
thing.
him sign every page.
It feels like they're trying. Do you think they're trying to break the tension of the suicide scene by having some banter here of like,
maybe.
If so, I would have picked not the correct way to do it.
I would have picked right. Maybe Viktor makes a comment about how his writing's almost illegible, right? Like I had a hard time deciphering this because
I feel like he should not say that right now.
Well, maybe not right now. If he's the callous person that he's supposed to be, right?
That's true. Right, if that's what they wanted to go for, but
yeah, if they wanted to go for trying to keep the idea of this sort of tension-breaking joke, I don't know. I don't believe Jayce is the kind of person that signs his notes.
I don't
like.
Yeah,
maybe
it's a very
he
odd
puts his
thing.
name on the front cover so that if someone picks it up, they know to give it to him. But like, I don't know. I from what I've seen of his character, I don't believe that he signs his notes.
Yeah. I don't either. So that's very odd.
A little egotistical, don't you think?
Is that why you came? To insult me?
No, I was intrigued by what you said at the trial.
That makes you the only one.
Yes, well, I wanted to talk about your work, this hex tech theory of yours.
It's not a theory.
I mean, it is. It doesn't work.
It would make more sense. Well, I mean, he did blow up a building. Well, we don't know how he did that. We don't know.
He's working with unstable materials.
He's working with unstable materials.
Of the hex, anyways, never-ending postable. Yeah, it's still he hasn't made it work. So, anyways,
yeah. Also, yeah. So far, this conversation, I am
all over the place.
realizing far more than when I first watched this. Like, This is not the correct.
I don't know what the emotional
to be having
tone
here.
of this conversation is supposed to be, because
The emotional
they
tone
start
of this
you
conversation.
with this darkness, right?
Oh,
they
incredible
never
darkness.
address the darkness. They go straight into humor, and then into respect, and it's kind of it's very bumpy. Very bumpy.
It's very bumpy. It is so bumpy that, like, the effect it had on me is I legit, like, before actually watching the scene again, my memory of this was it's made very subtle that Jayce is, you know, contemplating suicide. And then Viktor comes in oblivious to what Jayce is about to do. And Jayce, you know, never tells him what he was about to do. And so that's why this happens, right? Like, my brain retroactively tried to make sense of it. And like almost experienced it that way. And now that I'm watching it again, I'm like, that isn't what's happening. It was very clear. Like, and so, yeah.
It was clear that Viktor was aware of
what was about to
going
happen.
on. Even
And
though
it's like,
it was very sudden for us, right? Viktor was aware.
And they are not going to address it with each other. I can already tell. I can already tell.
Saw with my own eyes what magic can do. The lives it could save.
Okay, pause again.
It would be interesting if he had stories about mages, right? If he was like, there was a mage and such that did this, right? Because all that he knows right now is the teleports, right? You can
he right.
You can teleport.
Well, the thing I was going to say is that, Jayce, this is not to the point. The whole reason that people don't like magic is they know it works.
Yeah, that is the other problem.
That's not the problem. The problem is you have never seen science do magic in the way that you seem to want to do. You've seen magic work. So that, I mean, in some sense, that's like the whole.
Well,
that's kind of the whole problem is that he saw magic work, saw what it can do. Well, everybody knows what it can do, but they're just terrified of how dangerous it is. And you didn't see anything to indicate. What you saw was a mage who saved your life.
Yeah.
Which, that's kind of a whole different problem facing you. That's more of like it's like a How to Train Your Dragon kind of thing of like, oh, my enemy is not really my enemy. Like, that's kind of more of the reaction, but his reaction has been, oh, I can figure out how to make this work, which it's kind of weird because it's like, why would you get that? Why would you decide that was your idea?
Well,
why? Yeah, I don't know.
Jayce has two problems. One, the society hates magic because it does work for certain people. Right. And it is destructive. Two, ordinary people cannot wield magic. And Jayce is very focused on two, when society is very focused on one. Right. The big, and this becomes a big plot hole-ish later, right? Is the problem is he's like, I solved two, and it's like, what do you mean two? We don't care about two. We care about one.
Right.
We care about the fact that magic does work, and it's terrible, and it's too much power. It's like to put it into a modern political context.
Oh,
I'm sure you'll love this. It'd be like.
Yes.
I'm trying to. What's the right way to put this? It'd be like you can't fire a ballistic missile from your house. Like you don't have enough. Enough infrastructure to fire a ballistic. I was trying to figure out a way to do it with guns, but it didn't work. But it's like you don't have enough. You don't have enough like of an infrastructure or a building to fire a ballistic missile from your house. And
I was just going to say, everyone gets their own nuclear power plant.
And society is like,
nuclear fusion.
No, the problem is not that you can't fire a ballistic missile from your house. The problem is we don't want you firing a ballistic missile.
Yes, exactly.
We don't think you should be firing ballistic missiles as an ordinary civilian. Right. And it's like, no, you don't understand. I figured out how to fire a ballistic missile from my house, and I built one in my backyard. And it's like, well, you're under arrest now. And it's like, no, you don't. I fixed your problems. Don't you see? You can now fire ballistic missiles from your backyard without any infrastructure.
Sir, you are incriminating yourself. You have the right to remain silent.
And it's like, no, the problem is not that you cannot fire a ballistic missile from your backyard with no infrastructure. It's that we don't want you having a ballistic missile. Like, we don't want it. We don't want you having it. Speaking of ballistic missiles, America's Navy, are you smart?
Hey, there you go.
Or are you nuke smart? Learn more about becoming a nuclear engineer with America's Navy.
Wow.
Anyways.
That fits in nicely with what we were saying.
Yeah.
All right.
And now it's gone. No one believed me.
Nobody's ever believed in me. Poor
really?
From the Undercity. I was an outsider.
I mean, Heimerdinger seems to believe in you. You're his right-hand man.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You'd need some Dove products. That will help.
You gotta, listen, that's the problem is everybody believes in your intellect, but you're just so smelly from the Undercity.
From the
need
Undercity.
to clean up a bit.
Got the permanent Undercity smell. Right, that's a generic no one's ever believed in me. Clearly people have believed in him. Heimerdinger pulled him out of the Undercity because he believed in him so much that he invested so much time to put him into the academy.
It's like the person who wrote that scene that made all of that stuff clear didn't write this scene and forgot also that it's like the person who wrote this scene just knew, well, there's a guy who's crippled whose name is Viktor who Jayce knows apparently, and that's what they knew for this scene, and so they wrote it, and it makes sense if that is the case. But given everything else.
No, Viktor's not a nobody. He's just lying to Jayce, and Jayce should know he's lying because Jayce knows that he's like the right hand of Heimerdinger.
Should be like,
Jayce should be like, what are you talking about? Heimerdinger respects you.
It's like everyone respects you. Also, again, Jayce is saying no one believed me. And it's like, no, it goes exactly back to what you were saying. The problem is they did believe you.
They might have not believed you on 2, but they don't really care. They don't. They 1 is the problem. 2 does not matter to them. Like, I understand. It would be interesting, right, if he had this assumption in his head and Viktor was like, the problem is not that it doesn't work, it's that it could. That would be a really interesting where he's looking so far past the point and Viktor brings him back home and he realizes, oh, they hate magic.
Right. Which would make him look like a moron unless you had
he's hyper focused and it's like, oh, they don't want it to work at all. The problem is not that not everyone can use it. Right. It's like a semi-pistol, a semi-automatic pistol manufacturer, and it's like, we've made the perfect pistol design that can hold 30 rounds, and it's like, and it shows it to people in Congress who are anti-Second Amendment, and it's like, no. We hate guns. No,
you
bad.
don't understand.
You don't understand, and it's like, I fixed the problem. You don't have to have a rifle now. You can have a pistol, and it's like, no, you moron.
It's like, look, I've made the gun more safe.
Yeah,
and it's like we don't care.
We don't
You've
want
made
the
it
gun.
More safe for the people firing it.
We don't want the gun.
We don't want the gun. Yeah. See that in order for you to have some, because that would make sense here, but for that you'd need different world building somewhat, where you set up a different relationship to magic.
Well,
where
so the thing is, right? Jayce is supposed to be like a charismatic leader. Right. And so it wouldn't make sense for him to completely not understand political sentiment.
And it would also,
sentiment.
Take away what for me is one of the most compelling elements of his character, at least what potentially would be the most compelling element, is the fact that he knows that this is not going to go over well with people, but he's trying to figure out how to be a revolutionary.
Get them to believe in it. Yeah. But it would make more sense because, he keeps going on and it could work. And it's like, that's not that's not what their issue was. And it's like they just didn't see that it could work. And it's like they don't care if it worked or not.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
That's not the problem.
Anyway.
The problem is more the fact that it could work. That's the problem. If it didn't work at all, right, they wouldn't care.
It wouldn't be a problem. They would just say you're crazy and tell you to cut it out. Yeah.
The moment I stepped foot in Piltover, I didn't have the benefits of a patron.
Heimerdinger has clearly favored you. I'm sorry. I know you want to be, the person you think you are. You are at this station well favored and well liked.
You are very well liked.
At least by the most important person in Piltover. Like
one of the most important people.
I think at this stage he's probably the most important person in Piltover.
Yeah. That's
so
fair.
It's like, I'm sorry, Viktor. Like, your life might have been bad before you came to Piltover, but you got it pretty good now. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Now what I will say is this is revealing a little bit more about, like, okay, I see why Zahn hates Piltover. I mean, obviously there's the whole...
Now, this doesn't tell me anything about why Zahn hates Piltover.
Actually, the problem is that it seems to chalk up a part of it to they don't respect me because it's a class
because
issue.
I'm from Zahn. But the
I'm
problem
from
is
the
that doesn't
Undercity.
work because
we don't know why
he's clearly liked at least by Heimerdinger. We don't have any evidence of anyone else disliking him. Like one's like, stay away from me, Zahn trash. Right,
I'm just saying, like, even setting that inconsistency aside and saying, even if, like, in a different story, this was, what Viktor was saying was somehow true. All it would really reveal is that, okay, so we know there's these resentments, but they're very generic class resentments.
Yeah.
Like, we don't know what the cause of them is.
Besides just class.
Besides, Jeanette, we don't like you because you're lower class. I mean, I guess.
I mean, I wouldn't like Zahnites on general principle because they seem to all be thieves, and I feel like I would be wary.
That is stereotyping. Now, granted, it's all we've
from
really
what I've
seen
of Zahn, they have. Okay, to be fair,
that is a major
if it's
problem.
A woman, she might be a prostitute and not a thief.
This is true.
Actually, I saw men there
that
too.
Is the problem.
Anyone can be a prostitute.
The only Zahnites we have met before Viktor all seem to be involved in thievery of some kind.
No, Vander's not involved in thievery. Oh, wait. No, they claim he is. Never mind.
They claim he is, yeah.
We never see him involved in thievery, but they claim that he is.
Him. All of this would work much better if we set up the Undercity as the majority. It is not like it's not like Pirates of the Caribbean, where like we have a nation of pirates, as though somehow that's going to work, right? It's not like Tortuga, where everybody is a. Everybody is.
They all just steal from each other. It's like it's an economic cheat code, Michael. When you all steal from each other, just stuff is made. Just like. Everybody has it's the secret to communism, Michael.
Okay, look.
If everyone steals from everyone, they all have it in common.
My point.
Sorry.
You're gonna make me forget my point. My point. Oh God, what was my point? You went off on communism. My point was
they didn't make Zahn a den of thieves.
If they didn't make it a den of thieves, like, frankly, just you need to drop like the thievery thing, because I know what they're doing. They it's like a trope, right? Of like, because everybody kind of has the like, oh, we all want to be pirates because it's cool to be like, thieves with hearts of gold, right? To go on like missions and stuff like that, right? It's it's like a fantasy. But like if you're trying to make something more like have it make sense. It's like you need to like get rid of that entirely and focus on, okay, the Undercity, it used to be like mining borderline slave stuff. Like it was like Industrial Revolution, but like even take that up a notch. Like so that we understand very clearly, like, this is really bad. The problem is that would paint Piltover as pretty bad and make it well. I would be fascinated watching it of like, okay, this is genuinely very morally gray because now, okay, you set it up so Piltover is very guilty. They feel very guilty about it, but or at least some of them do and some of them don't and blah, blah, blah. But they don't want to broach that because they don't want to seem like they're trying to portray somebody who is like a filthy capitalist as being at all sympathetic. But they also do want to do that anyway. I've lost track. Doesn't matter.
Back to Viktor's pity party.
Back to him lying.
I simply believed in myself.
And also got favored by Heimerdinger. That was very important in the process.
Because I think you're onto something.
Yeah, it would work a lot better if he were just a random person. But that does not work at all when we know his station.
Yeah. You mean that whole speech that he just gave?
Yeah. No. It's like now we'll go back to politics. It's like Donald Trump's son saying, "Oh, I just believed in myself. Like I never had anything."
No one believed
in me. I mean, obviously it's not the same because Viktor didn't come from a rich family, right? But he was clearly favored and chosen by Heimerdinger.
Like that's the whole thing. So
yeah. Anyway.
Excuse me.
I want to help you complete your research.
No one thinks it can be done.
When you're going to change the world, don't ask for permission.
Man, it would have been so nice if they had used that crystal. It would have been so cool.
Yeah. It would have been perfect.
It's Viktor.
That's when all the League of Legends players went insane. Because they have lore where they don't like each other,
right?
Like they really don't like each other,
right.
So that was a nod to the League player. I no issue with that.
No issue at all.
But it's just kind of funny, as a not League player at the time, because it was just like seems a little dramatic for just some random person.
Yeah. Well, I don't even know your name. Yeah. I can take it as like, oh, they're finally... It would work better outside of the League stuff if it was like...
So what's your name?
If Jayce was almost apologetic of like, I've never even bothered to get to know your name, because you were just like random bureaucrat guy.
Because you were arresting me.
And because you were arresting me and you were just like another faceless bureaucrat, but now you're the only person being nice to me, which is that's a very
when he's
powerful
getting arrested,
idea.
he starts shouting name and badge number to me. That's something that people do sometimes when they get arrested.
Oh yeah.
But it would just be so funny, and it's just like, it's Viktor. And they ruin the whole thing.
Viktor. It's like I don't have a
badge number.
That's not how this works.
Sure. What society are you from?
We just kind of go along here with the flow.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so he has said that he believes in his work and he's going to help him, and
apparently that's all they need to finish it. Like they finished it within the next few hours. Like that's
you're right.
Man, Jayce was bad at this stuff. Like why doesn't he have anything to do with, like, why not just give it all to Viktor so he can run it? Because obviously Jayce is not qualified. He's been working on it for years and he's never accomplished anything.
Look, you know what? Sometimes you need somebody to loosen the jar and then someone to actually pull the lid off. All right?
Jayce has been loosening the jar for his entire life. And Viktor looks at it for an hour and tells him how to fix it.
Viktor comes in like an absolute Chad and is just like... It's like, oh, you see the problem.
You forgot to carry the 2 here. Like, what were you doing? Nope, it all works now.
You see, the problem that you're having, Jayce, is that you're not a real man like me. And then he opens the jar.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say he's like he opens up his shirt and he's just ripped.
Oh, he totally does that too. Yeah, absolutely. He's just like,
yeah.
Oh, what a cut.
What a cut. What a cut.
Vi, where you been? Rumor is the Lanes are gonna fight.
So it would be really interesting if we had the politics of people choosing another leader or something. Or like how, right? Because Vander is the leader, right?
Right.
He is the Grand Poobah. And I don't even know what a Grand Poobah is. But he seems to have been undermined now. Like,
yes.
And we should also have a scene, right, of Vander telling people not to fight, trying to regain control.
Yeah.
That it feels like a drastic thing to just be like, the Lanes are gonna fight, and it's like, well, hold on, wait a minute, back up.
When did that happen?
Wasn't Vander in charge? Didn't he tell everyone not to fight? They're not under Silco because
who's leading the Lanes? Is Silco leading the Lanes? What's going on?
You could have Vander go out and beat the crap out of someone. Anyways.
What did you say?
You have Vander go out and beat the crap out of someone for taking charge.
Okay.
It's like, these are my lanes.
I thought you said something else. Sorry.
Oh no.
I was like,
Vander go out and...
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
We'll just move on. Sorry.
Isn't it pretty, the little happy corner with the nice lights?
I know, yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah,
isn't it great?
It's very nice.
It's symbolic of her innocence, right?
Yeah, totally.
Isn't that amazing?
I didn't know they had.
We're terrible.
She's behind. Look, she's got like the ladder, and the ladder is like bars, so it shows how she's imprisoned in her own innocence.
Actually, what the heck is going on with that ladder?
I have no idea.
It's got like 3 sides. What?
It's a Picasso ladder.
Why did you point that out, Michael? That hurts. What the heck is going on?
I don't know. Wait, listen, the lighting is bad, okay?
Michael.
I'm assuming that, look, we don't know. I can't, look, it doesn't look that, I don't think it looks that weird.
It looks horribly weird. It's got a spoke in the middle. Why does it have a spoke in the middle?
I don't know.
Who designed this ladder?
Very clearly. I can't see it very clearly on my screen.
Why aren't the rungs going parallel to each other?
What the I'm confused by what you are confused by. I'm sorry.
The rungs are not parallel to each other. They're at different angles.
Right, okay. Yeah, sure. See, that's a problem. It's a very rickety
I guess it was
ladder. It's
made by a
built.
2-year-old, but why is there this middle spoke? Because there's a side that's covered up by the blanket. There's a side in the middle, and then there's a side on the far edge.
You're right.
It has three sides, Michael. It's a triangle.
Yes,
it's a triangle, Michael. What?
I just was looking at it and was like, I didn't realize the blanket was covering like a second ladder attached to the other ladder.
Also, that blanket, like the right edge looks like it's held up by something, but the top the top of that rung should be above it, right? Because you can see it up there. So what is underneath that blanket? What anomaly is happening inside of this room that has destroyed reality to such a degree?
It's AI art.
No, Michael, no.
We found the evidence. Things that don't make sense.
Perhaps You happen to have 7 fingers on your left hand.
Well, how many fingers does powder have? Count them right now.
Powder was made by an actual person, so there's definitely
There's 4. Okay.
Yeah, no. But no,
I
have no clue
know
what is happening there. I've never noticed that. That hurts my eyes. Not plot relevant whatsoever, but just...
You're welcome. The thing that's throwing me off more than anything is that the last time that we saw Powder, she was in like some kind of like a weird like box thing with like...
Well, if you draped blankets over the sides
of this... is that what was going on?
Maybe.
It feels like she was in some different space than what she's in now. Now she's in a bunk bed.
It's a little more
makes
open
more
now.
sense. But
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Anyway.
Not important. Curse you, third-sided ladder. Anyways.
Non-Euclidean ladder.
Look, I made her for the enforcement.
Non-Newtonian ladder.
And those 2 are full of nails. They're gonna work.
That's pretty.
So have you never
dark?
Have you, Brianna? Quiet. Have you ever gotten one of these to ever work? Like, even in like a test.
Yeah, the way it's coming off here makes it sound like it's never worked. And then
why are you using these in situations where they are desperately needed when they have never ever worked?
Yeah, shouldn't you have like a workshop or something?
I know you're a naive child, but like you should be testing these before you use them so that they work, so that you can rely on them at least.
Also, it's weird
at
because
least 50%. Like
they set up that she's not naive when it comes to technical things because she fixed the arcade machine thing. And she's like this amazing shot, right? In the when they're in the arcade, there's that whole thing where she is like under the dash of the thing, and she's like working on it, and then she plugs it in, and it starts working.
Yeah.
And then she like is this amazing shot. So she has these skills.
Well, okay. So
until
they
decide
they don't seem to have access to firearms, right? Repairing an arcade machine is probably different than making a grenade, right?
Sure.
My thing is, she's bringing these devices which have they have a 0% success rate, and she is relying on them in these situations. That does not bode well to her intelligence. That bodes very poorly to her intelligence.
Certainly not for her maturity. Yes, this little snippet here makes it embarrassingly clear that she should not be on missions because she's acting like she's 5. Also, she put nails in that thing.
That's meant to kill someone. Yeah.
We had that whole shot of her looking at like the violence, and she was like so struck by the violence.
The whole point of this is she can do the violence away from her. You know. Don't you understand, Michael? You do the violence away from you. Don't have to see it. You don't have to see the violence.
It adds to the immaturity or something. Like she doesn't seem to understand, which isn't necessarily a problem. It just makes it really, really sad and makes Vi look like
a terrible person.
Terrible and very inconsistent. Anyway.
Nope.
Me too.
Liar. Oh, she did get it down.
Oh.
I didn't dream it up.
You know.
Oh. Wait.
Different makes you.
That is the rabbit, right? They don't even acknowledge it? What the heck?
Is it the rabbit?
I think it looks like the rabbit, right? Didn't she have a stuffed rabbit?
I can't remember if it was a rabbit or not. I thought it was a rabbit that got thrown up on the thing.
This is very important. I never do this. This is season 2.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious.
Don't worry.
We must not
we'll watch that one day, Michael. I was not taking a photo of this for any reason.
All right, we need to find where is the
rabbit?
No, it's before the Silco stuff.
It's over here.
I think you were right. Yeah, you were really close to it.
Before we found him, tripped over his own paint bucket and nearly fell off trying to draw a giant
It isn't. That's the same exact one. They don't acknowledge it whatsoever. What the heck?
They don't. They just show her holding it.
What the heck?
After that whole spiel.
How can you be so I don't want to be mean, but how can you be so incompetent to
Maybe there was a
mention
deleted scene. Maybe they deleted a scene, which is a foolish thing in this case.
But it focuses on the rabbit.
Yeah.
It's not just like it's in the background. It focuses on it like it's important.
Yeah, no, they do.
No wonder I thought she never got it down, because they don't care about it at all.
Well, yeah,
What
they
the
don't.
heck?
Well, maybe she says something. I don't know. Maybe she says something. We haven't gone through the whole scene.
Okay. Maybe I popped off the lid for no reason. About to be embarrassed.
We'll see. We'll see. This is very sweet.
Wait a sec. That thing just teleported into her lap, didn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't there before, I don't think.
This is very important.
That's why
it's not. It's nowhere around. It's not there at all.
It's not. It is not there. I think.
Do you think that was added in after the fact?
No, wait. She like. Oh, okay. Wait. Hold on. Go back. Go back.
Teleported, right?
Something happened. Something happened there.
Oh, you think she like put it into Powder's lap?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because Powder looks surprised there. Powder looks surprised there.
So Vi got it down?
Vi got it down.
What the heck?
Makes you different, makes you strong. Always remember that.
The lesson last time is if we stick together, we're strong. Now it's what makes you different makes you strong. The lesson keeps changing.
And somehow the rabbit is tied to all of this.
No, it's not tied whatsoever.
I don't understand. So yeah, okay. So Vi got it down and just handed it off to Powder. Why though?
Like you would think it would be Powder giving it to Vi because Vi has the actual connection with it. You could maybe have Vi like, hey, you hold on to it, right? You know, like because she's grown up now and it doesn't mean anything to her anymore.
Right.
But it doesn't mean anything to Powder, so why would you? I don't know. But yeah, they don't really acknowledge it. It's just kind of there.
Very odd choice.
You could have had Powder say, "Oh, you got it down." I mean, we had to rewatch it like 3 times to figure out what was happening. Because we thought Powder had gotten it down, but no, it was Vi who got it down.
It just makes so much more sense thematically if Powder gets it down.
Yeah.
But,
that was awful. Anyways.
Very interesting. I do not remember this upcoming scene.
Oh, it's very brief. Okay. It's very, very brief. Yeah, it's very brief.
What the hell were you thinking? Going into the last drop. Do you have any idea what you've done?
I love her accent.
Right. Are you being sarcastic?
No, I love it. I like it.
I unironically love it. Yeah, it's very distinctive.
It's kind of got like a strange, I don't know what it is, like accent-wise, what it's supposed to be.
Yeah,
but she has this kind of interesting sort of monotone delivery, even though she's like angry here.
Yeah,
it's not completely monotone, but it works. Yeah, it's like dry.
It works.
It's interesting.
There's this raspiness that gives her a lot of character.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is the thing I will say. Like I believe this woman is in charge. I'm like that didn't quite come out the way that I meant it to, but yeah, you know what? I'll just go die in my hole now.
She has authority, right? She comes off.
Yeah, they've conveyed it very well. She comes off
with authority, and Marcus doesn't come off with the same level of authority.
Exactly. Exactly.
He comes off with a little bit, but he's too pompous. Anyways,
I don't know what I was about to say, but you know what? Let's just continue forward. I can't remember what I was going to say.
You heard the council.
You're a fool. There is no stopping what happens now.
Okay, pause it. Okay. Okay, actually, no, this could make sense. So is the implication here supposed to be that she's like, oh, you crossed a line by going into the last drop, and now they're going to fight us?
Make any sense, because they didn't beat up anyone in the last drop, but they were beating people up in the streets.
Yeah, they were beating people up in the streets, but apparently, like...
It's a greater offense to go to the last drop and burn a bad drink.
Yeah, and then yell at everybody. I mean, it's not a good look, but, like...
You didn't hurt anyone.
You didn't hurt anyone that time, and they've been hurting people
supposedly for like a day now. I have no idea how much time is supposed to have elapsed.
Also, if you wanted this to be as meaningful as it was, then you needed to have her like tell him not to go into the last drop before he went into the last drop.
Yeah, stay away from the last drop. 5 seconds later,
they do this a lot,
goes
where
into the last drop.
They do the exposition either after or during when, like, they expect the suspense. Yeah, they do it during the payoff or after the payoff, which is like, that's one of the major problems.
You understand, it's modern storytelling.
It's modern storytelling,
payoff,
I see.
And then you do setup.
And then you explain it.
It's an inversion of...
That way, you can just do whatever you want.
Ryan Johnson is
and then you explain it afterwards.
I shouldn't have brought Mr. Johnson into this. Beloved Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson. Beloved Mr. Johnson. Bringing people together. Bringing so many people together.
Bringing people's hatred together.
Bringing out of their hatred for him. Yeah.
Anyways.
Maybe it's not too late.
Music time. An interesting choice in music.
Yeah.
Okay, pause it. I know we've been pausing it a lot, but I have to get something off my chest. Okay.
Yeah.
So I actually, generally speaking, I really dig anachronistic music. Anachronistic isn't quite the right word.
That's
not quite the right word here. What I mean is, like, traditionally, for a scene like this, you would have like a symphony playing. You would have a symphony playing like sad music, you know, or like tense music or something, you know, which is fine, works very nicely.
Yeah.
But obviously in our modern age, you know, like Guardians of the Galaxy, right, where they choose to have the ironic thing, which can have a very powerful effect as well. It can even beat out the symphony if you know what you're doing. Yeah. And this scene here, I think pulls it off reasonably
it would
well.
if I cared.
I'm assuming that we care, but the concept of it, works.
It's not.
And the reason I am saying that is, what other music do they have? Am I just forgetting? Like from, I guess we've only got 2 episodes so far.
So they do have general background music. It's usually pretty subtle.
I just did. Okay, they did have Welcome to the Playground.
They had Welcome to the Playground.
They had Welcome to the Playground, and now they have
that was not ironic.
No.
So
it fit. It's fine.
It's not out of touch for what they've done so far. They do have like background symphony-esque music. It is subtle. Which is actually appreciated in many circumstances.
Oh, absolutely.
But
so what I was about to say is not a criticism. It's that I just cannot resist explaining what is effectively a fan fiction idea, I suppose, but a rewrite idea where and it came from the scene, right, where you have the record. Like, I just had this whole like different vision of how the show starts. Yeah, it goes back into what we were talking about with the mines, where you start the episode with the record, you have that record thing where it goes and it places the record down, and it has the thing written on it, like the whatever presents,
Yeah.
But then the song that starts playing, there is a specific song, Brigham. A specific
I think
song.
they wrote all new music for this. I think all the songs that are here are all new.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. I just assumed that this was like an instrumental version of some popular song, which is part of what made me pause.
Oh,
but
maybe it is.
Apparently not. It sounds like it should be.
I don't know.
I think you're right. I think you're probably right. But anyway, there's a song by the Animals called "We Gotta Get Out of This Place," and you play that while you show. Maybe it's a little on the nose, so you can make fun of me, guys, but I can see it laid out so perfectly for me. If you show the people working in the mines or something, and you show like Vi getting ready to go out on her expedition with Powder and everybody, and like there's a way you could do it with the song if you've listened to the song, where you can set everything up emotionally so quickly with just that song, and it would be great. But anyway. So I just wanted to indulge myself there because the song reminded me of it. Anyway,
you can have very powerful musical sequences.
Absolutely.
I don't know if
that's my stance.
I don't know if Arcane ever gets that out of me.
Yeah. Certainly, I've had much better. I mean, this might be the closest, but as I've said before, I've only watched like half of the show. So
yeah.
Because I definitely do remember this. She's just...
What?
They didn't open the door.
What was
they just
that? What?
Is someone putting their foot on a door?
Anyways.
Someone put their foot on a door, Brigham. That's what happened.
I do like this scene between... This is like the only scene you have between Vander and Powder.
You're right. You're right.
And
which is terrible.
It's
because this is great.
It's a cute little scene.
Yeah.
Doesn't he put like an umbrella in her drink or something?
I think he does. Is he serving her alcohol?
No, that's orange juice. That's
okay.
So. Not that I know a whole lot about mixed beverages, but there's a lot of things at bars that are not alcohol that you mix in to make a mixed beverage. So it would be very easy to go to a bar and get a non-alcoholic beverage.
I see.
I don't believe Vander is. Maybe it's just rough and tumble down here,
I don't know. It's like, this will make you feel better.
Man, that straw is messed up. Is it supposed to be metal? That thing is.
I don't think it's metal. I think it's made of a stick. Or something. I don't know. Everything's janky. All of the things they have are janky. Like that ladder.
Don't remind me of the AI generated ladder. The biblically accurate ladder.
The biblically accurate Jacob's ladder.
Yeah.
Anyway,
no, they are kicking down. Oh no, that's okay. All right. That's breaking into benzos. That's what that is.
Okay.
That we were too harsh on that too fast. I was just I assumed it was an enforcer's foot.
I will admit I thought it was an enforcer's foot too, but in my defense, I simply said as someone sticking their foot on a wall.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's no problem here.
Yeah.
But yes, no, it is. See, there they are. They're marching.
It looks like it's supposed to be metal, that straw.
I don't know.
Oh, so Vander did know about the rabbit. He was just a jerk and never got it for her.
This is very confusing because the way that this is. So first of all, I would like to praise, because I've always remembered like the subtlety of Powder coming down, looking very glum, Vander the way I remember it is that Vander just through intuition realized from the way Powder was acting, something's up, and then realized where's the thing and figured out what Vi did. But the way it's playing it here is he's looking at the rabbit, and somehow the rabbit tells him something about what Vi's done?
One, I don't know why Powder would be glum, because Vi didn't say she was leaving, right?
I just assumed that Vi must have told her or something.
I don't know why Vi would tell her. That's a liability.
You're right. It doesn't make any sense. So I don't know.
I think we're supposed to be interpreting from this, which is a dumb idea, is, oh, Vi gave Powder the rabbit. She must be about to do something big, right?
That's the way it feels.
But that's a terrible idea because the rabbit hasn't meant anything. If Vander had known about the rabbit, he would have gotten it down for her.
They need a whole lot more explanation of the rabbit.
They need more.
They seem to think the rabbit is way more important than they have set up.
If I were to do this scene, right, I would. You can have this similar thing going on. Powder is not upset. Powder is just coming down to say hi to Vander. He gives her a drink. They're having fun, and he goes. You're right. They've set it up that you might want to set it up a second time, but they set it up a little bit where he seems to fiddle with the thing when he's thinking, right? He fiddle with the pneumatic, and he goes to pick it up to fiddle with it, and it's gone, right? And you can't hear him talk, but you hear him ask something to Powder, and she says something back, and then you see him run into the back, and he asks something to the boys, and they say something back, and then he runs off, right? And because he's asking them, "Where's Vi?" Or have you
have the music playing, you have the tension ramping up as he's realizing that would be very effective.
But yeah, this makes no sense that he would jump to the conclusion he does here.
Yeah, right there. Okay, wait, hold on.
Yeah.
This is so stupid. There's no way this is correct. But the way that they've set it up makes it feel like, did Vi write a message on the bunny rabbit?
No.
And Powder read it? And that's why when he looks at the rabbit... It does kind of look like that,
doesn't it?
He's read this long, eloquent letter that's written on the front of the rabbit.
You turn over the rabbit to the front, and it's an essay. It gives all the good reasons why this is a good idea.
Why I'm going to do this, that's the way it feels. It's happening anyway.
So I don't think she had to bust into why couldn't she just be outside Benzo's when she got picked up?
Yeah,
I don't know why she needed to bust into Benzo's.
Why did she need to go to Benzo's?
Well, that's the meeting location, I guess,
place?
That the enforcer chick usually comes to. Two, this plan doesn't work because the enforcers know how many kids ran away. That's something that's never been brought up. But even if Vander doesn't intercept her, which I don't like the way they cut that. I prefer it. Right, it makes it come off like he teleports. Right, obviously, you have different time frames happening, but I really don't like it when media does that. It's not the end of the world, but even if she got away with it, they're still looking for 4 people. And two, I mean, I guess maybe she doesn't know this, but they're after the stones, right? That's what.
Right.
Or at least I think that's what they should be after, right? More than just the people. Obviously, they want the people because they want to make an example.
Well, again, like I've said a million times, like it is not even clear what, they do not make clear in the show nearly enough what the enforcers are after exactly, which even though they have made it clear, but there's contradictory things. It's like, okay, at first it's like, okay, we're looking for the 4 children so that we can set an example.
No, they never say they're looking for the 4 kids. They always say they want a person. a name, right? That's their thing, right? That we want a name.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying is that it makes sense that everybody saw it was 4 kids, and I think at one point they say they saw 4 kids, but no, we just need a name. We don't actually, which implies they don't actually need the 4 kids, which implies why didn't they just go and grab some random bozo if they don't care that it be the 4 kids? So that doesn't make any sense. And then it's like we get the implication of, oh, they're looking for the stones, which that's more important.
Man,
but in that,
imagine
it's not clear what they're down there for, and so when they're beating people up, it's like I don't understand.
I don't know what you want.
Like, this would be very easy if all you're looking for is somebody to take the blame. Like I said it before, what would happen is they would go down there, start looking menacing, and somebody is going to just rat somebody who they don't like out. Somebody's going to do it. There's a lot of people down there in the Undercity, and they don't care who it is. So,
imagine
someone will do it. The first person they beat up will say somebody, and they'll go grab that person and bring them up, and then do whatever they're gonna do.
Man, poor somebody. He was born with a bad name.
This doesn't make any sense that they're running around beating up random people. Like, what are you asking these people? Like, what are you gonna get?
Do you just want to beat up people? Is that all you're?
Do you just want to beat up people? Like, if that's how you want to write the story,
you don't want to find someone. You want to spend all the time you can down there. Like,
but anyway, we talked about that earlier.
Imagine a story where, right, you have similar setup, right, and when Vander and Captain Chick are talking, I'm sure she's got a name, but I don't remember what it is. I don't know if they ever say her name either. I'm sure they do. I just don't remember. But
and I'm going to look this up.
Vander says, "I know who it is. I'll make sure they won't do it again. But I can't give them to you." Right? He doesn't say that it's his kids, right? But he, and so they work on building a scapegoat, right? They work on who are they going to, and Marcus stops it from working, right? That was Vander's original plan as well. We got these bad actors down here. Maybe they're around the same age, or maybe there's 4 of them, but they're all too old. But you can get the council to buy it, right? And it's about to go through and about to work, and Marcus doesn't directly undermine his superior, right? But he mentions something to the council where it's like,
right,
or he like gives over a report or something where it's emphasized that they're kids. Right, and
that would be super interesting if like Marcus semi did that intentionally because he didn't like.
He doesn't like the deal. He doesn't
like the deal. Partly out of a genuine sense of honesty, but also partly out of spite. So you have the real moral ambiguity there. Yeah, that would be fascinating. Also, it would definitely paint Vander in... That'd be really good, because you paint Vander really well, because in our version here, right, he's running like this orphanage, but he's... Yeah, in our version, he's running an orphanage. He's like trying to hold this thing together, and it's like, okay, he is gonna hand somebody over. He's like, well,
his enemies over. Yeah.
And that would make a lot more sense if like the people under him realize this, like why they would turn on him. They're like, wait, who gave you the authority to decide, who's going to be handed over, like that'd be very compelling.
Maybe. I mean, it depends on, right? We don't know how the factions in Zon works, right? Because if it's like, oh, there's these people that kind of match the description, they also fell ill to the anime protagonist syndrome and have similar hair colors, right? Like they're too old, but you can work the council over in such a way that they're convinced of it. Right. And
I don't know. It's pretty cold-blooded.
It is cold-blooded. But maybe some people are upset, but people really get upset when the enforcers don't leave. And that's the...
Right.
And he doesn't... Right. And the main thing is it never looks like he's doing anything, even though he's working behind the scenes Right. He's always just telling them to stay calm and it will be all right. And they're like, you're not doing anything.
Yeah. But
like,
if they had something that he was doing, but he couldn't tell them what he was doing, they imply that, but to actually see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it would be more clear. Yeah.
That would deal with your problem of like, give us a name. And it's like, no, you want 4 names and you need to find the stones. Like those have to be your objectives because that's what those are what you should be worried about. Punishing the 4 people who did it, and then also making sure that people don't have ballistic missiles. To tie things back up. But it's like they're focused on one person for some reason. And they're not focused on finding the items that need to be found. And so it just makes them come off as incredibly incompetent, like all of them.
Yeah,
everyone, like even Vander. Like Vander doesn't have a plan. He never, nothing he ever does.
No.
Like he doesn't have a plan until he is forced to have one by Vi, and it makes him look incredibly incompetent because he has no solution. Like he would come off as more competent if he had a solution that failed, right? But he doesn't have anything.
Yeah.
And he's supposed to be, I mean, he's not supposed to be a genius, but he's supposed to be at least clever enough to get this relationship with Topside working the way he has.
Yeah.
It's just, it's just such a shame.
Terrible shame. Terrible shame.
It's a tragedy. Have you ever heard the tragedy of
Arcane?
Plagueis the Wise.
I was trying to make a joke there.
You don't understand, Michael. He was born with pink hair, and everyone could identify him from a large distance.
From a far distance, because he's the only person who has colored hair in the entire Undercity.
Whenever he walks into a room, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure starts playing.
Well, I wish we could continue.
No,
but
I don't.
We finished episode 2.
Episode 2. Hooray!
Oh my goodness.
One day we'll be done. I told my friends, like, I got like 5.5 hours of footage of me and you going through Arcane, and they're like, how can you talk about the show for 5.5 hours? And it's like, well, we could have gone longer.
We could have, yeah.
It's very
easy. To be fair, we do go off on some tangents.
We go off on tangents and we hit the same points
of our
over and over again.
Is about Arcane. Yeah, we do go over points over and over again. Yeah. So there's that problem.
There is
maybe that. Yeah. We'll need to eventually. We'll need to cut, create shorts and things, right?
No.
Like we'll have to go through and be like, here are the main points.
Here's
like,
Brigham losing his mind over a ladder.
Highlight reels. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but we need to wait till we have actual fans for that.
We're making disparaging videos on Arcane. We're not having actual fans. It's not happening.
You never know.
I hate to burst your bubble, Michael. People are gonna hate us. I'm gonna get death threats over this, Michael.
It sounds like Arcane 2 is already going off without a hitch. So I have read nothing.
I watched the first
about
minute of Arcane 2 and had a conniption, and so I'll watch it with you later.
Wow, alrighty. I can't wait. We'll be watching it blind together.
We're watching 100% blind, and
I can't wait.
Lose our minds in person. It'll be great.
Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy.
I don't know if our analysis will be as good as if it's 100% blind, but we'll see.
Well, what might work for that is if we don't do as much of an analysis and make it more of just like a reaction thing, though that might get us. That might not work out with YouTube. Actually, now that I think about it,
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. We've got to get through these episodes. We gotta pick up the pace somehow.
We have 7 episodes left.
We have 7 episodes left, and we did 5.5 hours on the one episode.
These are the best ones, or the first ones.
Yeah.
These are the ones with the least problem.
Yeah, I haven't even gotten past episode 4, so boy oh boy.
Ah, it's Netflix, Michael. Yeah.
So,
It's
wow.
Netflix.
Oh my gosh, we.
Oh, look, a strawberry. A strawberry. There's a strawberry.
Yeah, and then we have our intro thing.
Yeah. I forget what thing, but yeah, it is important. Yeah. We still use medical leeches too. The Taliban doesn't have access to the medical leeches, like.
Is recovering from the replantation of digits, especially fingers.
Speak again.
Blah 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 blah.
Oh, now it's got you. Can you hear it? Does it sound good, Michael?
Okay, have we been recording this whole time?
Oh no, I've got all the stuff of you dissing Joe Biden. I'm making a compilation.
What did I even say? I don't remember.
It's just gonna be it's just gonna be me going like Joe Biden's the worst, right? And then it like hard audio cuts to you going,
Hey, listen. We should go in hoping for the best. That's what I'm saying.
The best would have been if they had given a formal apology.
We are
one,
back.
Michael.
It has been like 2 weeks. So, if you don't like our takes and you don't want to argue against them, but you also don't want to hate us, because I don't want you to hate me, because I want everyone to like me.
I want to be hated.
And that is the difference between you and I, Silver the Hedgehog or whatever. This is my gamer pad.